Right before Joe coughed, he said, "Chat, I think I might cough." Excuse me. Ugh, alright. Oh, that's not good either. Okay, there we go. Can we see the mouse? Alright, all windows are set up. Hey, Wuggy, how's it going? Oh, excuse me. Who do you hate more, Maria or Himiko? Oh, Himiko, easily. Maria's a kid. Himiko doesn't have an excuse. Best bodyweight workout for watching you read Umineko. Well, the great thing about Umineko is that you don't need to see the visual part to get the full experience because it will describe the visuals for you. So you can do whatever you want. Just pop some earbuds in. You should give Maria the Himiko voice. I am not doing voices for this playthrough unless I'm really vibing with it, because it's very long and it's already going to be tiring. I don't know. Oh, man. I don't know if I can do voices. Hey Joe, I was mad about getting owned last Umineko stream, so I decided to rewatch the VOD at ×2 speed, and when I got to the part where you started to speak at ×2 speed, I kept the video at ×2 speed and was still able to understand you at ×2 speed because I could literally see the text you were reading at ×2 speed, and when you got back to normal speed when you were on ×2 speed before, you sounded pretty stupid trying to own me. Little did you know that you were getting owned yourself. Alright, thank you, Alligator. Thank you, Alligator. I got owned. Speaking of owned, there was a discussion between intellectuals upstairs before, while I was having breakfast. Leo was asking me, is it cheating to have a race with someone when you don't know you're in a race with them? And I said, what? And he said, Finn keeps saying we're having a digging race when he's already started digging, or we're gonna have a who can finish this drink race when he's already started the drink. And I was like, okay. And then they started bickering about it, And then I said to them, "Are you guys having a who's the stupidest competition right now?" And they just looked at me, and I said, "So who's winning?" And then Leo said, "Probably Finn, because he keeps cheating." How many mana coins for the full Joe Tingles Umineko read? Oh, all of them. All of them. We have to stop the marble races. I started reading Umineko and realized how George is literally you. Really, George? What a compliment. Thank you so much. When George enters a room, everyone looks. When George starts talking, everyone shuts up and listens. When George has an opinion, it's objective. You speculated that someone might die. If so, who do you think might bite the dust? Oh, the patriarch, for sure. I can't remember his name. The dad is gonna die, or the grandfather, for sure. Or at the very least, he's gonna go missing. There's no way you can have this character around. Well, I guess if he's in his room locked up for most of the story, and people are getting, like, killed, but he still won't come out of his room because he's too busy eating his fucking Dominoes. I don't know. Anyway, in case you weren't here last week, let me do a recap. Previously on Umineko. Bitorichi! I am Battler. I am 5'11", a giant among my family. Hey, Aunt, what are these, boobs? Oh, there's my stepmom with my dad. Hey, stepmom, what are these, boobs? Oh, now we're on a boat. Oh, there's my cousin Jessica. Hey, Jessica, what are these, boobs? Oh, there's the maidservant that's really, really old. And she's going to come up to me and say, what are these, balls? All right, now we're on the island. Let's go talk to my other cousin who is super underage and make this really uncomfortable. When you're older, I'm going to come up to you and say, what are these, boobs? Oh, here's another maid. What are these, boobs? There you go. That was it. And then it got really good at the end. Oh, and then at one point, one of the girls turned around and said, do you think I just got boobs just so you could fondle them? I get it now, Umineko bros. Where's the recap for the good part? For some people in chat, that was the good part. Oh. Load. Load of. I got to the second paragraph of the Wikipedia summary of this game and went for a wild fucking ride, let me tell you. Wow, the second paragraph? How long did that take? How many Umineko-inspired run-on sentences were in the first paragraph? I would like to see the notes. Where is it? System? Yeah, okay. Oh, it's all full. Okay. There are 2 gaps, though. Okay, so this is Kinzo, aka Old Man Kiru. How's the sound? Are we too loud or what? It's fine. Okay. Ushiromiya Kinzo, the aged head of the Ushiromiya family head. Even though it has already been announced that he is just a few months to live, he is brimming with energy. Though he amassed a vast fortune in the past, he never made any announcements regarding the inheritance, which worries his children. He is strongly influenced by the West, and is a rabid fan of the occult. His study is packed with mysterious grimoires. So he's basically Hideo Kojima. All right. So as a somewhat serious recap that's very, very brief, basically we're on an island called Rockinjima, where this family has their estate, including a huge mansion, but that's not also where all their vast fortune lies. There's other things they have going on too outside of the island. This guy's the head. He's presumably about to die. When he dies, his children, which are this guy, this woman, this guy, and this woman, these are the 4 blood relatives of this guy, are going to inherit the fortune from him. Okay, so they've returned to the island for their yearly club meeting with their spouses, although Rosa did not bring her spouse because she killed him a week before she came. I'm kidding. She didn't bring her husband for some reason. I don't know why. And they're come back to the island to have a yearly family meetup, but also this time to discuss the inheritance because he should have died already. And that's about it. That's all you really need to know. Except for maybe a couple of weird things with the servants. These two have said that they're oh, she has a tattoo. Why don't they have it? Is it like a branding? Anyway, these two have said some very disturbing things about how they're treated in here, but they're disturbing in a way that they don't even seem to really think that there's anything wrong with how they're being treated, although this guy seems pretty unhappy. They've referred to themselves as furniture. They've also... She was also completely willing to let Battler fondle her because he's an honored guest and she's just a maid. He didn't actually fondle her, though. He seemed actually really put off by it and really disturbed that he wasn't being called on his bullshit. So that's an interesting link so far. And also, at the end of the stream or the story, these 4... By the way, I'm doing this as much for me as for you guys, by the way, so I can, like, recap what happened last time, okay? And these 4 had a huge blowout fight at the end of the stream, because it seems like these two are this is the eldest son, and he lives on the island with her and their daughter, and it seems like they have already started spending the inheritance. It's not confirmed yet, but it seems like they've already started spending it even before he's dead. And these 3 are understandably very upset about that, even though they don't seem to be like the best people in the world. In fact, all 4 of them kind of fucking suck, to be honest. She is the best character so far, but she is the best character in a way that she's not like I love her, I want to hang out with her, I never want to hang out with this person ever, but she's awful, but she's the best character. She's the most interesting, she's the most entertaining. She absolutely hates her. Hates. Oh my god, she hates her. Okay? And to the point that she has, like, recruited everyone else in the family, him, her husband, maybe even Kairi, to just wage this passive-aggressive that turns actually just regular aggressive war against Natsuhi. This guy seems really passive so far. I'm surprised. But yeah, that's that. The children... well, I say children, but they're young adults, except for Maria. The children are here. We are this character. Although I don't know if this is the kind of story that we're going to stay this character. Maybe that's just we're him for most of the time. George is here. Everyone loves George. It's the famous dog of the story. And Jessica is their daughter, and that was the first what are these boobs? But yeah, do we want to read some of the previews or no? She was born with weak bronchi and is sometimes assailed by sudden asthma attacks. Okay, here's the problem. There's no fucking way that anything that we read here isn't going to be explained 3 times in excruciating detail when it becomes relevant. There's no fucking way, you know? What is this, asthma? It looks like she's having an asthma attack. She was having an asthma attack. The asthma attack came suddenly. Is that an asthma attack coming suddenly? And then from behind the door, Playmate thinks you're having an asthma attack. Asthma attacks are when you can't breathe. So you're saying that you can't breathe? Yeah, you can't breathe because you're having the asthma attack. That's what's going to happen. We don't really need to do it. There are no tips, chatter. Can we see the portrait of the not blonde girl? She's absolutely not blonde. Hey, she might be blonde when we see her, but this is clearly auburn. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about. That's blonde as hell. Have you never seen someone with auburn hair? Objectively incorrect? Okay. Take a picture. Open your favorite image manipulator, whatever, and go to the eyedropper, and then sit corrected, my chatter. There is no way this is blonde. Maybe when she's in lighter lighting, she is blonde, but she is not blonde in this picture. What color is the dress? White and gold, of course. White and gold? Wrong. Okay, so we're about to get started for real. It's been 16 minutes, which is, par for the course around here. I'm going to say a quick thank you to any bits and subs that came in, but then today I think I'm going to take it a bit easy on reading chat, and we're just going to try and get through it, because otherwise we're never going to finish this not a game story. And I would like to move it along. So I might be a bit distant. We'll see. But if something catches my eye, I might want to start talking to chat. But we'll see how it goes. Also, I want to talk a little bit about IGUS because I think some people don't understand the point I was making yesterday, and I want to clarify because I just want to clarify. But I'll do that on Tuesday because that's not the Persona. This is not the Persona stream. Oh no, it's not going to be a fight. I just feel like I didn't make my point clear. It's not Chowder's fault. It's my fault. I just get coming? No, I don't think so. Okay. Who did I say thank you to at the end of last stream? I remember saying thank you to PSI Ness, Rhyme Scheme, and then Royal Flush right before the stream ended, I think. Or was it Rhyme Scheme was last? Just in case, thank you Royal Flush 9 for the resub. Thank you Jackie Hale for the giant jobs. Thank you Basic Lucky Fish. Ooh. Resay with hey, thank you very much. Welcome, welcome. Big Allen Gaming has resubscribed with a JPH point. If you don't want to continue Umineko Joe, at least do an any % speed read. Oh, that's guaranteed, just so we can say that technically we finished it when we didn't finish Steins Gate, because most of my life is now devoted to pissing off the Steins Gate fans, because, wow, just make the Persona 3 people look reasonable, let me tell you. Holy shit. Thank you, Zydias Guy, for the resub. Thank you, Dalmek, for the bits. Hope you enjoy yourself. Hope you enjoy yourself too, Dalmek. Thank you. Thank you for the bits, Mouse. Happy Umineko Day, everyone. Umineko. It's today. Thank you, Hoyle3 for the resub. Kolelex for the resub as well. To be honest, which streams are you looking forward to the most, Persona 3 or Umineko? I love all of my stream children equally. I enjoy whichever one I'm currently streaming the most. There you go. There you go. Thank you, Ironwrath, for the resub. Umineko Pog. Thank you, Ironwrath. Thank you, Arthur Gunnarsson, for the resub. 7 Truck Toe. Hiss? Why hiss? Is the fan bad tonight? Or today? Thank you, Tria Kontakai, for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you also to Durkashid, A Buff Baby, Ushiromiya Kinzo, with Bitorichi. Thank you, Da Balder, for the resub. Don't be confused. I'm not resubbing because of Umineko or anything. It just happened to fall on today. Baka. You don't like Umineko, Balder? I thought you might like this. Or is it, could have been Homestuck instead. Thank you for the bits, Pincerata. This stream has been my motivation to get through this week. So excited to see you play more of Chapter 2. Well, I hope it lives up to the hype. I'm excited to see new content. The genre is a bit too plain for me. Not enough weeby boob fondling. I get you. I get you. Okay. All right. Thank you, Finnick, for the resub. Thank you for going back to 5 days streaming. As mostly a VOD boy, I was starting to get overwhelmed. Yeah, 6 days I think is too much. If I want to pick up a game to perhaps speedrun, maybe I will do a 6-day and that will be the speedrun day. But if I do that, then I guess you're not really missing much if you're not interested in that, right? But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Thank you, Gherkins, 10 for the resub. Thank you also to a Pepsi Addict for gifting out 5 subs. Thank you, Fatal Cutie, for the resub. Junie Day Dreamer has subscribed for the first time. June? Wikipedia Possum, thank you very much. Thank you, Lemon Dread, for the resub. Oh, people love the Beacharichi line. Thank you to Yankosek for the bits. Hey Joe, just popping in to say that I'm still stuck watching the first VOD, but I am enjoying it, and please continue streaming. You might be interested in the Avarisi video where the first stream and the second stream were overlapped in a very entertaining way. I'm surprised that I didn't repeat myself quite as much as I thought I did. But it is still kind of creepy how my reaction was almost word for word the same a year later. I don't know what it says about me, man. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know. I feel like maybe I have like trigger thoughts or something, and then I just get right into it. Not trigger like I'm angry, like trigger like it just like it causes a thought to appear in my head. I don't know. There's no such thing as free will, apparently. Thank you, Mazes, for the resub. Thank you, That Nitum, for the resub as well. Hey, Joe, I don't know if I've actually been sub for 6 months, but anyways, I hope you enjoy Umineko. I started playing this game after last stream, and in that time have finished episode 1 and really loved it. Oh, that's good. That's good to hear. I hope it holds up for me. We'll see. Yeah, it says you've been subscribed for 7 months with this one. Thank you, Nev Manning, for continuing a gift sub. Thank you, That Fig, for the resub. What a glorious Steins Gate Sunday this is. So true, so true. And the last set on my list are Fail Druidy with the resub. Why can't I say this last name? Ushiromiya Kinzo with some more bits. Hello, Joe. It's hard to talk about Umineko, but I think it'll do some stuff you really appreciate. The pacing is no joke horrendous at times. I definitely appreciate having read Umineko more than reading it, but it's in my top 10 stories of all time. See, Persona fans? Look upon a fandom that loves the work, but can still say, hey, it has some really bad parts. Look, you weebies, and despair. This is what confidence in your piece of fiction looks like. Exactly, the maturity. Amazing. To be fair, not just Persona fans, also Steins Gate fans, Xenoblade fans, Undertale fans, Steins Gate fans again, Persona 4 fans, Persona 5 fans, Danganronpa fans, 999 fans. What other weeb games have we played? Dinosaur King fans, yep. Subnautica fans. Yeah, Subnautica fans as well. 13 Sentinel. Actually, you know what? 13 Sentinel fans were pretty secure, but not as secure as the Umineko chads. Somnium, I don't remember Somnium fans being that bad. Ace Attorney 2 fans, I don't remember Ace Attorney fans being that bad either, but Ace Attorney is in the top 10 writing that we've streamed. Ace Attorney has really good writing, especially for a weeb thing, or weeb adjacent. Really? Yeah, Ace Attorney doesn't do the show then tell then show and tell again thing. It's pretty good in terms of like how it's written. Don't get me wrong, compared to a book it's still nothing. Sorry. But it's like it's not nearly as bad as Danganronpa and 999 and how Umineko keeps repeating itself. How much did the Umiden activity of getting new members reading Umineko help making you interested in continuing this, or were you actually pretty interested to continue yourself already? I was definitely interested to continue already because it legitimately got good. Remember, okay, I hope that this is a really good example going forward of look, I have a lot of flaws as a person, I have a lot of flaws as a streamer, whatever like that. However, I feel like I always engage in good faith. And I just hope that Umineko is like a basting example of this. How much relentless shitting on the joke VN did I do on February 29th last year? Just relentless shitting. I fucking hate it. Oh my god, it's so slow. Can something happen? Why is there boob fondling? Oh my god, how did it get good all of a sudden? It's just like, wait, hold on. What? This is, and now we're reading it some more. Like, it's so like if something gets good, I will completely do a 180 and I'll be like, oh, okay, I'm in. You know what I mean? Like, so yeah. Arms crossed, why is it good now? I did the whole hopium and copium, one in each fucking nostril. Like, do you know how owned I am? Do you know the size of the L I am taking just from continuing this, right? The gloating that Mouse got to do in Jadsea 2024 on Discord. Like, oh my god. Anyway, I feel like I missed the question, but we'll keep going. I'm almost at the end, and then we can continue. Thank you for the giant +2, Joe's Retinas. I don't know what for. Maybe it's when I was doing the boobs talk. Thank you, Zorox, for the bits. Hey, Joe, do you know any spoilers? Plot twist, you actually do. Many years ago, you replied to a comment on a VOD that contained a spoiler, but anything else? Probably best not to say on stream, but curious. Did I? I don't remember. Was it a name? I don't remember any Umineko spoiler at all. The only spoiler I know is that the girl in the portrait shows up at some point and says cackle space E. Or someone looks just like her. That's all I know. And I'm, again, assuming someone dies. Oh, you know what? Maybe that was the spoiler came from. I think this was... Umineko was recommended during the Danganronpa stream when I said something like, I really like it when when a story is a bunch of characters stuck in a place and then someone dies and they're really isolated and cut off and they have to figure it out. And I think someone said you should read Umineko. So maybe that's where I got the someone dies thing from. I think maybe, is that what you're referring to? But yeah, that's all I know. I don't know anything else. Surely that incoming typhoon won't be an issue. Nah, it's a MacGuffin. It's nothing. It's a red herring. Anyway, thank you MM Winther for the new sub. Thank you for the giant Morb lives on Earth. Thank you. Take your time, Joe. Much love. Oh, I'm taking too much time right now. Need to wrap it up. Hey Joe, thanks for streaming. My girlfriend left me today, and this is a welcome and always fun distraction. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully we can have some laughs today, or have a fun time reading this, and we can distract you for at least like 4 to 5 hours. Sorry to hear that. Take your time. Thank you, Justin T1118 for the resub. Wink 62. Oh, 62 months, 62 winks. I like winks. Thank you, Lawn Briefing for the new sub. Slink 1701 for the resub. And welcome, Lawn Briefing. Thank you, Liluia, for the bits. Hey, Joe, I introduced your content recently to my SO, and she really enjoys it and got back into Umineko because of you. So I wish you could give, is it Alana or Elena, a shout out, because she's awesome and I like her very much. Maybe not as much as I like you. I'm in. All right, shout out to Elena. I hate to be the one to break this to you, Elena, or some say Alana, but you're dating a weeb. You probably want to do a Google search to see. Read some weeb articles. Be careful you don't read too many, or lest you become a weeb yourself. But you might want to make an informed decision about, what you're doing. All right? Okay, all right, I really need to start reading. Okay, so let me move this on. Thank you, Kozan K, for the bits. Hydro just noticed you didn't go to his profile, and that makes me viscerally mad. Just kidding. Hope you enjoy reading today. Oh, little Persona 3 is a treat. Thank you, Kozan. Thank you to Nana Burns for the resub. Hugs from Brazil. Hugs back. Thank you, TT Sunday, for the resub. Honestine Skate. Thank you also to Assistant Weeby, Simple from Jads, Evil Panda 14, George Washing Machine, Buy a marble for the race and en passant. And passant. Time for some serious reading. Henry Wyatt for you watch Umineko, you actually like that show? It's trash. That's a lie. I actually kid George. Who do you kin? No, I did it wrong. Battler? I did it wrong. I haven't done that in so long. How do I do it? I need to practice. I need to do it again another day. New spider noise. I still have it? Okay, good. I messed up the speech before it, though. Thank you, Some Mute, for the new sub. And, oh, a bunch of messages. Okay. Avarici is resubscribed with Joseph Anderson. I think we're on Joe at this point, right? I was watching your recent Persona 3 Reload streams, and I cannot help but notice that you are pronouncing the baby incorrectly in the Mass Destruction, originally Persona 3 OST song. It should be baby, not baby. You should say it like the B in bidet. No, the be in bidet instead of the B in Bikoi. Please correct yourself in the future so that you may fully enjoy the masterpiece that is Mass Destruction. Peace. Or pace. I guess that's why I'm not enjoying it. Yeah. If only we were playing the original with that syllable change back. Thank you, Eversy. Thank you, Mokai Sautome, for the resub. I began reading Umineko in 2008, and I'm still reading it when the game was still being translated. 17 years later, it still occupies a huge amount of my time, still a space in my mind and soul. Sorry, I'm just ad-libbing your message. I'm so rude. I'm sorry. Thank you for giving it an honest try, and I look forward to your adventure. I'm looking forward to it too. That maybe someday today in the stream we're going to be able to even continue. Just riff it over there. I'm sorry. A lot of people seem to hold this in high regard. Okay, and for real, I'm at the top of my list now. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Dorimart, for the resub. Hi, Joe. Unfortunately, I won't be able to watch your streams mostly live now because I can't stay up to 6 a.m. to finish it, so I can only watch Umineko streams live and VODs for Persona 3. Probably a good choice. Just letting you know that love your streams, by the way. Oh, thanks, Dorimart. Hopefully the VOD experience is it holds up. You don't have to be here for chat. Is it more exciting to watch live? I guess so. Anything could happen live. There could even be a huge argument. Thank you, Acer Sasha, for the resub. Thank you, Tastiest Apricot, for the bits. Thank you, Not Even Close 23 for the new sub. Welcome. Welcome to the Umineko Undercourt? I don't know one that begins with a U. And thank you, Cold Ronald, with a cold French fry. And Joe's VOD Enjoyer. And Jelly with a raid. And that's it. Here we go. Thank you, Jelly. Here we go. All right. Oh, there's a marble? Not play it myself, but did you ever expect the witch girl in painting to not show up? I didn't even know there was a painting. Like, I redeemed a marble. Is Dinosaur King a valid choice? I mean, if you want me to sit down and deliberately watch all of Dinosaur King, I already have it on DVD. So, like, I guess so if you want to. I've seen some of the episodes of that already because Leo likes it. What the fuck is that? Dinosaur King is what you want to be. Yeah, make your move. Come on and make your move. Alright, here we go. Prehistoric dinosaurs aren't extinct anymore. See them fight, watch them roar. Watch out because they're right next door. Do. The past is in the present. Do. The time is twisted upside down. Do. These fossils are colossal. Do. Only one can wear the crown. Dinosaur King is what you want to be. Yeah. I love that show. Some episodes, huh? I mean, Leo's watched it, I think, all the way through twice, but I haven't sat down and watched it all with him. Are you really doing Dinosaur King? Which dinosaur are you? I'm T-Rex, so you can't be him. I'm a Stegosaurus, the most stubborn of the dinosaurs. Yes, okay. Dinosaur King is in. All right, it's basically Pokemon with dinosaurs. All right, let us continue. Battler, sheesh. That must have made grandmother pretty jealous, huh? Okay, so last interruption. How is the voices with the sound now that I'm speaking over it? Too loud? Too quiet? How are we doing? Good? Okay. What are these, Boop? I'm not really sure, but that might actually be true. Apparently, grandmother believed he was cheating on her with some blonde. Oh yeah, which one? Oh? Good smell. Good smell coming from Shannon. Maria, sniffing, approached the basket Shannon was holding with interest. After hearing that, I noticed a fragrant scent with a touch of vanilla. What is this, bread? Oh, I apologize. I was told by Kumasawa-san to bring them to everyone. What is it, I wonder? Oh, excellent. Cookies. Ooh. Want to eat cookies? Want to eat cookies. Ooh. Let me know, chat. Sorry, you should know, chat. I am so committed to getting a lot of reading done today that I have a Red Bull ready for break so I can get some serious reading done. Please eat as much as you like. But would it be appropriate to serve cookies in a place like this in front of the portrait? Shannon-chan sent us a glance that seemed to ask what we wanted to do about it. Well, yeah, I guess eating here would be bad manners, generally speaking. Maria, why don't we eat someplace else? Paimon thinks we eat somewhere else. Somewhere else? Yeah, somewhere. Let's put the cookies in a bento and have a picnic. Bento. Lunchbox kind of thing? Oh, apparently this is a catch-all term for a bunch of different things. All right. Have a picnic, have a picnic. If we can eat cookies, let's go. How many cookies are there? Yeah, let's go get some fresh air. We shouldn't stuff ourselves right in front of the witch. That's right, didn't we say we wanted to go down to the beach in the first place? Let's go, let's go. Shannon-chan. Sorry, but could I ask you to get us a blanket to sit on and some flasks of tea? Right. Certainly. You're so thoughtful, George. Shannon-chan received her instructions and gracefully bowed before retracing her steps. We headed for the beach on our own. Everyone headed for the entrance in a group, going to the beach. Feeling as though that witch was staring down our backs, I turned around once more. Ooh. Battler, you still don't believe? Can I see the inscription? Nope, I believe. It'd be so much cooler that way. The golden witch Bitarichi gave grandfather 10 tons of gold. And that gold might be sleeping around here somewhere. Besides, didn't grandfather write that strange epitaph as though challenging us to find it if we can? I'd say that kind of adventurous story is way better. 20 billion yen worth of gold, huh? Even if we split it up between the four of us, that's still a ridiculous amount of money. Who's splitting it? 5 billion yen for each of us. Well, you get more, George, because, you know, you're George. Incredible. With that kind of money, you could probably make any sort of business prosper. In fact, we could live our whole lives fabulously without working at all. Okay, so you understand the importance of an inheritance, and yet you still think you can make it on your own. Okay. Ooh. I don't want 5 billion yen. I want cookies based. Wow. Maria would take cookies over money. So would I. Still, 5 billion yen. That's like a dream. Money can be exchanged for many cookies? Explain how. Ridiculous. Oh, we're back to the good part! Is it possible that you all truly believe in Father's legend of the gold? Of course we don't believe that story about a witch giving him gold, but someone did, but there's no mistake about the gold itself. The fact that Father obtained gold bars from an unknown source has been confirmed in several ways. We've heard that, before the president of the Marusu company died, Father showed him a large pile of gold somewhere. Father used that man's claim as proof that there were 10 tons worth. That's just nonsense of a senile old man. Along with Father, he was just fabricating a story. You can't take it seriously. If that gold didn't exist, he wouldn't have been able to gather so much funding. Before the president died, he was a person with such a sincere personality that he earned the respect of many in the business world. He wouldn't have become a partner to such fraud. And speaking of fraud, and Aniki, the president of Marusu, definitely saw it. 10 tons of it, clearly, with his own eyes. Even more, Dad let the president take one ingot at random and have it examined. The results of the examination showed that the 10 kilogram ingot was 99.99% pure. Isn't pure gold really soft? How much do you need to combine gold with to make it so it can stack in an ingot? I thought pure gold was really soft. He said that the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was imprinted on it. Almost instantly, the Ushiromiya legend of the gold spread amongst the fixers of the business world. It's really soft as relative to other metal. I thought pure gold was so soft that you could kind of compress it a little bit with your fingers, with your hands. It's not that soft. I'm thinking of sodium. Am I thinking of something else? You can scratch it with your fingernail. You can dent it though. If you had a pair of tongs, maybe you could make an indent in it, but not with your fingers. It's soft but not that soft. It's fragile but not that fragile. Okay. You can, with effort, bend it. Okay, I go to the gym, so I... Gold from an unknown foundry has a poor rate of conversion into money. Thinking that it was a chance for decisive profits, they accepted it as collateral, and as a result, father was able to receive massive loans. My arms are super weak. Actually, I probably couldn't do that. Is there no limit to the absurdity you're willing to accept? How old are you people? Are you still taking that nursery tale you heard as children seriously? Where is the proof that this 10 tons of gold even exists? We just told you, the president of Marumu. Aren't you just parroting the lies of father and a few of those close to him? Of course it's just a story, but still, Iniki, the amount of money Dad raised required a suitable amount of collateral. Even if the gold itself was just a rumor, it is an undoubtable fact that he showed them a treasure of comparable worth. It was just an illusion of money created by our penniless father. He acted as though he actually had gold that didn't exist, fooling his sponsors. It was probably the gamble of a lifetime. Luckily, his use of those funds proved successful. God, I hope that's true. If the Korean War demands hadn't come and the Ushiromiya family had not been restored, father would probably have been hounded after as the crook of the century. So you're saying the gold, and that's why I take after him with these stupid fucking hotel ideas. So are you saying the gold never existed and father made it all up? It was a fiction. Why are you calling him father? You're not his son. Of course. And because of that, the illusion of gold became a mere inconvenience once he'd achieved enough success. That's why, later on, father added all that about a witch and black magic, weakening the credibility of the entire story. In other words, he revealed that the illusion of the gold was a fabrication. If he claimed to have received the gold from a witch, no one would believe that it existed at all, right? It's also possible he said it for all of your sakes. Nevertheless, here comes some stupid offspring wanting to divide up this non-existent gold along with the rest of the inheritance. Okay, so put your money where your mouth is, bud. Say, alright, if there is gold, you three can split it up and I'll take the rest of the cash. If you think the gold and treasure is so real. There you go. See what they say. Rosa, don't tell me that even you believe in a fabrication like this. I can't prove whether or not father really had gold, but I will tell you that I asked George if he thinks it's real, and George says yes. Oh my god, George said it was? I guess it's right then. George is never wrong. I just want to claim my rightful share as one of father's 4 children. Oh, it seems even you have started to talk that way, Rosa. I see, so that's what you're all getting at. You're trying to claim that I'm attempting to keep all the gold for myself. Nissan, you've gathered best girls on the screen! You've gathered a massive supply of funds, that's a fact. You know what my favorite thing about Eva is? It's not her attitude. It's not that she can kick really high. It's not, what are these boobs? It's not her tattoo. It's not her gloves. It's that she's blonde. That's a fact. If we rule out the possibility that you've been embezzling father's personal funds, then there's only one possibility left, right? You found the gold. And Nikki, we've been thinking that you might have found those 10 tons of gold bars. Ridiculous. Such a thing never existed in the first place. Then explain yourself. Was it embezzlement of father's assets or father's hidden gold? Huh, okay, you know what? Maybe I did find the gold. How could you have gathered so much funding if not by one of these methods? Oh, the blonde hair is the hidden gold because it doesn't look blonde, but then you get closer and oh my god, it was blonde after all. Hidden in plain sight. Even I have many friends in the political and financial terms, financial realms. Is Kraus blonde according to you? Kraus is definitely more blonde than the painting, but it could be a light brunette. I I would accept someone calling this blonde. I think I would accept this as blonde. I have earned their cooperation, nothing more. And on that matter, I have no responsibility to explain myself to you. You understand, don't you? There are some topics that ought not to be spoken of. What? If you insist on that point, that's all well and good for now, but Nikki, Dad doesn't have long. Nobody can ensure that he'll live to see this day next year. The inheritance process will begin at the instant of Dad's death. Will it? We'll arrange for lawyers and accountants who are impartial to all of us and have them inspect Dad's financial situation. At that time, if it comes to light that you've unjustly interfered with Father's money, you understand, right? Will eat you. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. You're starting to make me feel as indignant as my wife was. Of course, Father's gold is a part of Father's fortune. Why are you calling him Father? We understand it's money you can't reveal openly. But the 4 siblings should have an equal right to it. Yoshi, make you like your name and hide. You shouldn't be talking. Only blood relatives talking. In other words, we're gonna have your financial situation investigated as well as Dad's to determine whether you're hoarding the gold or not. Isn't this a great opportunity? Right now, prove the existence of your so-called support from friends and acquaintances. That way, we can sportingly apologize for foolishly doubting you. Right, Rosa? That's right. Krasny-san, you are the one who's dodging the issue. If you were guiltless, wait, you could just prove that you were in the right, but you aren't even trying to do so. However, Nikki, we still have to consider your position here. As Dad's representative, you're probably bearing a larger share of the burden than we are. We've been living terribly relaxed lives until now, so it wouldn't be fair for the rest of us to complain without taking your efforts into account. Oh, it seems you cannot make up your mind whether to flatter me or slander me. Please get to the point. Basically, randomly investigating nitpicky aspects of Father's wealth seems like a pretty crude way to go about it. I love nitpicking. As you said, Krasny-san, there may have been movements of money that are difficult to explain. We've come to consult with you today while fully aware of that point. Both sides stand to gain from talking about this now. Okay, becoming more casual and American as time goes on, a consultation? Ho. When the inheritance is divided, you'll be rewarded for your years of hard work taking care of Dad by an agreement that's generous in your favor. Don't misunderstand us, Nissan. We aren't saying that we'll abandon our rights, but when we make our claim for what we deserve, we might as well offer a generous understanding for your position. That's what we mean. In other words, if you accept our conditions... Okay, so basically they know that Kraus has put himself in a hole, and they are willing to get him out of the hole if that means it's a smoother transition of the inheritance and Kraus is not going to put up a fight, because I guess they think that Kraus maybe has a claim that he could take all of the inheritance or way more than the share they're willing to give them, or maybe they know something that Kraus doesn't, or maybe there's something about the gold. Huh. Then when the inheritance is divided, we'll leave the investigation of Father's financial situation to you, Krasny-san. I feel like they know something he doesn't, which I don't understand how that could be when Kraus is the one that's living here, but I wonder what that means. All the siblings from Eva downward suspected that from Eva downward suspected that Kraus was trying to steal their father's wealth. Okay, isn't that just all of the siblings? Couldn't we just take this away? Is it just literally all of the siblings? Except, well, isn't that in the sentence? Like, all of Kraus's siblings, basically, right? Was trying to steal their father's wealth. So letting Kraus report the state of that wealth was extremely contradictory and a huge concession. If, as they claim, Kraus was actually embezzling money, Kraus would be able to hide that fact. Besides which, it'd be possible for him to control the distribution of the inheritance in a manner favorable to himself. Kraus, realizing this sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel suspicious. Yeah, I am too, actually. Do they think if he accepts it, then that's an admission of guilt, or... You couldn't help but worry about what they'd ask for in exchange. Oh. After mistrusting me completely, you now say you're willing to restore your confidence in me as the eldest sibling? What is it you want in return? Just what we deserve as siblings. You aren't the kind of person who'd steal Dad's property, but you also aren't being financed by some patron. Considering all that, there is a certain explanation that satisfies the rest of us. Nissan, you found 10 tons of gold and used that as collateral to gather some funding. Yes, just like father did in the past, right? If that's the case, there won't be any funny business in father's finances. You've always been a good son, looking after father. Why did we mistrust a person like that? You're being so roundabout, I can barely understand you. I think they're being really straightforward right now, Kraus. Kraus, please speak in clearer and more practical terms. Alright. Umineko reader. Our first condition, Aniki, you must admit that you found Dad's gold. Are you asking me to admit I possess gold that doesn't exist? Yes. Our second condition, just blasting right past it. You'll acknowledge that each sibling has a right to a share of the gold, and you will pay out those shares. Okay. So are they really just convinced that he did find the gold, and that gold isn't a part of the inheritance, and they want a part of it because it's probably equal to the rest of the monetary wealth, or even surpasses it? I'm surprised that they're so convinced. How foolish. With that non-existent 20 billion yen of gold, ooh, you know how much it's worth right off the top of your head. That would be 5 billion yen per person. Are you telling me to pay a total of 15 billion yen? Ridiculous. Keep listening till the end. We know that much money can't pop up out of nowhere. We're not asking you to make an impossible deal. Of course, regarding the portions of the gold, we plan to reward you plenty for your hard work until now. Our third condition. The portion of the gold to the one bearing the title of successor to the Ushiromiya head family will be 50%. The remainder will be considered the fair share for the siblings and divided up. Of course, this also includes you, Kraus Nissan. Of the 20 billion, 12.5 billion will go to Aniki. That's not... Am I dumb? 12.5 billion will go to Ava Nissan. Sorry, 2.5 billion will go to me, and 2.5 will go to Rosa. That division scheme makes me so grateful I could cry. It's 50% plus another one? Okay, so as Ushiromiya head family, that is considered another entity than being a sibling. So he gets the Ushiromiya head family share and a sibling share. Okay. Someone in chat said I'm being a little dumb for not understanding that right away. I don't think so, but okay, maybe it's a financing thing that I don't know, so I'll accept that. That division scheme makes me so grateful I could cry. So you're saying for the sake of the gold that doesn't exist, I must pay you 7.5 billion yen. What's wrong? Nissan, your share is 5 times the size of ours. These are such good terms, I'd be jumping for joy. Okay, now I think that they think the gold doesn't exist, and they're just doing this to get even more money and put a squeeze on him, but who knows? This is pretty smart on their part, actually. They've backed him into a corner now. So if there is gold, he's going to have to admit to it. And if there isn't gold, he's going to have to admit to embezzlement. And if he doesn't want to admit to embezzlement, he's going to have to pay them out with money he possibly can have and then have to be bankrupt or whatever. Or he's going to put himself in a really bad situation. The other ones are better. Okay, so yeah, they've completely fucked him. He's in such a corner right now. Our fourth condition, the gold will be liquidated and distributed along with the inheritance at the time of father's death. However, as a deposit, 10% of our portions are to be paid to us promptly. These payments must be made before March of next year. What do you think, Krasny-san? This is an ideal chance for you to restore the trust regarding your handling of father's assets, isn't it? So Kraus must be in such a shitty situation that he's going to take whichever one of these is most palatable to him. Sounds like the fourth one, maybe. Because I don't think he has the money. Of course, it might be impossible to get a whole 7.5 billion before father dies, but it should be possible for you to manage a deposit of 750 million, right? Paying 700 million in half a year might sound like a pain, but you should be able to manage it with all your friends in the political and business spheres. Normally, we'd hope to receive the 7.5 billion right now, all at once, but out of concern for you, we'll show our sincerity by asking for only 10% of that for the time being. The remaining 90% can wait until the inheritance is distributed. See? Even you'd be capable of managing a mere 10% to show your sincerity. Okay. So, sorry to keep interrupting it with speculation. Hopefully you're enjoying it and it's not too tiring. But I wonder if... Are they so hard up for money that they need it badly? Or are they just greedy motherfuckers? Or is it not really so much about greed in that they just really, really do not like their older brother and they just want to make this hurt as much as possible? Or do they not think the money is there anymore and they're trying to make the best of it? I wonder. Or it could be a mix of all of them. So you're trying to sell me the right to assess father's financial situation for 750 million yen. How impressive. You all certainly have grown. To think that I'm now the one being offered deals. Nissan, if you accept these terms, the rest of his siblings will leave the investigation of father's assets to you. However, the results of that investigation will be subject to scrutiny. It's only natural, right? We'd be so sad if you manage things so that our 7.5 billion share shrink. We'll avoid complaining as a general rule. Just make sure you do it neat and tidy. As long as you don't try anything that's blatantly obvious, we've got no intention of stirring things up. We want our inheritance quickly, too. We don't want it to get all drawn out and left hanging. If a complaint is made, who would carry out the follow-up investigation? Nay and Joe, we don't mind if it's you. This is probably the first and last chance for our siblings to reach a consensus. I believe it won't come to that. Cackly, cackly. Looks like even you can speak up now and then, Rosa. By this point, it's obvious that Kraus wasn't at all trusted as the oldest sibling, so there's no need to go into detail. And yet, the scene is so good, and then here's just a nugget of shit. I'm sorry, I know it's nitpicky when it like to be like, it's just one line, who cares? But at the same time, it's such an unnecessary line. God damn. The formerly tyrannical oldest brother had always abused his privileges and violated the other sibling shares. It was in response to this that the other three, now adults, were finally teaming up and striking back for the first time. Sorry, but there's more. Our fifth condition. This decision must take precedence over father's will. Later on, we don't want some will to appear and make this decision completely irrelevant. Wait, what? Can you do that? Okay, so do you think that the dad is going to leave everything to Kraus? And you're trying to supersede that with an agreement that you already made with Kraus beforehand? Holy shit. I see that you're very cautious. Then let me ask, if the gold really were found, what would you do? Liquidate it, Lameo. Since you'll be making payments for us for what the gold's worth, the rest of us really don't care if we ever see the gold or not. You can think of our share as an advance payment. I mean, I'd like to see it. Giggle-y, giggle-y. It's good to have dreams, isn't it? You plan to turn this island into a resort, right? You might stumble upon the gold by chance during construction. Eva let out a high-pitched laugh. Kraus watched but didn't even flinch. Okay, so you don't think there's gold. This is just a complete hustle. Alright, I respect it. Let me add a seventh condition before I accept. You all never come back here. Fuck off. In the situation that any sibling other than myself finds the gold, they will immediately turn it over to me. Yes, of course, we'll hold on to it for you. Okay, so you think there is gold, and you don't. Alright. I like this gold back and forth, giggle. Also, you will be nice to my wife. Nope, no can do. Nope, deal's off. It was a play on words. Of course the others, who were forcing Kraus to pay money for some non-existent gold, wouldn't save Kraus his portion if they actually found it. From the beginning, this deal had been nothing more than a threat directed at Kraus. Regardless of the actual facts, it was still extremely likely that Kraus was embezzling his father's assets. When Kinzo faced death at last and had his inheritance distributed, some unpleasant facts would surely come to light that could easily become fatal to Kraus. The others had spotted this weak point and were threatening their brother. Yeah, we know, their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wring a huge sum of money out of him. However, they had forgotten one thing. They'd forgotten that their brother's brain moved so swiftly, at least when it came to cunning and guile, that they'd been forced to band together to combat him. While Eva couldn't stop smiling, sure of her victory, Kraus let out a gloating laugh to show how relaxed he was. Ho, 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 ho. Let's hear it. Yay! This all makes for such a touching story. My estrangement from you all has left a deep pain in my heart. If accepting these conditions means we siblings can become friends again, it would please me to no end. I'd be happy to agree to your deal. Rejoice, Rosa. We have reached an understanding. Uh-oh. Rose's expression dimmed under her blonde hair. It was never a good sign when her brother started talking like this. Eva also keenly picked up on this. That's why she was unable to wipe away a sense of unease even though Kraus had obediently accepted the deal. My, how obedient of you, Same word. It's not like you at all, Nissan. What a cruel thing to say. Are you implying I have some ulterior motive? Of course I don't. I'm just the same as all you. Just the same as all you. He seemed to emphasize just that one part. The color of Rudolph's face darkened. To him, it sounded as though Kraus was saying, I have a plan similar to yours. Yeah, okay. So Rudolph panicked. His nose started to glow. He rushed to bring this nearly resolved discussion to a conclusion. Then we're good. So, Aniki, would you mind signing here? This is a written contract summarizing the discussion we've just been having. There's one for each of us. Everyone will sign for the same contents. Rudolph took 4 written contracts out his breast pocket that had the details of their deal written on them. The 7th condition you propose will, of course, be added right now. Don't worry about that. Aniki, need a pen? Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to Kraus. What are these, boobs? Kraus made as if to accept it, but then, with a small laugh, he drew back his hand without taking it and spoke. Actually, in order to ensure that this agreement is properly executed, I'd like to propose an amendment on just one point. As soon as Kraus said that single sentence, all of the siblings felt as though something ominous was creeping up their backs at the same time. That won't do. We've already decided, haven't we? Just stay quiet and sign it. Why are you in such a hurry, Eva? Of course I'll sign. I promise the share of the gold going to all of you will be 7.5 billion yen. I also promise that when father's inheritance is distributed, I will cleanly and neatly liquidate it. However, there is one point I simply must insist that you compromise on. What are you talking about? What don't you like? The part about promptly paying 10% of your share, 750 million yen. As you point out, my financial situation is far from prosperous. While I can guarantee that I will collect on various future investments, I must admit I am quite poor at the present moment. In short, I have absolutely no money that I can move around right now. I am incompetent and my business sense is dull. Since I am the loser you all claim me to be, I don't have the power to move 750 million yen in just half a year. That can't be true. Are you trying to deceive us with such a half-baked trick? Hey, you're the one who said it. You're the one who said that I'm short-sighted and I was too early. Just your words. At the time of the division of the inheritance, I will liquidate everything at once. Remove the condition that I must pay you 10% in advance. That is the only condition under which I am willing to sign. Krasny-san, that 10% is nothing more than a number to measure your sincerity, isn't it? All things being equal, you shouldn't have any room to negotiate at all. We're doing you a huge favor by offering to let things slide for just 10% in good faith money. Now that we've explained that, you rejecting our offer would seriously damage our trust and relationship, right? Okay, what kind of argument is this? If he doesn't have the money, he doesn't have the money. Hideyoshi had a humble expression on his face and was rubbing his hands together, but his eyes weren't calm at all. Kraus had already seen through to the shadow in the depths of those eyes. Humph. Why are you all in such a rush? Or could it be that you're afraid of something? Rosa, won't you tell me alone? Secretly, so the rest of the siblings can't hear. Oh, it's not as though I... Quit it, Aniki. All we're asking is whether you're going to sign or not. Just forget about making any strange deals or any other suspicious moves. Oh, you say I have no room to negotiate? Are you trying to claim that I am in a weak position, which therefore puts us in an unequal relationship? Shivers began to crawl up Rudolph's back. He began to feel himself getting overwhelmed by the height of his brother's completely insurmountable wall. He was 5'10", and the long shadow that existed since they were children. If only Battler was here. Shouldn't deals be made between those on even footings? From my perspective, this deal will help restore a long-lost trust of my younger siblings and deepen the love between us. It's an old problem that's been eating at me, and one I would prefer to resolve as soon as possible. I would be overjoyed if we could resolve it today. However, it seems I'm not the only one who'd be quite glad to close this deal quickly, am I wrong? Kraus stared at each of his siblings. They avoided his gaze with animal-like instinct. Only Hideyoshi was slow in avoiding it, because he wasn't one of the siblings. So he was caught by Kraus's gaze. Hideyoshi-san, I hear your company has been doing extremely well lately. At a brisk pace, it went public, and both its track record and its stock prices have soared. I am truly jealous. We aren't here to talk about my husband. But your husband is here to talk. However, it is unfortunate you have neglected your stockholders. It's even more unfortunate that you were unable to solidify your base when you became stock listed. Before you realized it, some bad-natured colleagues of yours had bought up a huge share of your company's stock, right? I'm one of them. How could you know about that? The same way you knew about me. If it's possible to collect evidence proving that no one would offer a loan to me, then it's possible for me to collect evidence on you. Is it really so expected as that? Kraus grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face was rapidly turning pale. Hideyoshi's company was a restaurant chain management company that he'd started from nothing. Doubt? So doubt, thanks to Hideyoshi's management efforts, the company had achieved success repeatedly, expanding its range, and a petition to make it a stock-listed company had recently succeeded. The greatest advantage of being in the stock holding system is that you can sell stock certificates and gain a large amount of financing. That amount tends to be far greater than a business's normal profits. So this is an extremely effective way to gather massive funds to expand a business even further. However, in exchange for financing the company, the stockholders gain certain rights. They're given rights to allow them to observe and guide the company they've invested in, leading to profits even greater than their original investments. This kind of situation always seemed kind of fucked up to me. I guess it must really be worth it. This right is guaranteed to the stockholder. I know very little about business, by the way. This right is guaranteed to the stockholders, and they sometimes use it to dismiss ineffectual management. The right allows them to keep an eye on management and prevent the money they've invested in the company from going to waste. However, if they use it forcibly, they can inject the former management and take over the company. After all, dismissing management and nominating new management are powers held by the general body of all shareholders. That power is determined by the majority decision of the stockholders, and people who hold more stock get to cast more votes. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out the old management and make the president anyone they'd like. If they want, it's also possible for them to make themselves president. Most companies take various defensive measures to stop malicious people from buying up their stock and threatening their position, like ensuring that lots of stock is bought by those close to them, such as company employees. However, Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock listed, and he hadn't had time to strengthen those defensive measures. Or maybe Hideyoshi was so engrossed in the management of his company that he couldn't properly understand the dangers of being stock listed. It's hard to say whether he should be viewed as a kind-hearted manager immersed in the work of management, or a foolish manager who had his feet swept out from under him. But either way, Kraus is now his boss. In other words, there existed some people who wouldn't let him get away with that naivety unscathed. They began repeatedly buying up stock in Hideyoshi's company, rapidly gaining such strength that they couldn't be ignored. They then sent anonymous documents to the shareholders in an attempt to gain control of a majority. The documents read, "The current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the needs of the stockholders. Let us force the current management to retire, cut the current wasted investments, and let this company be born again as one that gives more back to the stockholders." That seems pretty fast. It's very difficult to make the actual state of a company's management known. The fruits of Hideyoshi's sleepless nights and constant concern for his company were cruelly distorted, and he lost the trust of his stockholders. Thanks to these efforts, this group had almost collected a majority of the company's stock. At that point, even Hideyoshi noticed and started to buy back the stock, but the stockholders really realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition maneuver, and each demanded a ridiculous price for the shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy back. They continually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in the negotiation of the price. One of the certainties of capitalism is that the price will rise when two parties vie for the same thing. So true. And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. So in the end, whoever manages to buy up the most stock wins. Put another way, whoever has the most money wins. Unless Hideyoshi could obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he could easily lose all he had built so far. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. I want to go to Tatari. He couldn't wait for the division of Kinzo's inheritance since no one knew when he would die. And you, Rudolph, have been in quite a lot of trouble lately too, haven't you? You always hear people say it's terrifying overseas, but it seems it really is true. American trials are settled quite emotionally. They never hand down generous judgments to foreigners. Is Kairi still here, being quiet, or did she leave? Nanjo left. Is Kairi still here? Weren't you advised by your lawyer that making a settlement with the other party would be more economical in the long run? Oh, did. What's this? Alright, well, it's just some trouble from work. No big deal. Nothing you can't settle with money. Kairi immediately guessed the meaning behind the subtle expression on Rudolph's face. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge and had been worrying over it alone. That's right. In this world, anything can be settled with money. After all, it can even buy back the broken bonds between siblings. America is very fussy about the violation of rights. But with money, anything can be settled. Long live capitalism. Though rumor has it that the settlement money could be as high as several $1 million. Oh man, that's like a trillion yen. Rudolph had been building a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche industry. However, a niche is a niche. It definitely wasn't a business exposed to the light of day. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights. For various reasons, it was thought that victory for Rudolph in this trial would be extremely unlikely, and he was being forced into an all-out surrender. But even so, there was a way for this to be resolved, with money. If he could just pay that money, it might still be painful, but he'd be able to pick himself back up. But if he didn't pay, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. All right, so this is gonna come back. Rosa, you're you're a good and noble little sister. You wouldn't get yourself involved in a dangerous money game. They're gonna be standing over the pile of gold later, and you have a chance to kill someone to take the gold for you. And right before he kills him, it'd be like, therefore, he wanted. You wouldn't get yourself involved in a dangerous money game. However, your soft-hearted nature has brought you trouble, hasn't it? In my opinion, becoming a co-signer for anything isn't something one should enter into lightly. That's none of your business, Krausny-san! Rosa uncharacteristically laid bare her emotions and yelled. After all, no one was supposed to know that. As Kraus watched, he let slip a muffled laugh. Without exception, every one of them, more than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now. In other words, the situation had been reversed. After all, the person the younger siblings were threatening was the only one who had no urgent need for a large sum of money. The other three, however, wanted a lot of money quickly, no matter the cost. Okay, so it's not just I want money because I have money, I want more money. They're desperate for it. Okay, so they have needs. Obviously, I think if they lost what they had, their companies, or they'd still be well off. So it is just, in the end, it is still greed, but they don't want to lose their standard of living. Okay, but they need it for that. All right. Kraus was extremely sly. He had known of their Achilles heel from the beginning. I'm surprised there was a reversal here. Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden his knowledge until the very end, striking back only after analyzing their attitudes. If it were possible, I would like nothing more than to raise some money for my adorable siblings in their time of need. But unfortunately, I have nothing on hand. If you know any sponsors that might be able to raise a whole 750 million, I suggest you try there first. Kraus's elated words were so obviously detached from what he actually felt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. If they could think of a sponsor that convenient, they wouldn't have kept up the charade. They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all other options. However, if you do insist on relying on your big brother, I wouldn't mind using my influence to help you find such a sponsor. Oh wait, I do believe you said that I have no influence. Well then, I'm afraid it won't be much help to you. God damn. Yeah. Kraus's low, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor. Man, I don't know who to root for here. The younger siblings who had been driving the oldest brother into a corner until a moment ago could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth. Eva, don't make me laugh. I guess. Sat upon. As if I'd ever put myself in your debt. Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. I'm laughing. If we relied on you, how exactly would you help us? I told you, didn't I? All I can do is find other sponsors for you. Of course, I will negotiate for the highest interest rate possible. Damn you. Taking advantage of us. Honey, please calm down. I am calm. I'm extremely cool. I'm not owned right now. I'm not owned at all. I'm actually extremely calm and cool right now. Not owned at all. I'm chilling, actually. I'm listening to some music. I'm laughing. I'm not mad. You bastard. Kairi grabbed her husband's hand, but that action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. Kraus laughed as though watching something highly amusing. Fucking had a chance for a nice simile there, but nope. We're just gonna plain fucking boiled rice fucking language. Okay, in times like these, it certainly would be nice to find father's hidden gold. If you did, you could split up to 2.5 billion yen portions right now. How sad, how very sad, how extremely, totally, truly, hopelessly sad. Tonight, let us all drink together, as we solve the riddle of Beatrice's epitaph and discover the location of father's hidden gold. Tonight, let us... Oh, sorry. If we four friendly siblings work together, there is surely no puzzle we cannot solve. Man, I'm starting to root for this Kraus guy. Natsui crying in the chat. Man, this painting is everywhere. Humph. Quite an entertaining scheme. Well then, what are the conditions they've attached? Well, whether or not Kraus-sama actually discovers the gold, he'll pay Iba-sama, Rudolph-sama, and Rose-sama a total of 7.5 billion yen for their shares. Okay, so they signed? Or what? Alright, so Canon is reporting to Kinzo? However, 10% of that will be paid before March. Kraus, you dunce, to think you would have his feet swept out from under him by his younger siblings. How truly amusing. It sounds as though they tripped when going in for the kill, yes? Pin? Oh, hey, Greg. Do you think Joe would let me guess and do voiceovers with him for this game? Oh, that would be fun. Would anyone want to hear me read next to you? Do you have a favorite character, Greg? I want to watch Joe get outplayed. I actually don't know this IP, but it looks amazing. I'm enjoying it so far. It had a slow opening, but it's been really interesting the past, I don't know, last hour, last stream, and the first hour of the stream. It's been very interesting. Don't worry, it'll be slow later too. What are these boobs? What time is it actually? Where are we at? Alright, we've been live for an hour and 16 minutes. Yeah, so I think it's been about, we've been reading for a little under an hour, right? Okay, if the game is that long, surely we can schedule a stream where I can join. Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, we should definitely do that. Are you on Discord, Greg? I'm on Discord? Okay. I'll email you after today's stream, and I'll see if I can talk to you on Discord. I think that would be faster than email. I'm actually almost caught up with my Discord DMs as well. And we'll see if we can make something happen. That'd be really fun. I'll join your server. Oh, that'd be great. Oh, awesome. Thanks, Greg. Oh, that's pretty exciting. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. All right. All right. I'm a little stun locked. Okay. Clean the server. Oh no. What is Jads? Oh, do you want to hear the song? What is... Can someone link the Dragon's Den real quick so I can play it? What is Jads? What the fuck is... How are you... No, not that one. Not that one. The song. Here we go. What is Jads? What do you mean, what is Jads? Jads, Joseph Anderson Discord server. That's just the name of the Discord server. What is... Okay, that's exciting. Anyway, let me continue. Let me continue. Hold on. Let me get my window. All right. Yes. Kraus-sama exposed the fact that Iba-sama and the younger siblings all have an urgent need to get money. Humph. Is there even any need to expose such obvious facts? That irresolute, incompetent man? Irresolute. Am I saying that right? Irresolute.
Irresolute.
Irresolute, not irresolute. Irresolute.
Irresolute.
Irresolute. Okay. What are they doing now? That conversation has been put on hold for the time being. Now, Beatrice Sama's epitaph is being discussed. So they're trying to solve the riddle and find out where my gold is hidden. So there is gold. Yes. Okay, I wasn't expecting Kanon to report to Kinzo. Kinzo set down his spectacles and snorted. Will the miracle be fulfilled first, or will those fools expose the gold first? What a show this will be. At the very moment those fools solve my puzzle, I will suffer utter defeat. They can suck my corpse down to the last fragment of bone. The greed of fools can allow great magic to bring forth a miracle, and yet, if the fulfillment of the miracle comes first, Beatrice will be resurrected again. The smile I've been chasing half my life will be restored. Oh. I don't have to read that one. Soon will come the sacred night when we shall bet upon a miracle, and the game of demons shall begin. I will surely prove triumphant and survive. I'll let you have the lives of all those others. I don't need wealth or honor or assets or gold or anything. All I want is to see your smile one last time. Cough, cough, cough. Kinzo choked, apparently in great pain. Kanon got closer and tried to pat his master's back, but Kinzo motioned for him to stop. Do you know why I went to the trouble exposing the hidden location of the gold in a place that everyone can see? No. It is because magical power is determined by risk. If the number of people who try to discover Beatrice's gold is great, and the danger of them succeeding is great as well, then the power of magic will bring about a grand miracle if we succeed despite the odds. I really like bullshit magical rules like this. Like, there was an idea for a magic system that I had for a story that I want to be a game, actually, which was that one of the laws of a magic spell is that no matter how powerful it is, there must always be a way to undo it or circumvent it, you know? And like whoever's casting the spell can also take a lot of pains to make that as difficult as possible, but there must always be, no matter what the spell is, there must always be a way to like fight against it, no matter like how unlikely it may seem. I love shit like that. In other words, magic is a game. It is not the case that the one who performs the best becomes the victor. The victor performs the best because he has been granted magic. Do you see? It is similar to how the miracle of life can be granted only after winning against the divine odds of several 100 million to 1. Is this a little difficult for you? My apologies. That's fine. It all comes down to this. I will give all that I have built up to the one who solves the mystery of Beatrice's epitaph. Man, they love showing chandeliers in this. Wealth, honor, gold, and the inheritance of the Ushiromiya family, everything that I have established. My children certainly aren't the only ones with the right to attempt to solve this riddle. Anyone who solves the riddle will have the right to gain everything, even you. Yes, however, I couldn't possibly understand such a difficult riddle. Of course, I made it difficult, but you must try to solve it as well. That will form the seed that summons the miracle of my magic. If everyone attempts it and everyone fails, that will be that. However, if the miracles come together and give birth to magical power, it will happen. Beatrice will revive. That is why you must attempt it too. Everyone must attempt it, and in doing so, they will give strength to my magic. Do you understand? Yes, I will try. You know what? I believe him. For a long while, Kinzo repeatedly muttered to himself, agitated and clutching at his head. Kanon stayed where he was, alert and unmoving, until he was given the next order from his master. Kinzo eventually realized this. Very well. Leave me. There is a bag of sweets on the liquor cabinet. You can take some with you as a reward. I'm fine. Okay, so has the insignia. Not every servant has the insignia. Is this a bastard child or bastard grandchild? And Shannon is as well? Or, like, I'm surprised you let him in. So because you let him in, is it, like, trusted servants get the insignia? Or is Kanon and Shannon, they're definitely related. Or is Kanon and Shannon, are they Genji's kids and you consider Genji family? After all, I am furniture. Yeah, there's the creepy furniture line again. So furniture doesn't eat sweets? Well, I suppose it stands to reason. In that case, leave me. Yes, excuse me. Furniture does eat sweets. The little candies can fall behind cushions all the time. Canon bowed and left the study. As the door closed, a heavy locking noise sounded out. But it was not the sound of Canon locking the door. It was the door locking automatically. No one could enter without Kinzo's permission, and once they left, they could not enter again. Okay, definitely setting up a locked room mystery. It was a mechanism that Kinzo, unable to trust his blood relatives, had created to seal himself up in his own study and isolate himself from the outside world. Does he have a bathroom in there? He was already unable, or at least a sink. He was already unable to trust anyone accepting. He was already unable to trust anyone accepting. Not the children who shared his blood, but those... Okay, but those servants who called themselves furniture. Yeah, you have the insignia too. Nanjo-sama, how are you feeling? Ah, Genji-san. It's just that there's no place for me to be anymore. With a bitter laugh, Nanjo turned to face the door to the parlor. That look was apparently enough to tell Genji what Nanjo wanted to say. For the most part, Genji also understood the family situation. It must have made him want to frown, knowing that right now in the lounge, the master he served was being discussed so disrespectfully. But it would have been difficult to gather that from his indifferent expression. Okay, so because this is narration, is that... Can we take narration as true in this? I wonder. Because that would be quite a good bit of information to know that Genji actually genuinely does care about Kinzo. I wonder if we can or not. We'll have to see. But it would have been very difficult to gather that from his indifferent expression. Still. Have we spent more time as the floating narrator now than we have as Battler? And is Battler the floating narrator? I don't think so. Maybe? Still, I don't understand. Why did Kinzo-san have something so provocative written, I wonder? Nanjo looked at the portrait of Beatrice. No, he actually directed his gaze beneath the portrait at the plate of the epitaph, with the epitaph. I do not presume to understand the master's thoughts. However, I'm sure he had a deep reason for doing so. Okay, can we see the epitaph, please? So, like I can try and solve it, and therefore give Kinzo more power when I can't? Since long ago, when Kinzo-san played chess, he would always prepare his moves according to some far-reaching judgment. Yes, sometimes even to make moves I couldn't understand. For an average person like me, it was impossible to see through to whatever he was planning. Sometimes I wonder if this might be some kind of will in the master's eyes. Perhaps he wishes to hand over his wealth and title to the one who can understand it. So you're thinking he may have wanted the four siblings to work together and solve the riddle before some outsider like myself solved it. Kinzo-san may speak of his children in insulting terms, but perhaps he also wants them to repair the relationship. He's being mean to them for the right reasons. Oh man, look at this blonde. It certainly... How? It certainly would be heartwarming if, as Nanjo had suggested, this epitaph had been made to repair the siblings' relationship. Okay, you know what? Real quick, just in case I'm being ignorant of how some people or some cultures use the term blonde. Does blonde just mean not dark hair to some people? Because if that's the case, alright, if that's what that word means to you, then I agree. But if blonde means, you know, yellowish light hair, I don't see any yellow here whatsoever. Like this is auburn. I would say this is ginger before I would say it's blonde. You're colorblind, Joe? Really? Guys, I fetishize blondes, therefore I'm an authority on this. It's a kink, not a fetish. And yes, true, Chad in the chat. Yeah, It's literally brown or ginger. I know, right? Am I just being trolled? Have you heard of the descriptor dirty blonde? Yes, and this is not it. It certainly would have been heartwarming if Nanjo had suggested this epitaph had been made to repair siblings' relationship. I really want to read it. However, both Nanjo and Genji knew that nothing could be more impossible than this. They'd known Kinzo longer than anyone, and Kinzo trusted them more than his own relatives, but even they could not guess at his true motives. The master always says that everyone has the right to try and solve the riddle, even if they aren't a member of his family. What about you, Dr. Nanjo? No, it's a little too difficult a puzzle for this senile old man. Actually, I once wrote this epitaph down on my notebook. Night after night, I would try to solve it before going to sleep. But it really is hard. He was pretending not to care for a second there, and he's like, nah, whatever, I'll just say it. It looks like we might have some free time to relax and consider it before someone comes to get us. What do you say, Genji-san? I am nothing more than furniture in service to the master. Oh, even you say it! Gold and assets are necessary to me. Ma, you're very modest. I imagine that's why Kinzo-san trusts you so much. If so, I am honored. As Nanjo lightly laughed in response, he once again looked at the epitaph. How did the furniture line get established if even Kinzo is nicer to them? Maybe he's nicer in his older age or something, or maybe taking the sweets was a trick for Canon and he knows better? Huh. Behold the sweet fish. Oh, is this the epitaph? Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The epitaph on the portrait called My Beloved Witch Beatrice goes as follows. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The fuck does that mean? As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the Golden Land. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who... How big is this epitaph? On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. What are these, boobs? On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. Skyrim. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the 9th twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain the power of the Golden Land's treasures once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch Beatrice. Okay. That was a lot. I was expecting maybe a sentence. Can we see a map of Rockinjima and the island looks like a person? So, on the 12th twilight, the journey ends, and you reach the Golden Land. You really are diligent, Maria. You did a good job writing this all down. Ooh, I forget a lot, so I always write things down. Mama told me to. There was a notebook inside the handbag Maria was always carrying around. Okay, so you can write. So you're not stupid. You're just odd? Sorry, if you weren't here for last stream, that might have been rude. She does not act her age at all. She acts like she's a 4-year-old, okay? She's 9, but she acts like she's 4. She can't talk properly. She can't communicate properly. But she can write, and she can read. So, okay. She's special. Is touched an acceptable word? Like when someone is special, someone say like they're gifted, like they're touched in some way? Is that a term that some people know or no? No? People don't know that term? No, that's fine. Really? never heard that? Like it's meant to be like touched by an angel or a spirit or something like that. People have never heard of that? Touched by a devil. Maybe it is. Maybe it is got a devil thing. Yeah. Okay. A couple of people have heard of it in chat, but not very many. Okay. There was a notebook inside the handbag Maria was always carrying around, and Beatrice's epitaph was copied onto it. Thanks to that, we were able to challenge the puzzle of the epitaph while walking down this beach. Jessica and the rest had already tried to solve it several times, and had already gotten bored with it. However, since this was a first for me, I was so excited that I couldn't stop. It really tickled my sense of adventure. Let's start with the first line. Behold the sweet fish river running through my beloved hometown. Where was grandfather's hometown again? I heard that before the war, the Ishiromiya family had a mansion near Odawara, which makes you want to know which sweet fish river flows through Odawara, right? Yeah, because that river would be the starting place. Anyone searching for the Golden Land would head down that and search for the key. What's this river in Odawara? Well, it's probably a river on the island, because now this is his new home. Or maybe it's even from the witch's perspective, not from Kinzo's perspective. Because I don't think we're leaving the island in this story. I guess we might. I mean, God, the story's long enough. Maybe we do. Does it have sweet fish swimming in it? Maybe it's a metaphorical river. If you're looking for sweet fish in Odawara, it'd have to be Hayakawa. It's famous for its mountain stream fishing. Ooh, I hate fish. Bad memories. Ehehe, Maria, you'll understand when you get a bit older. Lick, 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 salty roasted sweet fish. Yummy. Even though we just ate, I'm getting hungry again. Shall I bring you a biscuit? How were the cookies? Oh, sorry, that's not what I meant. Don't mind it. Shannon-chan was faithfully keeping us company since she didn't have any afternoon chores for a while. I would have thought that, since she's a servant, accompanying us would force her to take care of us and tire her out, but that didn't seem to be the case for her. On the contrary, she seemed to enjoy joining in on a conversation with people close to her age. When I asked, I heard that she was the sort of worker whose room and board were supplied by her employer, so normally the only person close to her in age was Jessica. What about Canon? Too young, maybe? A couple years younger? Yeah, I can imagine how that might be pretty dull. Okay, so I get that the sweet fish-filled river near Odawara is Hayakawa. In that case, we've got to go down it. Do you find anything if you head down Hayakawa River? If you follow it downstream, you'll arrive at the ocean. Of course, you'd reach the mouth of the river. And the third line of the epitaph was, as you travel down it, you will see a village. By the way, since long ago, the mouths of rivers have been key points in transportation, and large cities tend to be built there. Very true. The ocean is a road that goes in every direction. That'd be the next checkpoint. That's a pretty good theory. Just like you guessed, there's an old city there that was very prosperous in ancient times. That's where Odawara Castle is. A castle? I think I might have gone to Odawara Castle on a field trip once. It really was a wonderful castle. In fact, it was so wonderful that they made a replica of the castle on the other side of the island, but no one lives there. Let's not go there. Yeah, I also went there. Even though I live in a Western-style house, it's true that Japanese people feel calmer with the Japanese layout. Ooh, castles are boring. Theme parks are better. Ooh, castles are not boring. Theme parks are also good, though. I see. Okay, if we find the gold, the Great Battler-sama will generously reserve a whole theme park for a day and let you play in it. Still, Odawara Castle, huh? The hidden gold of Odawara Castle. Oh ho, it's actually starting to sound pretty good. Well, we figured out that much 2 years ago. The village down the river where the sweet fish swim in Odawara, we figured it was probably somewhere near Odawara Castle. The problem is the next line. Okay, let's see where Battler's strange reasoning can take him. Jessica grinned broadly. She seemed to be implying that she would have solved the puzzle long ago if it was that easy. Look at characters getting new information and then actually discussing the new information they just received, having fun, like enjoying themselves, showing a little bit of their character while they're discussing and theorizing, instead of being introduced to a fucking robot or a talking dog and then having one line and then right back to school. Who cares? Not going to discuss it. Whoa, robots on the team now? Who cares? It's fine. Just keep going. We don't need to have a talk about this. We don't need to theorize why there's a robot, how they have the robot tech, what Ikutsuki even meant by that. You know why? She can talk to dogs? Could you talk to anyone else? Look at this, man. Look at it. Damn it. I'll definitely find it and keep it for myself. The fourth line, in that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. I don't know what it means by the two, but anyway, the shore. Okay, gotta be like a rock formation or something, or a landmark. What does it mean by the shore? No, wait. Or 2 towers? Is there any place near the shore, or with shore or Kishi in its name? I've heard there's a place called Soga Kishi in Adawara. Huh? Wow, you sure know a lot about it. Yeah, that's kind of suspicious, actually. What could that mean? Shannon-chan, are you trying to solve the riddle and get the gold too? That makes us rivals. It's not like I'm interested in gold. It's just that George-sama told me about it before. And I love George. That's because George's been pretty quiet, actually. That's because we reached the same conclusion 2 years ago. Oh, sorry. George is being quiet because George has already solved the puzzle and wants to let his cousins have the enjoyment of figuring it out too without spoiling. What a Chad. We even went to the trouble of laying out a map and looking it up. It was about 5 kilometers to the north of Odawara. We definitely found a place called Sogakishi there. However, after that we get stuck. The 5th line doesn't say where the key is hidden in that place. Maria-chan, could you read it for us? Ooh, there sleeps the key to the Golden Land. Ooh, I could read it. Sogakishi is probably large, and there wasn't ever any house built there by the Ushiromiya family. Not much we can do to find a key in such a vast area without any hints. Huh. You're right. And without the key, we can't advance to the next line. George and Nikki, what kind of place is Sogakishi? Let's see. I've never been there, so I don't really know, but according to the map, it's in the mountains. Alright, Sogakishi. So you look at the map, and where Sogakishi is written on the map, you go and stand where the key is in writing, and then you dig, and that's where the key is. It's under the key. I'm pretty sure it was at the base of Mount Asama. Something doesn't feel right. You'd expect the riddle pointing the way to hidden gold to be a bit more exact. I get the feeling that even the part about Sogakishi was a mistake. Well, I think it could be Sogakishi. It could be talking about some house the grandfather lived in when he was a kid that we don't know about. After all, the first line mentioned his beloved hometown. Shannon, you've served grandfather alcohol and stuff lots of times, right? Sorry, hasn't he ever talked to you about his past? The master almost never speaks of the past. However, he talks of the Great Kanto earthquake as though it was someone else's story. So he may have been living far away from the Kanto area. The Ushiromiya family may have been living in Adawara, but not all of the branch families were. Grandfather often called himself part of a branch family, the least connected to the successor. And that means the beloved hometown might not even be Adawara at all. I never heard anything about grandfather's hometown, and I doubt he'd actually tell me if I asked. If the so-called beloved hometown isn't referring to the Ushiromiya family's roots, then the Adawara theory is wrong from the beginning. Of course, this doesn't completely remove the possibility that it was Sogakishi. For example, perhaps he lived in Odawara when he was very young, but then moved far away later. I don't understand what you're all talking about. Ooh. Maria had been completely left out of the conversation, and she now sat puffing out her cheeks in boredom. So basically, if we can't even agree on the starting point for this dice game of gold, we're totally stuck. But wait, after the first 5 lines, the thing we end up finding is a key, right? Even if you don't have a key, it's always possible to bust through a door. Can't we just skip the first 5 lines and start figuring out the rest? Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Oh well, we're just wasting time anyway. Let's hear the rest of Battler's reasoning. But in the next part, it gets dark really fast. Shannon-chan frowned slightly. After looking back at Maria's notebook to recall what was written there, yeah, I was forced to agree. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. What the hell does that mean? It sure does get horrible quickly. On the second twilight, it says to tear apart the 2 who are close. Does that mean to make them break off their loving relationship? Or does it mean to literally tell them apart? Tear them apart? I don't know, but either way, it's pretty disgusting. Even if we set that second line aside, it mentions 6 people for the first twilight, then 5 people for the 4th through 8th. How can people be involved? Unless it's people, like, something representing people, or is there some amount of, like, precognition going on here? It's like a spell. Predetermine people in a ritual somehow. But then how could you solve it ahead of time? I don't know. Okay. I feel like I don't have enough information. Maybe it's not something that can be solved. Maybe it's just a guiding line for the story. Then 5 people for the 4th through 8th twilights. Oh, for the 4th through 8th twilights. So at least 11 people must be sacrificed. Their sacrifices to revive Bitorichi. I see. Sacrifices to restore the witch. Yeah, that's what it'd mean. Near the end, the witch will be revived on the 9th twilight. That last part is guaranteed. Just to go to sleep forever? On the 9th twilight, the witch will revive, and none shall be left alive. So everyone will die in the end. And after that, the 10th twilight is the goal line. Not sure how you're supposed to reach the Golden Land if everyone is dead by then. Depending on how you interpret it, the traveler who holds the key may or may not be included in the none shall be left alive part. Huh. Kinzo was the only one left alive, and the rest of his family died. But he said he also made this riddle. But at the end, there's something pretty interesting. After reaching the goal, the witch gives out 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold. The problem is the next one. It says the dead souls will be resurrected, right? Doesn't that sound like it means everyone who died in the earlier times? If you put it like that, then the part about reviving lost love might refer to the pair torn apart on the 2nd twilight. That's right. And the 4th one refers to the 9th twilight. The 4th treasure is putting the witch revived on the 9th twilight to sleep. Getting some big Dragon Ball Z vibes right now, but if we put a happy spin out on all this, it'll be hectic with people dying and breaking up all over the place, but it'll all be made right in the end. The awakened witch will sleep again, and everything will be like it was at the start, except with a huge pile of gold. The witch must be pretty busy with all that killing, reviving, breaking up, and reuniting people. She must need a cookie. Not to mention waking up and sleeping. Sheesh, just when the tale of the hidden gold was getting interesting. Sorry, just when the tale of the hidden gold is getting interesting, it all gets pretty dubious once the witch starts showing up. Too true, Kakali. I laughed along with Jessica. After all, the idea of a witch was just too ridiculous. Of course, once we started laughing like that, Maria, who believed in the witch, got angry. Ooh, the witch is incredible. She can do anything with magic. Even kill, even bring back to life, even give love, even take it. She can fly in the sky, can become invisible, can even make gold and bread out of nothing. Ooh, 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 ooh. Irk. Dang. My bad, we were just joking. Jessica apologized, sticking out her tongue, but Maria didn't accept it. Loves the witch. She grabbed her notebook back out of my hands and, opening to some other pages, tried to prove that the witch existed. Those pages had colorful drawings of witches on them, and well conveyed the fantastical image Maria had of witches. It wasn't the normal sinister image of a crooked-nosed hag flying around on a broom, but a dreamlike person with unnatural powers who could do anything and wore a beautiful dress. It was just what you'd expect from an imaginative young girl that's played the Witcher series. Flitting through the sky, crossing a rainbow, dancing around all night with a teacup and a teapot that would never get empty no matter how much she poured out of it. With a flourish of her staff, the stars in the sky would become candy and pour down, and flowers that produce sweets would bud by the roadside. That sounds nice. To Maria, witches were the only concept that could embody the magical dream that so captivated her. As she grew older, it was the last remaining thing that could give richness to her dull and plain everyday life. That's why Maria believed in witches. She didn't want that dream of hers to be tarnished. That's why she didn't want anyone to tarnish the epitaph which affirmed the existence of witches. Because the witch name Beatrice is Maria's dream. I'm just gonna say Beatrice. I can't say it like Kinzo can. To Maria-chan, the epitaph isn't a guide to the hidden god, but magic to revive the witch. So it was the single link between Maria and the witch. Maria was very angry and clung to George and Nikki. Jessica and I scratched our heads and apologized. It might not be possible to smooth things over again like the time she got mad in front of the portrait. Can I have a flashback, please? Maria didn't seem willing to be so easily consoled. If this was Persona, I would have gotten one. Unlike Jessica and I, who hung our heads wondering what to do, Shannon-chan timidly opened her mouth. Maria-sama, did you know? There's a ghost story about Beatrice that has been passed down amongst the servants. Yeah, that's right. Shannon, tell us about it. I don't really know, but it's apparently pretty famous among the servants. What is this? A ghost story? Yes, it seems it's a story from before we were born. I also heard about it from my mother. Yes, it has been passed down since the time of the mansion's construction. George's mother is Eva, right? I'm just trying to make sure I'm solidifying all these facts. George's mother is Eva, right? Yeah, for sure. Okay, George is really nice, coming from Eva, and Hideyoshi seems kind of a little twisted as well. Is George gonna go sicko mode later on? Maybe. Maybe George is not as nice as he's fronting right now. Passed down since the time of the mansion's construction, the servants of that time whispered that the mansion had two masters, one of the day and one of the night. Or maybe none of the kids are like the parents, because Jessica seems not like her parents either, and we're not definitely like, God damn it, what's his name? Rudolph. Battler's not really like Rudolph. Well, he is in one way, but in the other ways he's not. The tale that Shannon told was just like a typical campfire ghost story. If there was a forest with a witch living inside it, then of course the witch would come pay the mansion a visit from time to time. At some point, this ghost story naturally sprouted up between the servants. When people do the rounds a second time to check doors, windows, and locks that were supposedly closed, they find some of them left open. Lights that were supposed to be off were turned on, and lights that were supposed to be on went out. Things left lying around would disappear, and things would appear when no one had any memory of putting them there. When any of these things happened, the old servants would say that the witch had visited the mansion invisible and was playing pranks. If you lived in an estate on an island, and that was the only estate on there, would you even lock the front door? Maybe just out of habit? I wonder if you would. I mean, you would if there was a witch. See? She exists. Beatrice exists. Yeah, she exists. Long ago, it was always right before leaving for school that I wasn't able to find my bag and stuff. Okay, again, school. Is there a village on the island that I don't know about? Where's school? Are you going on a boat every day to go to school? Or are you homeschooled? I don't think so. I think you go to school. Maria puffed out her chest with an ooh. Or do you only live here sometimes and the rest of the time you live off the island boarding school or whatever? I wonder what that is. Maria puffed out her chest with an ooh as though this was final proof of the witch's existence. If I open my mouth, sorry, that's not criticism. That's not criticism, by the way. I'm not saying it's a plot hole. How could you get to school on the island? Oh wait, hold on. I don't need to explain that. This isn't a Persona game. My bad. Sorry. Everyone understands what I'm doing. Okay, never mind. My bad. Sorry. If I opened my mouth, Maria would probably be hurt again, so I didn't. I mean, you hear this kind of story everywhere. Depending on the place, they might blame it on a dwarf or an elf. The only difference is that they call it a witch on this island. Of course, walking around a vast, elegant mansion at night would be a little unsettling. It's an island devoid of people. Are we having fun, chat? Since the mansion is so drafty, walking around on the night of a thunderstorm would certainly be eerie. In addition, some servants have also seen will-o'-the-wisps and glittering butterflies dancing around. All right, will-o'-the-wisps to me looks like kind of like a floating ball of fire. It might not be hot. Sometimes they're like white. They're usually pretty small, right? I think that's what they are. I wonder if that's what they mean when they're talking about it right now. All right, glittering butterflies dancing around. Canon-kun also saw something like that when he went patrolling one night. And recently, you often hear servants talking about strange footsteps heard inside the mansion near midnight. We've whispered together that Beatrice-sama in the portrait sometimes makes herself invisible and walks through the mansion. Nah, it's Kinzo going through his secret passages. It happened a while ago, but even I have heard footsteps while patrolling at night that resembled these stories. If I had a big mansion, I would definitely have secret passages all over the place. I would love a secret passage. Phew, that's scary. It's a dream of mine to live on a house on the ocean that's big enough to have secret passages. But there's nothing to be afraid of. Beatrice-sama is another ruler of this mansion separated from the master. So there's no need to be unnaturally afraid. If you respect her, I hear she won't do anything bad. However, she can be quite terrifying if you don't disrespect her, right? Correct. I've heard that just before I began working here, someone who spoke badly about Beatrice-sama fell down the stairs and quit after receiving a large injury to their back. Oh no. Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice-sama's anger had been brought down upon this person. Anger will definitely be brought down on Battler and Jessica. Ooh, oh no. I'm sorry. I don't want her anger brought down upon me. I apologize, Maria. Of course I apologize to the witch. I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Please forgive an outsider's nonsense. I'll apologize as well. I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Will the witch be able to forgive us now? George, the Chad, didn't have anything to apologize for, so he didn't. Ooh, don't know. Witches are fickle, so they forgive when they want to, and don't when they don't. Just like streamers. That's no good. Maria-chan, isn't there some kind of good luck charm that could prevent Battler-kun and Jessica-chan from suffering Beatrice-sama's wrath? Maybe something that can block against magic. By relying on Maria, who was proud of knowing the most about witches, George was trying to revive her self-esteem. Once again, I've got to admire his ability to calm kids down. After taking a moment to cross her arms and seriously ponder whether there might be a charm that could save us, she started flipping through the pages in her notebook. I thought it was just a scribbled diary, but there also seemed to be quite a few pages that looked like they'd come from a book on black magic. Maria solemnly considered a group of these pages, which contained things that looked like magic circles. Apparently, grandfather wasn't the only one with a black magic hobby. When Maria finally found what she was looking for, she snapped the notebook shut and threw it into her handbag. She then began fishing through that bag's contents. There seemed to be various jumbled up things in there. After a while, she took out various pieces of junk, although they were probably important magical items to Maria, and repeatedly threw them back in, saying they were wrong. It was all a little humorous, just like when Doraemon took out the wrong tool. The blue cat thing? I think I've seen this once before. Just a still image. Is it a dog? The story revolves around an earless robotic cat named Doraemon who travels back from the 22nd century to help a boy named Nobita Nobi. Okay. Is it a kid show? It looks like it's a kid show. Yeah? Okay. Super popular kid show? Alright. Finally, she seemed to discover what she was looking for. With a face that was unimaginably cheery when compared to the intense expression she had worn until now, she held those out to Jessica and me. Ooh. I grabbed it and saw that it was a very cheap-looking charm. It looked like a bracelet made from a plastic rosary with a scorpion-themed medal attached. Aw, metal! Have you ever seen those cheap Zodiac-themed accessories? The kind you might win in a Crane game at an arcade. Oh, Crane? It really looked like something like that. There were two of them. Probably one for me and one for Jessica. Oh, if Umineko disparages the crane, we can have another great vegetables moment. We do not tolerate disparaging the crane here. However, the very fact that there were two of them made them feel even more like cheap manufactured goods, making them pretty hard to think of them as magical items. That was hard to read. I'm sorry. You're giving these to me and Battler? Ooh, with these charms, you don't even need to worry about Beatrice, because scorpions have the power to ward off magic. It's true. Huh, really? Didn't know scorpions could do that. Battler doesn't believe. Ooh. I'd said too much and angered Maria again. Maria took out her notebook again, pointing out various pages as she went on and on about how the scorpion had such incredible holy power and that had been used in magic repelling magical circles since ancient times again. I've heard about that from some of the other young servants. Something about how the scorpion is drawn as a magic repelling symbol in sorcery. Huh, really? The scorpion protects against bad magic and calamity, and emerald brings peace to the heart. Therefore, its effects are twofold. Ooh. Alright, you really know a lot about this. Okay. It's true. The scorpion wraps around the emerald and protects it. Yes, that certainly does sound like it'd work well. I really wanted to make fun of those worthless-looking charms, but as I watched Maria explaining with all her heart and realized that she'd found them for our sakes. With all her heart and realized it. Okay. I started to feel like it might actually work, even if it was just a prize from some game center. The material quality of the charm didn't matter. Well, that's more interesting than like a child psychic that can see ghosts or whatever and doesn't really have any interest in understanding like what's going on. Just can Lamayo. It's like a hobby instead of just the power. What mattered was the strength of her feelings. Even I don't think of myself as the sort of loser who'd laugh at something like that. Okay, thank you. I apologize to Beatrice-sama, and even if I do end up getting cursed, I'll be safe now thanks to Maria's charm. Right, Jessica? Yes, that's right. But Maria, wouldn't the witch be upset that you gave us a charm to ward off the witch's power? You're right, give them back. I don't want to make the witch mad at me. Unless you got a charm too. Thanks, Maria. Ooh, wear it on your arm when you want your heart to be at peace. Put it in your wallet and your money won't decrease. If you hang it from a doorknob, bad things can't get in. It's a really convenient charm. What an incredible effect. If Maria-sama gives it her confident seal of approval, then it surely must be reliable. Shannon-chan clapped her hands together and Maria stuck out her chest. She was totally in a good mood again. It's probably best if we let her lead the conversation a bit longer if it'll keep her in such a good mood. Come to think of it, she looked a bit bored when we were getting excited about the hidden gold, probably because she couldn't keep up. While eating the cookies Kumasawa-san had baked. Kumasawa-san is the lady, right? Yes, okay. Jessica and I asked Maria this and that about black magic. Maria happily chatted away in response to our questions. Each time, George and Nikki and Shannon-chan would act surprised or chime in. The clouds in the sky grew darker and darker, but we cousins really enjoyed communicating freely after a year of separation. Aw, nice juxtaposition with the parents bickering inside. Hmm? Did I just feel a drop on my forehead? Oh no, the typhoon! I wonder. As George and Nikki rubbed his forehead, he looked up at the sky. Considering the color of the sky and the dampness of the air, it wouldn't have been odd for a raindrop to hit him. The sky is gray, and so am I. The wind also seemed to have grown a bit stronger. Ooh? I didn't feel a drop. Only I didn't. Don't worry, neither did I. Okay, I understand. Anyway, I'm sure it'll rain so much tonight that everyone will get to feel plenty of raindrops. That's right. Maybe we should head back soon. Shannon-chan looked down at her watch. It was probably well into the evening by now. Is it already time for you to return to your work? Yes. Thank you very much for allowing me to enjoy some time together with you all. Tell Kumasawa-san thanks for the cookies. Okay, everyone, help out with the cleanup. Shannon-chan declined our help, saying that this was a servant's job, but picking up a dropped fork before the waitress has to is like my purpose in life. My god, the callback. The callback to the making the waitress pick up the fork line. What the fuck? I love Umineko. That's still just a weird line. Who the fuck does that? Seriously. We folded up the blanket, gathered up the trash, and helped clean everything up. Ooh, the trash is getting away. If this was a Persona game, there would have been a flashback to when he said about the waitress with the fork line earlier. I won't let it escape. I'll grab it before Maria does. I'll grab it. Ooh. Maria, don't get your shoes wet. You'll get in trouble. To Maria, chasing after some trash sent flying by the powerful winds was just another game. By the time we finished, the wind was blowing pretty strongly. Probably a good time to head back. You've all helped me out a lot. Thank you very much. It looks like you're really out of time. It's okay if you head back first. George and Nikki perceived from her hurried appearance that very little of her free time was left. This doesn't have to be free time, though. It could be, hey, we wanted a servant here to serve us cookies or something, right? We could do that. Genji-san's very strict about time. If you don't show up where you're supposed to be at the right time, I bet he'll be pissed. We'll see you later. Do your best with your work. Yes, then if you will excuse me. Alright, this scene seems like it's coming to an end and we're due for break. I think we could probably get to the scene transition. Let's see. After making a respectful bow, Shannon-chan ran toward the rose garden. Okay, let's head back to the guest house. We can watch TV or something and relax a little. Ooh. Wanna watch TV? Wanna watch TV? Ooh. Then it's decided. How do you have TV? Okay, definitely can't have cable on the island. Satellite? Was there satellite TV in 1986? Probably? I don't know, actually. Would broadcast TV make it to an island from the mainland? How far away are we from the mainland? Terrestrial antenna is more than double in Japan. Yeah, we had a TV that had to use the antenna when we were growing up, but I don't know how if they're far enough away from the mainland, would it reach that far? I don't know anything about broadcasted television. Like maybe it would reach. Maybe it wouldn't be a good signal. Then it's decided. Let's all head back and watch TV together. Maria, who wasn't done having fun, agreed once a television was mentioned. We climbed up the gentle stairs and returned to the rose garden. True, but they are hella rich. Does I don't think Hello Rich is gonna outdo the technology here. It's not like putting a face on a robot or anything. I think there was satellite TV back then, so satellite was probably an option. The wind had grown very strong, and roses shook throughout the garden like ripples on the water. This might be our last chance to see these beautiful roses. Yeah, okay, you're right. Someone in chat said they might just have a really large antenna. That's for the whole island. Yeah, that's true. And that might be able to be hooked up to the a TV system instead of all of them having their own individual antennas, or the big antenna rebroadcasts it somehow. I don't know how that technology would work, but it's definitely plausible. This might be our last chance to see these beautiful roses. I'll bet Typhoon ruins them. Oh no. These roses might be done in by tonight's winds. You're right. Still, I think the roses were pretty lucky. You know what? Haven't saved it in a while. Okay, I feel like there might be a little... Let's talk about the flowers for 10 minutes here, and we're overdue for break, so I'm going to take break right now, okay? Well, while the moody music is on. Anyway, I'll be back in 5 minutes. If you've been sitting the whole time, get up, walk around. Get a drink, brush your teeth. Do what you need to do. I'll be right back. I played both Higurashi and Umineko and enjoyed neither at all. I wonder what I'm doing with my time. My brother in chat, you read one, didn't like it, read another one. Okay, you know what? Chad-like behavior for being like, okay, one isn't enough to judge something. All right, based. But now you're here watching a streamer read something that you already read and didn't like? What? Are you hoping that like experiencing it again as a community will make it different somehow? Maybe, I don't know. Sunk cost fallacy? Smoker who hates smoking? I went to the gas station last night to get some chocolate bars for the kids and also to get some Coke Zero because we're out of Coke Zero. And I have a question. This is not that interesting a story, okay? So don't brace for a Moncton story, okay? I have a question for anyone who is a smoker in the chat or used to be a smoker or anything like that, because I don't understand this interaction, okay? So I'm standing there and I'm putting all the stuff in the bag, and after I paid, and some guy comes up behind me, goes up to the cashier, and says, "Can I have a pack of smokes?" He goes like that, pack of smokes, and she's like, "What brand?" And he just goes, "Cheap smokes." And I was like expecting, okay, what brand of cheap smokes? What are you talking about? And she just went, okay, turned around and just got some smokes for him. Okay, came back over to the cashier, put it down, rung it up, and said that $24.99. He kind of hesitates and goes, "How much are the expensive smokes?" And I left after that and didn't hear the rest of it, okay? Is that standard to just say cheap smokes? To just get the cheapest one? Because that seems like a weird interaction to me. $25 Canadian? Yeah. Former smoker? No, this actually was a Moncton story. Oh, was it really? I love the Maritimes. All right. I think she just handled that very well. Okay, good for her, I guess. I don't know. Maybe she's so sick of people's shit that when they just don't give her an answer to a question, she just randomly picks. You don't tell me the brand, I'm just gonna give you whatever brand I feel like looks the best right now. Maybe. My dad buys smokes like that. Oh, does he? Okay. Cheap smokes. Current smoker. Some smokers don't really care about the quality of the cigarettes or their tobacco. I've especially observed it in people that have been smoking for like the past 27 years. All right. My parents, like I said before, many times on stream before, my parents were big smokers. My dad presumably still is, and they had a specific brand. They would only smoke one brand, but maybe it was the cheapest brand. I don't know. Every Christmas, they would get like a huge carton of them, and they were really happy about that. Just so many cigarettes. I wonder how many cigarettes were in there. Easily hundreds. Oh my god. My brand. Five 500 cigarettes. I don't know why, but Jads loves that gif. Anyway, that was the intermission for Umineko. I feel like we're reading at a decent pace today. I feel like I'm reading better than I was last week as well. I'm more engaged. I'm enjoying it quite a lot, actually. There hasn't been any part of it today that I felt has been slow. There have been a couple lines that I think could have been cut, but only a couple lines. So I feel like today's going quite well. It's interesting. So let me say a quick thank you to some people that subbed during that read, and then we will continue with it promptly. Last person I said thank you to was Cold Ronald, I think? No, it was Jelly Raid. Okay. So thank you, Rati, or Ratai. Thank you also to Captain Cobalt, Cookie Fan 303. Oh, you must have loved that last scene, Cookie Fan. Thank you, No Hope for My Queer Ass for the resub. Thank you, Greg, for gifting out 10 gift subs. Thank you so much, Greg, if you're still here. We love Greg. We love Greg. Thank you, Snuggles, for the resub. Thank you, Daniel Lock 123 for the new sub. Thank you, Tanker358 for the resub as well. I can Joms now. We can Joms now. Thank you, Pincerata for some bits. And some more bits after that. Okay. When I decided to read Umineko after your stream, I told myself I would give it a trial run by only reading a few scenes after where you left off. Then I was hit by the children saying that the gold couldn't possibly be real, the adults following up and saying they think the gold is real, and then this extremely fun and interesting scene of Kraus flipping the inheritance issue back on his siblings. Sadly, it led me to finishing Umineko after a few weeks of reading. Oh, this was last year then. Okay, well, 2 years ago. No, it was last year. Last year was the weekday. Okay. Speaking of interesting magic rules, there's a book called Carry On, where the spells are all common phrases songs. Is one Carry On My Wayward Son? And they are only given power if they're a popular phrase or if the spellcaster resonates with the statement. So in that world, wizards are meme lords who make the memes popular, giving them power. Interesting. Example, someone can fly with the spell Loves Give You Wings, but only if you're in love with someone. The book itself was mid, but it would be funny if Jad's quotes worked that way this time for sure, and it makes an unlikely event more likely. Maybe that's where my Nagito powers come from. Ooh. Oh, this part coming up is so good. This part's so good. I love this part. This part is amazing. I cannot be bothered to write more of these messages because I failed to copy paste it. All right. You having fun, Rodney? Terraflop gave out 5 gift subs. Thank you, Rush Terraflop, for the gift subs. I think Rodney said at one point in chat, or maybe it was on Jad's, I can't remember. Rodney said something like his goal is to say something so unhinged in chat that it gets pasted in Dragon's Den. Have you achieved that yet, Rodney? Thank you, Fu Bubaba for the bits. Thank you, The Last Curry Rice, for continuing their sub. Don't give away my secrets. Oh no, I'm sorry. In 5 minutes, on bet close, the 9th letter on the first sentence. What are you guys doing? What the hell? Thank you, Try Givey 1234 for the resub. Don't know what to say, but I'll know what to say next month for sure. All right, we'll hold you to it. Let's remember. Try Givey is going to have a message next month. Thank you, Ethan Magic Brown for the resub. The Sly Artist for the resub. Cash but available. Really respect the way you don't shy away from discussions and arguments with chat. Really? Unironically improves the vibes a lot, I think. Really? Happy to have you back. Also, the A in Blaha sounds similar to the O in Or. O. Bloha? Blowhaj? I can't remember what it was now. Or. Blow. That's. Oh, man. I hate reading. Good thing we're reading Umineko, and the ha in is like high. So, blowhai, or blowhai. I feel like I'm becoming Scottish as it goes on. Wanted to say that yesterday when it was relevant, but I was driving and that felt irresponsible. Well, good job being responsible for real. Okay. Well, I'm glad you like the arguments. I like them sometimes too, but sometimes they go on a little bit too long. Thank you, White Dalek 13. It's a Dalek for continuing this up. Giant Joms from Macedo. Giant Nya from Electron Active Area, I think. And the last bunch on my list are Clover Chanwa for the resub. Umineko fundamentally changed my life. Thank you so much for reading it, Joe. Oh, did you not like certain games after this? It was hard to go back. Thank you, Zero T Tempest for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you, Alex the Wizard for the resub. By Tenka also for the resub. And the last two, Hogtus for the resub. And Bloody Rose. Oh no, with roses on the screen for the new sub as well. Oh no. Welcome, Bloody Rose. Alright, let me take a sip. Hello from Furcon. Biggest regret is missing the stream. Fuck Persona. Umineko for forever. Yif in peace by Scaly Brother. Okay, very nice. Very nice, Nagast. Or should I say Ikutsuki? Alright, let's continue. Okay, you're right. Still, I think the roses were pretty lucky. After all, they got to welcome all you before the typhoon. All flowers lose their petals eventually. Alright, George, that's kind of creepy. But that means we can admire them even more when they're in bloom. That's right. Maria, burn this image into your eyes. At this moment, they're the best roses of the year. They're the bow burned into eyes. Right then, Maria suddenly clapped her hands. It looked like she'd remembered something. My rose. The typhoon will send it flying. Ooh. Oh, you mean that sad-looking rose George and Nikki marked with a ribbon? Maria apparently remembered where the rose was. She ran at full speed. What if that's the only rose that does survive? The rest of us followed her. Ooh, ooh. Where was that again? I'm sure it was somewhere around here. We searched everywhere around that area, but it was only a single flower among all these roses after all. Even though we knew it was somewhere close by, we weren't able to find it. The winds making up the typhoon's front lines made roses throughout the garden undulate. It was almost like it was teasing us by making the location of Maria's rose impossible to find. Maybe it wasn't here. Let's try. That's a pretty good image, actually. Let's try spreading out a bit in our search. Sounds good. Let's go for strength in numbers. Huh? What's up, Maria? As we made the split up and search, Maria tugged on my jacket with an unhappy face. You could tell that she didn't want us to leave that spot. What is it? What's wrong? Ooh, my rose is here. It's here. But it's actually not, right? Maybe it was on the other side of the flower bed? If we all look, we'll find it fast, okay? Ooh, it's here. My rose is here. Look for it. Look for it. In other words, she really wanted to find her rose right now. Maria stomped her feet in irritation. She pointed at that spot and said it was definitely there, but in actuality, it wasn't. Oh, it's there for? I'm sorry, chat. Sorry. I'm sorry. Even so, Maria got mad when we said we were going to search for elsewhere. We were at a loss of words for what to do. For a while, we had to stay near Maria and pretend to search through that rose thicket. Ooh, ooh, not here, not here, not here, ooh. Maybe she's saying that it should be here, but isn't. Maria became increasingly irritated. Can you change to American dub, please? This is an American site. My weeb, I am the American dub. I am providing the American dub. You're hearing it. Oh man, Maria's really losing her temper. There's going to be the Joseph Anderson VA patch after this. People who want to listen to it can have my voice reading the whole thing to you. It's going to be hell to clean up and cut out all the interjections with chat. Or you know what? They'll just leave them in. Sometimes Maria starts to really care about pointless stuff. Editor's note. Joe is laughing right now because there was an interaction he just had with chat about the possibility of him being the VA in a future mod for this game, but we cut that interaction out because you can't see it. I guess she gets what she wants. That's okay. Editor's note. The laugh continued for here. Sometimes he laughs for no reason, but yet you just laugh anyway because his laugh is infectious, even though you don't know why he's laughing. You can't find something that isn't there. That's not good. Just when we were at a loss of what to do, Maria called out in a loud voice. Mama, ooh, ooh, ooh. We could see Aunt Rosa in the direction Maria was waving her hand. I gotta say, sorry to interrupt. This will be the last interruption. I gotta say, the part in yesterday's stream, when the stream properly started, there was like, I don't know, a 30-minute stretch or whatever that started with talking about all the people in the house and ended a little after the crane said that the Persona dog was fine. Might have been like the funniest stretch of that entire playthrough yet. It was so goddamn funny. It just kept coming and the hits just kept landing, man. Just one after another. Just holy shit. And then when you sit down with, I don't know if anyone else found this as funny as I did. When we sit down and I watched the video with the Akihiko, and he's like, and in one corner was Akihiko, and in the other corner, and I just went, a dog. I just lost my shit. Because I forget what I say, so like I can watch it back and be like, oh, I wonder what I'm gonna say now. Anyway, we could see Aunt Rosa in the direction Maria was waving her hand. Maybe she wanted to look at the garden one more time before the typhoon came, or maybe she had some business at the guest house. Aunt Rosa was coming from the mansion. She quickly noticed her daughter's voice and came over. Oh no. My, what happened, everyone? Are you looking for something? Look for it. Rosa, Rose, look out. Mama, you look for my rose too. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Your rose? We found an unhealthy rose around here and marked it. Remember? We tied a candy wrapper around it. Rosa, you were there, but Maria, if I remember correctly, was growing It was, sorry, it was growing right in front and really stood out, didn't it? Unless it grew legs and ran off somewhere, it must have been somewhere else. I mean, it might have. Maybe you remembered wrong. Ooh, it is here. It is here. Did we morph? Battler doesn't believe. Ooh, ooh. How many times do I have to tell you to stop saying ooh, ooh before you'll understand? Mama will look for it, so stay quiet. I'd never seen Aunt Rosa be anything other than kind and gentle, so her anger surprised me a bit. Aunt Rosa began searching as well, so we went along with her for the time being, but we were already more than sure it wasn't around here. So it didn't take long for Aunt Rosa to realize that too. The rose isn't here. Did you mistake this place for somewhere else? There are so many roses around. Ooh, ooh, that's wrong. It is here. Mama doesn't believe. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I already believed you and looked hard for it, didn't I? But it isn't here. Ooh, ooh, but it is here. It is here, but it isn't. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Then someone must have ripped it out. Anyway, stop saying ooh, ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay, technically it was 3. Who ripped up my rose? Who did? Give it back, give it back. Ooh, 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 ooh. How should I know? Stop it, stop it, stop saying ooh, ooh. Aunt Rosa slapped Maria's left cheek with her palm. Whoa, in that instant, Maria was shocked into silence. Of course, it was only an instant. When Maria realized that her wish was being rejected, she started yelling even louder. Ooh, 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 ooh. My rose, my rose. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Didn't I tell you to stop that weird habit? That's why all the kids in your class make fun of you. Cut it out. Once again, her palm slapped Maria's cheek. Is this typical, or are you really angry about what just happened in the house? Like, what? This time she didn't go silent. She choked and she started crying and began to bawl in an increasingly loud voice. Aunt Rosa was clearly irritated and lifted her hand once more to try and shut her daughter up. Aunt Rosa? No, she's just a little kid, so there's no reason to get so serious. Hee. I tried to cut in with a bitter smile, rubbing my hands together. Okay, you know what? Good job, actually. Like, this might be the first time I've liked you. Good job. This takes guts. This takes guts to stand up to your aunt. Aunt Rosa glared at me with a serious face, and I realized I should have stayed out of this. I'm sorry, but could the rest of you go back to your room for a bit? I need to have a little talk with Maria. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Nobody believes in my rose, even though it was here. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Look for it. Look for it. Here, it was here. Ooh, ooh, ooh. But it's not here, so you must have confused this place with somewhere else, right? Ooh, ooh, ooh. It is here. It's definitely here. I'm gonna stop saying the ooh, oohs, okay? Then it disappeared. Give it up. Why? Why did it disappear? Why? Why? I don't know that. So stop saying. Ooh, ooh. Aunt Rosa once again raised her hand, overcome by emotion, and slapped Maria's cheek. It was strong enough to knock Maria over. Hey, Aunt Rosa, even if she is your daughter, violence isn't the answer. I stepped between them to protect Maria, who was still on the ground crying. I knew that as an outsider, problems between parent and child were none of my business, but I wasn't brought up to just silently observe someone like this. Don't you think it's weird, Battler-kun? Are there any girls at your school who mutter ooh ooh? Well, I am in high school, but for an elementary schooler, I think saying ooh ooh is pretty cute. Cute? Saying ooh ooh is cute? Cute? My careless words seemed to have earned me Aunt Rosa's wrath. She grabbed my collar with a terrifying expression. Don't say such nonsense. Do you know how old Maria is? She's 9. She's a 4th grader, not a kindergartner. But she still makes that sound during class. Don't you get it? Do you know what they say about this kid when they bully her? Thanks to this weird habit, she still hasn't made a single friend. Don't turn your eyes from reality and carelessly call Maria cute. Think more seriously about this kid's future. Okay, so let me preface this by saying that hitting a child is never the answer, alright? Rosa does have a little bit of a point, okay? This is kind of weird, and the kid is very irritating. She absolutely should not be hitting her, and there should be a better way to go around this, okay? Battler is 100% right to stand up to Rosa right now, okay? But, yeah, it is like, imagine how many. Let's say Rosa is being 100% what do you call it? Fuck. Truthful, honest. Okay, genuine right now. Okay. This might be a situation that's a problem that's been there for like years in the making at this point. You know what I mean? Like no friends, constantly have a problem in school, won't stop making the noise. Like, obviously it's not Maria's fault, and Rosa is not handling it well whatsoever. But I can kind of understand Rosa's frustration a bit. She's taking it way too far. But yeah, Battler is right here, mostly. I told you, stop making that sound. Did I tell you to stop it? Yeah, this is fucked up. Yeah, this is absolutely fucked up. This is not handling it well at all. Aunt Rosa struck Maria's quivering head, from which an increasingly unhappy voice was rising. I wonder if this is typical. Is this just because of she came out of that room? I kind of feel like it might be typical, which is really messed up. I tried to stop it, but Aunt Rosa pushed me away. My back hit George and Nikki. A long time ago, Aunt Rosa also thought of it as nothing more than one of Maria Chan's baby words, but now that it hasn't been fixed even midway through elementary school, she's been worrying about it a lot. Oh my god, I'm agreeing with George. How she talks isn't really that big of a deal, right? She'll never make it as an adult if she's like that. So even though it isn't fun to watch, this is a problem between parent and child. No. Sorry, George. Disagree with George. You hate to see it? Well, even I get chewed up by mom all the time because of how I talk. When they put it that way, maybe even a scene as painful as this isn't something an outsider like me should butt in on. You should. Battler-kun, when you were a kid... Yeah, you still should. It might cause a lot of trouble for you, but you still should. Didn't you have any bad habits that you couldn't fix that got you into trouble? Well, one or two. On Parents' Day once, I kept getting yelled at in front of everyone. It was embarrassing as all hell. Well then, you can understand how the two of them must feel right now. I'm sure they don't want us to be here now. You understand too, don't you, Jessica-chan? I don't think anyone likes to be seen when they're being scolded. Let's go. We'll return to the guest house. Then, after Maria-chan comes back, let's welcome her as if nothing happened. That's probably for the best, isn't it? We thought George and Nikki's point was probably a reasonable one, and we may have been eager to use that reasonable-sounding argument as a justification to retreat from this heart-rending scene. Jessica and I nodded at George and Nikki, and we all left. Excuse me, we called toward Maria, telling her that we were going to head to the guest house, but she didn't seem to hear, and we felt sort of guilty and shameless. Shameless? After saying it? In that case, look by yourself as much as you want. Mama doesn't care. I'll look for it. I'll look for it by myself, even if Mama doesn't care. In the typhoon? Have it your way. After blasting her with those last few words, Rosa spun on her heels and quickly returned to the mansion. Maria probably viewed that as a cold gesture meant to injure, but that wasn't Rosa's intention. Man, Rosa, like, going from the nicest of the aunts and uncles to just immediately, like, the worst one in one scene. Holy shit. It was because the hand with which she had so emotionally struck Maria's cheek was still numb. It was because if she stayed there screaming, she might again be taken over by her emotions and continue slapping her daughter's cheek over and over. After Rosa left, Maria was left alone in the rose garden. The wind began to blow stronger and stronger, and every once in a while a raindrop would fall on her forehead. However, Maria couldn't leave that place, not until she found that poor wilting rose. It had definitely been there. Even so, it wasn't. Even though she knew the place, and even though it had been there, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't. Maria bitterly stared at the place it was supposed to be and thought frantically, maybe the angle I'm looking for is wrong. I'm sorry, looking from is wrong. Maybe the height I'm looking from is wrong. While gazing at a single point, Maria repeatedly stood up, changed her position, and continued to stare. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, but Maria kept on looking for that rose in front of the flower bed. Man, if you're just gonna leave, we could have stayed with her. What the hell? I wonder who's talking during this. Is it a detached thing from Battler? I'm really curious about that. I love thinking about perspectives in fiction. Talk about it in the Witcher 3 video. Ginzo noticed the sound of the raindrops beating on the window. One of my favorite sounds. It seemed to be pouring down thickly. It had begun to rain later than the weather report had predicted. Kinzo approached the window as if being summoned by the sound of the rain. The sound of rain is a sound of silence. That sound feels quieter. That sound feels quieter than any silence. Good line. It makes humans remember that in the end they are alone from the moment they're born to the moment they die. Okay, calm down. Beatorici, you're late. Were those words directed at the rainy sky? There was no one to be seen in the direction of Kinzo's gaze. Well then, let us begin. Let us begin our banquet of miracles. This island has now been cut off from the world. I knew there would be a typhoon. Now there are none who can interrupt my ceremony. There are many fitting sacrifices for you. 4 of my children, 3 of their companions, 4 of my grandchildren. Wonder if those numbers match to that. Me and my guests and my servants. You may devour as many as you please. The key of fate will select the sacrifices in accordance with the demon's roulette. If that roulette chooses me, even I will become your sacrifice. Damn. Alright. Summons a succubus, ends up falling in love with the succubus, and wants the demon to come back instead of like living with the deal made. So unfathomably based that I can't even say unfathomable. God damn. However, because of that, because I will bet on such madness, I will most assuredly bring forth a grand miracle. Come, devour to your heart's content. I will achieve victory over that roulette. Unfathomably. I can't say it. Unfathomably. I can't say it. Why can't I say it? Yes, I'll put everything on the line. First, I'll return the inheritance of the Ushiro Miya family. Accept it. Kinzo tore the window open, ripped the golden ring off his finger, and forcefully threw it away. Wrong ring! At that time, the sound of thunder rang out, giving the illusion that the lightning had accepted the ring. And when you are resurrected, surely I will be the one who stands witness. I will survive until the end and watch over you as you awaken. So come, Beatrice. Welcome to my banquet. In exchange for all that I've created, show me another miracle just this once. It's like us with Trolley-chan. Miss her so much. Already? What's with all the glass shattering? Six o'clock. We're on chapter 2 now, right? Hell no! No, there's 3 streams for that. A news ticker. I'm not even kidding, I think. Then a news ticker popped up on the TV, on top of the TV program we were watching. The disaster report told how municipalities all over were continually sending out rain, flood, and wave warnings. Of course, the raindrops beating harshly on the window were even more convincing. This rain's incredible. Still, when it's raining this hard, it also feels like it might stop at any moment. It's like the scene in The Last of Us when the news report is just outside the window. You wish. They said the typhoon's moving slow, so it might be like this all day tomorrow. And even a little bad weather stops the boats from coming. It looks like we won't be able to head out on a Sunday after all. Just in case, I cleared all outside business from my Monday schedule, and I'm glad I did. Wow. Such thoughtfulness, George. Can't wait to be more like you when I grow up. Which means, looks like we'll get to skip school Monday. Living on an island is starting to sound pretty good. Come to think of it, Jessica, you gotta take a boat to school every day, don't you? Had a thought, and they're addressing it. Persona 3 Reload fans, this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like. What do you do when the boats stop running? I don't go, Lameo. Do you stay home when it rains and show up late when the wind's blowing, like King Kamehameha? Kamehameha? If the boats don't come, I stay home. Still, it's not as good as it sounds. Usually, I'm ordered to study by myself, and it's not that fun with someone standing right behind you watching everything you do. During the rainy season, does the weather ever stay bad for a long time and make you miss a bunch of days in a row? That does happen sometimes. Still, I get a call from my homeroom teacher every single day who'd sourly guide me on how I should teach myself and what I had to turn in. Yeah, you're probably a hassle student for them, yeah. She can't skip school as easily as you're imagining, Battler-kun. She's got to follow the rules for people that travel to school by boat and get a good amount of studying done, and also has to get up super early to account for the boat trip to get there as well. Must have been better when they got the fast boat for you, huh? It'd actually be easier to just go to school. In my own room, I get distracted and can't concentrate. After being made to do nothing but workbooks for several days straight, it's pretty hard to handle all that mental stress. When I get into college, I really just want to go to some dorm and quickly say goodbye to this inconvenient island. Hopefully my room has a camera that I don't care about. Ah, okay. By the way, what do you do when the weather's good in the morning, but it then gets so bad on your way home that the boats are closed? Oh, good thought. I didn't consider that. Yeah. Do you spend the night at school? That actually happens a lot. Because of that, they've built some lodgings there for people who can't get back to the island they live on. Okay, so you're not the only one that travels via boat from an island. Alright, that's where you'd spend the night. Sometimes when it gets really bad, you can't get back home for a few days at a time. Someone commuting to school or work on a train packed to twice its capacity might carelessly think that commuting by boat would be pretty interesting and fun, but it sounds like it comes with troubles of its own. Shut up, George. You hear thoughtless tourists saying stuff like that all the time. I've had enough of island life. I really want to just graduate high school and say goodbye to this island. But there are all dorm schools even for high school, right? Why did you choose that Nijima school of all places? I've wanted to go to one of those from the beginning, but Mom's always going on about how I need to learn manners and discipline as a successor. So I ended up sticking close to home even for high school. Man, I hate this island. I just want to go live in a city. I don't care if rain or even spears fall from the sky, as long as I can move to a city where I can wear casual clothes and sandals and can get to a convenience store in less than 5 minutes. Hold out just a little longer, just a bit more, and you'll graduate high school, right? I can't wait a little longer. Ah. Jessica stretched out and reclined in the sofa. Maybe it was a bad time slot because there weren't any interesting programs on. Meanwhile, Maria just blew right past the window, and we had nothing to do but languidly kill time, good word, until we were called for dinner. After that episode, Maria never returned to the cousin's room after all. Ooh! Aunt Rosa probably took her back to the mansion. Had to be pretty boring for Maria, all by herself while the adults had a confusing conversation. We thought we might as well head over to the mansion to see her, but the weather really was awful, and since there wasn't much time until dinner, we stayed where we were. At that time, we heard the sound of a humble knock. Jessica answered. Yes? The preparations for dinner are complete. Please come to the mansion. It was Canon-kun's voice. Did he go to all the trouble of coming from the mansion in this rain just to get us? Couldn't you just call us on the telephone? Okay, so there's no connecting hallway or anything from the mansion to the guest house that's the hotel? Probably not. Well, I guess servants at work don't always get to take the most efficient route. Just when I was getting hungry. Let's go. Not even an underground one? If it gets a lot of rain here, they should have included that. George and Nikki turned off the television and stood up. My stomach's been growling for a while. I've always been a huge fan of the main family's dinners. And didn't Goda-san say it was calf steak or something? Oh, I can't wait. Our dinners are always even more fabulous than usual when the family conference comes around. Even I'm looking forward to it. Let's go, let's go. As we left the room, Canon-kun bowed silently and respectfully. Okay, let's go. Is the rain pretty nasty out there? Yes. Take care not to get your garments wet. After seeing the three of us out, Canon-kun appeared into the empty room. Wasn't Maria-sama with you? No, she's not. Wasn't she with Aunt Rosa? Uh-oh. Live chandelier reaction? Rosa was lying on a sofa in the empty parlor, having fallen asleep before she knew it. What an awful person! What, she was bearing a burden that the children couldn't even imagine. That's why she only needed to let her guard down a little before the weariness immediately dragged her into the world of sleep. Realizing this, Genji brought a blanket over to her. When he tried to spread it over her, her eyes snapped open as though she'd been shocked with electricity. Ah. Thank you, Genji-san. When she realized that the thing that had touched her was just a blanket and that Genji had been considerately giving it to her. Sorry, had been considerately... No, I did read it right. Had been considerately giving it to her, she let out a sigh of relief. Did I wake you? What's with the hypervigilance? My sincere apologies. No, it's okay. I hadn't planned on sleeping in the first place. What time is it now? When he was asked for the time, Genji checked the pocket watch that he took out of his chest pocket. It is slightly after 6. Rosa gave her head a little shake when she realized that... Okay, the reading is getting a little worse, so let's see how it goes. Hold on. Rosa gave her head a little shake when she realized that not much time had actually passed, even though it felt like she had slept for ages. Even though she didn't feel rested at all, the drowsiness that had enveloped her must have been pretty deep. Thank you. I'll be fine without the blanket. I mustn't sleep at such a strange time. My sense of time has been completely thrown off. The rain has finally started pouring down in earnest, hasn't it? Rosa finally realized that the peaceful sound that had put her to sleep was actually the rain. The wind's blowing hard too. I wonder if the typhoon's finally here. That's what they said on TV. The typhoon is moving slowly, so they think it will be like this all day tomorrow. Really? So our last chance to see that wonderful rose garden must have already passed by. The rose garden! Maria! From the window, what she could see of the rose garden was completely blurred by the wind and the rain. Maria. That's right, what about Maria? I have not seen her. Did she not return to the guest house? Rosa knew her daughter's nature well, so a chill ran down her spine. Maria was stubbornly honest, and if she was ordered to find something that didn't exist, she would look forever and ever, even in the pouring rain. No! The cousins left before I did, so Maria was alone. Unless someone told her to stop, she'd stay there even if it started raining spheres, without even opening an umbrella. How could I have lost control of my emotions and done such a thing? Okay, good thing that you're blaming yourself, but still, like, what a fuck up. Even though she'd known about Maria's simple honesty better than anyone, she once again lost control of her emotions and done something terrible. Rosa pushed Genji away and ran down the hall. The outside really looked like a typhoon, and the rain was pouring down spectacularly. Maybe because of some aspect of the terrain, the winds weren't typhoon class, so an umbrella wouldn't be torn out of one's hands. What? Even so, it certainly was a windy rain. There was no time to admire the roses being drenched. Anyway, I'm getting pretty worried about Maria. You don't think she's still rebelliously searching for that rose alone, do you? I wonder. Surely she wouldn't do it in this rain. Chat, is it... Sorry if this is wrong. Isn't a typhoon just another word for a hurricane, and the name is determined by what part of the world it is? Is that true, or are there some differences at the same time between that? Typhoons or hurricanes in the Pacific Ocean? Okay. I wonder, surely she wouldn't do this in the rain, or at least I wish I could believe that, but Maria-chan sometimes gets really stubborn and intensely straightforward. We hadn't worried much, thinking that Aunt Rosa had taken her back to the mansion. However, when Kanun-kun had come from the mansion to call us and thought Maria was here, we got a little worried. I did not see her in the mansion, so I was sure she was here. After all, Rosa-sama was taking a nap. You didn't see her on your way over here? My apologies. I opened my umbrella and ran as fast as I could, so I did not pay much attention. If he had cut through the rose garden, taking the shortest line between the mansion and the guest house, then he would have just barely missed the place where Maria had been looking for her rose. And it was raining this hard, too. It certainly would have been possible for Kanun-kun to fail to notice her. Instead of arguing around here, it'd be faster to just check it out directly. Let's go. Aniki, why don't we race over there? Oh, do you think you could beat me now that you've been growing for 6 years? George, now is not the time for good-natured, sparring. Someone is missing. Although, considering what Rosa said, she should still just be out in the rose garden, but she's not going to be. That's too simple. So why would she leave? If she would just continue to do it forever, why would she leave? The wind's not that strong. Did she see the rose and it blew away? Okay, let's settle this. Go. Oh god, Battler is the best one here. I know! What the hell happened? Honestly, if you just cut out some of the parts in the first part, not a bad protagonist. God damn it. George and Nikki and I flew out into the rain. Jessica and Canon followed us. In episode 2, Rosa's gonna be inexplicably good. Man, Rosa's the best aunt and uncle. What the fuck happened? And Maria, if you're there, answer me. Maria. It's Aunt Rosa. Hey, Aunt Rosa. When George and Nikki called back, Aunt Rosa jumped at him and grabbed onto him. Where's Maria? Isn't she with you? No, we didn't meet with Maria Chan after that. Maria... Vitorici! 6 years ago, Maria was 3 years old. Yep, that tracks. She was a cute and pure kid who just accepted whatever anyone said, but 6 years have passed since then. Yep. She's 9 now, and experiencing the ups and downs of life should have taught her something. But Maria, are you telling me you're still as innocent and pure as you used to be? Maria... As I circled the rosebed, something white unexpectedly turned to face me. It was a white umbrella. Maria was crouching down, holding a white umbrella and still searching for that rose. Oh, good! Oh, okay. Her face, which had turned bright red from her crying her eyes out, was dirty with water and mud. It was a truly pitiful sight. Maria, are you still looking? Ooh, can't find it. Can't find my rose. Ooh. Maria had probably been here since the rain started pouring down. Her shoulders were freezing. She looked tired to the bone, but fortunately, since she was holding an umbrella, she wasn't completely soaked. The umbrella probably came from the handbag Maria always carried around. Thank goodness. Didn't Rosa specifically say something about not having an umbrella or not using an umbrella? Or am I'm not saying that because how does she have an umbrella? I'm saying that because that shows that Rosa misjudged her daughter. And I like that detail. I think she did say something like that, didn't she? Seriously, thank goodness. Battler-kun, thank goodness you found her. Maria! I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Aunt Rosa threw her umbrella aside and hugged Maria. But then she said, ooh, and Rosa's face darkened. It's not here. My rose isn't here. Ooh. I'll look for it with you later, okay? So just put it on hold for today, okay? Put it on hold for today. It looked like Maria still wasn't able to accept it, but she no longer had enough energy left to resist. Jessica and Canon caught up with us. I'll have a towel ready in the mansion immediately. Put it in the dryer first so it's nice and warm. Maria, were you here this whole time? I'm sorry for being such a bad mother. Aunt Rosa, why don't we head back to the mansion for the time being? If we stay here, Maria will catch a cold. You're right. Maria, let's go. If we don't get you cleaned up, Grandfather will be mad. Ooh, hungry. It's already time to eat. You did a good job holding up, Maria. Once the weather gets better, we'll all go searching together. We couldn't stay in the rain forever. We took Maria with us as we headed back to the mansion. Maria apparently wasn't as worn out as I thought. When she remembered we were having calf steak for dinner, she started chanting, I'm hungry, hungry, ooh, ooh, and returned to her usual spirited self. Aunt Rosa didn't chide Maria for saying ooh, ooh. Okay, what was the point of the scene then? I see, so she had an umbrella on her. Maria sure is good at packing the right stuff. I didn't bring an umbrella. Is she going to get sick now, or is this establishing that she'll just wander off later or something? Then well, she didn't wander off, so it's establishing that she will fixate on doing a task if told to? What, then how did you get the white umbrella you're holding? I borrowed it. Some caring person must have brought her an umbrella. Oh, shit! A normal kid will look for shelter once it started raining, but Maria was too stubborn to give up so easily. So maybe that caring person gave up on telling Maria to find shelter and then decided to at least give her an umbrella? I see, I'll have to thank that person. Who was it? Vitorici! Yeah, the name Maria Cheerful. I just got a little chill. Ooh, I just got a little chill. Oh, man. Was that the island's witch? Rosa took a deep breath and asked again, trying to do so in a way that wouldn't damage Maria's good mood. Really? That's wonderful. So who was it? Who brought you that umbrella? Who? Beatrice. Maria immediately realized that her mother didn't believe her and started crying out unhappily again. Nah, I just got it from my bag. I'm just fucking with you. So Rosa stopped pursuing the subject. It'd probably be faster to ask whoever lent Maria the umbrella during dinner rather than ask Maria herself. Father, please at least join us for dinner. It won't be a family conference otherwise. Along with the dull pounding on the door, the sound of Krause's entreaty could be heard. However, that voice seemed to be resigned to the fact that nothing it said would be heard. Kinzo-san, won't you at least come out for dinner? All your children have gathered here to see your face, haven't they? Silence, Nanjo, so the bishop won't work. One move too short. Apparently, Kinzo was completely focused on the final battle of his long-lasting chess match with Nanjo. Kinzo's brow was wrinkled as he continued to glare at the game board through his spectacles. Krause's voice didn't reach his ears. Kinzo-san, I'm hungry myself. Why don't we go down and eat? Go by yourself if that's what you want. Let me consider this next move for a little longer. We are going to finish it tonight. Otherwise, it's doubtful we'll finish before the world ends. Nanjo arose from his seat, hoping this would prompt Kinzo to do the same, but Kinzo's eyes never left the chessboard. He knew well that Kinzo always displayed a blind concentration when it came to chess. But he'd never seen Kinzo concentrate as hard as this. It was almost as though Kinzo was telling the truth, and there would never be another chance for them to continue their contest if they didn't finish tonight. It seemed that no matter how obstinately he called out to Kinzo, it wouldn't reach the latter's heart. Nanjo gave up and headed to the door that Krause was still banging on. The door to the study opened. Krause was taken aback, thinking that maybe Kinzo was actually coming out. However, Nanjo was the one who appeared, and Krause let out a sigh of relief. Dr. Nanjo, his father. I'm sorry I couldn't be of service. Right now, this room is Kinzo-san's whole world, and it's about to end. Nanjo shook his head with a completely defeated expression. Krause raised his fist once more and banged on the door, shouting, Father, can you hear me? We're heading down now, but please join us anytime you feel like it. All of your children are waiting for you. His voice was very loud, and he was making a racket pounding on the door. There was no way it wouldn't reach Kinzo's ears. Well, it certainly was reaching him, but he ignored it anyway. However, unlike the time he'd been called down for lunch, he didn't fly into a rage. By now, Kinzo was calm at heart, almost as though he'd taken on a philosophical view and turned himself over to fate. Neither dinner nor the faces of my children interest me in the slightest. I will only leave here if Beatrice is resurrected, or if I am chosen as a sacrifice for the key. Genji, another Domino's pizza. The demon's roulette has already started spinning. What meaning does dinner have at this point? As though the painfully loud banging on the door completely failed to enter his hearing. Kinzo silently thought about his next chess move, still in his philosophical state. Just as always, Kinzo's figure couldn't be seen anywhere in the dining hall. Krause, wearing a bitter smile, returned with Nanjo. Father says he's still not feeling well. He truly regrets missing this once-a-year opportunity to sit together with his gathered family. Eva and Rudolph sniggered. Given Kinzo's personality, there was no way he'd show signs of regret, and none of his relatives showed any regret in his absence. Then why don't we start dinner? Goda, begin. Cheese? Certainly. Well then, if you will allow me. When Goda was told to start the family conference dinner, his biggest time to shine of the whole year, he nodded with a broad grin. I don't trust you, Cheese Man. May I ask who lent Maria an umbrella? When Rosa timidly cut through the silence of the dining hall, everyone noticed. An umbrella? What's this about? A short while back, Maria was in the rose garden when it started raining, and she apparently borrowed a white umbrella from someone. I want to thank them. Okay, there must be more servants than Goda, Canon, Shannon 2, Canon 3. There must be more than that on the island, right? Or is it? Maybe it's just them? I'm gonna guess there must be more. Maybe it's just them? It wasn't one of us. After you left, we moved to a different room and had a friendly chat that whole time. Haha, that's right. Even after that, the siblings had a real friendly chat. The word friendly fell awkwardly from Hideyoshi's lips, so even those who hadn't been present could tell the conversation hadn't been a pleasant one. No. At the very least, it couldn't have been me, Eva, Rudolph, Hideyoshi-san, or Kairi-san. Like, is this really it? Is there anyone on the island that we've seen that isn't here? Servant, other servant, Nanjo. I don't think so, but is there any more than these 4? So 5 servants? I'm going to guess yes, but it's possibly no. Maybe it said, I can't remember. At the very least, it couldn't have been me, Eva, Rudolph, Hideyoshi-san, or Kari-san. We were together the whole time, even after Natsui, Nisan, and Rosa-san left. The whole time until the meal started. It was probably Natsui. Nisan went up to the study with Genji-san to call father. At that time, the rest of us went straight to the dining hall, so it wasn't one of us. Couldn't have been a servant kind enough to lend an umbrella? So it was you, Goda-san? I have been in the kitchen the whole time preparing. My sincere apologies. And also, your story is distracting me from my important luncheon. Have some respect. This calf steak didn't make itself. Goda looked slightly disappointed about missing this chance to show off. At that time, Shannon and Kumasawa appeared, pushing a serving cart loaded with hors d'oeuvres. Then what about Kumasawa-san or Shannon-chan? Yes, has something gone wrong? Is there, like, not many more things awkward than someone making some food and then giving it to you and then standing there, like, looking at you, like, are you enjoying it? Is it good? Let me judge your reaction to it. Like, giving you a YouTube video that they swear is funny and then they're gonna watch you watch it. Like, it's, oh, man. I want to have a degree of separation from the chef who's really proud of the meal, you know? So much judgment. Something gone wrong? Because Shannon had come in part way, she shrank back, mistakenly thinking that the others were searching for the one responsible for some error. Aww. It isn't like that. It started to rain when Maria-chan was alone in the rose garden. After that, someone lent her an umbrella. Aunt Rosa said she wanted to thank that person. Ooh. Beatrice. Maria, her mouth a thin line, said the witch's name in a small voice. Imagine how much Kinzo would want to talk to Maria right now. Pretty amazing, huh? Aunt Rosa explained the situation one more time. As she did, Kumasawa-san cackled. With an E. Oh, it wasn't us. Shannon-san and I were preparing the rooms together, so we did not go outside. Like giving a streamer a good weeb game and hoping they love it? Yes. It can be awkward sometimes, actually. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be of assistance. I feel bad when someone really likes a game and they want me to play it and they hope that I really like it and then I don't. I really do feel bad. Preparing the rooms? What do you mean by that? Because of the rain. We thought it would be troublesome for all the guests to return to the guest house, so the servants were ordered to prepare their guest rooms inside the mansion. Oh. Nah, I won't go back to the guest mansion. I'll walk in the rain. I'm cool with that. Really? How thoughtful. Yes, it certainly would be rude to chase us outside in this rain. Could you give it a rest? Even Hideyoshi's had enough of Eva's shit. Yes. After receiving the order from Madam, Kumasawa-san, Kanon-kun, and I started preparing the rooms. Then it became time for dinner, so Genji-sama ordered Kanon-kun to go to the guest house and summon the children. Yes. So did Kanon-san find Maria on the way to the guest house and hand her an umbrella? Ooh. Wrong! Wrong! The person who'd actually received the umbrella denied it. Rosa was troubled. All she wanted to do was give a word of thanks to the person who had lent the umbrella, but she couldn't find them. And she thought asking like this with everyone gathered for dinner would work immediately. Then it was you, Natsui-Nisan. I'm sorry. After everyone's friendly chat, my headache was so bad that I've been resting on it. See, this kind of thing would drive me crazy. Like who gave the umbrella and no one's saying yes? It would drive me apeshit. It's such a modest mystery, but in this position I would be like, okay, well, someone gave my kid a motherfucking umbrella, and it had to be one of you fucking people. Meanwhile, Weebs in the chat would be like, does it really matter? Let's move on. I'm sorry. I'm tearing into both jugulars today. Therefore, I did not go outside. Then who was it? George Cunn and the kids? That can't be right. No, it wasn't us. We were watching television in the guest house the whole time. Actually, we thought Maria had just gone back into the mansion with you. After you slapped the shit out of her, then Kanon-kun came, and he asked whether Maria was with us. That's when we realized she wasn't in the mansion. I mean, if it were me, I'd have grabbed her hand and pulled her under a roof before giving her an umbrella. Rosa was completely baffled. One by one, the relatives and servants denied that they had done it, even though it really wasn't something anyone would need to hide. So it's not a murder mystery. It's a who gave an umbrella to a kid mystery. Damn, subverting expectations once again. What amazing writing. So by process of elimination, the number of remaining candidates wasn't large. Of course, it wasn't me. No one asked Nanjo? Live Nanjo reaction? Oh yeah, Nanjo's here. Of course it wasn't me. Right after it began raining, I visited Kinzo-san's room and I was playing chess with him until just now. Which means that it also wasn't grandfather. Unless... Wait a sec. Isn't this starting to get a bit weird? Who's left? The music. Then who was it? Genji-san? Huh? Well, wait a second. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I'm searching for some culprit or anything. All I want to do is, as a mother, thank the person who gave Maria an umbrella in the middle of the rain. Oh, then come thank me! I'm Beatrice. I speak like Paimon. Cackle E. Giving an umbrella to a girl loitering in the rain with something to be praised, not hidden. Despite that, no one raised their hand. Why not? Everyone started whispering about how strange this was getting. Calm down, Rosa. Why don't we just ask the person who was lent the umbrella? That's what everyone had been thinking since the beginning. She's already told us! They were all scratching their heads at why she didn't just ask Maria, who had been given the umbrella. However, Rosa bit her lower lip. After all, she already knew how Maria would answer if asked. Of course! Rudolph here's got it right. Maria-chan, tell your uncle. Who lent you the umbrella? Vitorici! The dining hall was wrapped in silence for an instant, but it was soon interrupted by a burst of laughter. Oh, she's just fucking with us. I see. So Beatrice, the witch of the forest, felt pity and lent her an umbrella. What a lovely story. Rosa, there you have it. Rosa couldn't believe it. Even though she just wanted to say thanks for the umbrella, why did everything have to be so clouded in smoke? Cheap smokes. Just like Uncle Kraus said, Beatrice let me borrow it. Ooh. Borrow means you have to give it back. Haha. Isn't that wonderful? Can we see the umbrella? Is there like an engraving on it or something like that? We should all be jealous of such purity. What do you think, everyone? Kraus was laughing with a face that was clearly mocking, but Maria was overjoyed, apparently convinced that her claim was being believed. How did that work? Does that mean the witch really appeared and lent her an umbrella? Jessica asked me in a small voice that wouldn't carry over to Maria, who was sitting across from me. Has Maria ever been the type to make jokes? And also, don't doubt the witch's existence. She'll get really mad. If we'd heard that kind of story pop out of my old bastard's mouth, we would have just taken it as another joke. However, it was hard to explain it away like that when Maria said it. This was getting pretty unnerving. No way. She's always been frank and serious. I forgot I was streaming for a second there. Oh no! Oh no, I might have started singing some degen song to myself or whatever between lines. That's scary. Oh shit! She's always been frank and serious. She's the sort who'd believe any joke, even ones normal people could instantly tell were lies. I've never even heard of her cracking a joke. Aunt Rosa probably knew better than anyone. It appeared that because of this weird situation, she had no idea what was going on anymore. So, if Maria says she borrowed an umbrella from Beatrice, that must mean it really was Beatrice? We're talking about Maria here, so I can't think of it as some kind of metaphor or joke. What's that? It might be best to take what she says at face value. Then what's going on? Are you saying Genji-san or someone put on that fancy dress in the portrait and gave Maria the umbrella? That's what I was about to say, yeah! Oh, what happened was that after Kinzo opened the window and threw the ring, he jumped out of the window, climbed down the gutter, went into his secret underground bunker, changed into his Beatrice uniform, went outside, gave Maria an umbrella that he knew was there. Then he went inside the mansion, went through another secret apartment, got a shot put ball out, loaded it into the mechanism, and now in 1 second it's gonna fall out of the ceiling and kill one of us right now. The shot put ball killer has done it again. I'm not sure about that. Actually, that's what I wanted to know. Jessica shrugged jokingly, but her expression didn't completely match her attitude. Once the hors d'oeuvres were set out and Goda showed off his vast store of knowledge, the meal began. If I do a joint reading session with Greg, you imagine how awkward it would be to be like halfway through a scene and be like, hold up, Greg, I need to do my shot put killer bullshit for a second. Give me a minute. A couple casual chats broke out here and there, but they seemed somehow distant, and the meal ended up being so quiet that you couldn't ignore the sound of the rain sneaking into the dining hall. Coaching Greg on how to do the together bit, and then he gets it instantly, and then he's better than me. It's like, okay, can you teach me back now? Kumasawa and Shannon pushing the serving cart right into Genji and Ken on their way to the kitchen. Oh, it's Genji-san. Did you lend Maria-san an umbrella? An umbrella? What are you talking about? Well, I heard that when it started raining, Maria-sama was alone in the rose garden. It seems she borrowed an umbrella from someone there, but we don't know who it was. It wasn't me. After all, I actually thought Maria-sama was in the guest house. When Butler-sama first found her, she was already holding a white umbrella. My apologies, but it was not me either. Then could it actually be the master? Both in the dining hall and right here, everyone had stated that they hadn't done it. That left only Kinzo, but maybe he went walking down the corridor for some reason when he just happened to see Maria-sama in the rose garden without an umbrella, and then he went and put on his Beatrice wig and a dress and then gave her one. The master is not particularly fond of Maria-sama. I agree. I can't imagine that for Maria-sama's sake, he'd go to all the trouble of descending the stairs with an umbrella. Oh my, how troublesome. Maybe it has a lightning rod on and he was trying to commit a murder. Does that mean the one who lent Maria-sama an umbrella really was Beatrice-sama? Oh. Kumasawa laughed, just like the relatives in the dining hall who had laughed it off. She couldn't think of any other way to break through the smoke veiling the current situation. Just then, the crisp sounds of hands clapping twice rang through the hallway. They all turned around at once to see Gura coming out of the dining hall. Guys, no one is appreciating my calf steak because one of you motherfuckers dressed up as Beatrice and gave the 9-year-old an umbrella in the rain. I'm very upset. This is definitely going in my live journal. I'm so fucking mad. Okay, everyone. When serving a dinner, proper timing while setting the table is essential. Please immediately see to setting up the soup. Yeah, they know. Genji-san, the women are in the middle of an important job, so please don't get in their way. Kennen glared at Goda for being rude to Genji, a person Kennen respected. Genji, realizing this, patted Kennen once on the shoulder as a warning. Joe, reading this, expressed how he didn't think those 2 lines were necessary. I just don't think those lines were necessary, chat. He added to make the joke. He thought the joke might not have landed, so he wanted to do it one more time. I just think that those lines didn't really need to be there, and that, if you cut them off, the sentence would have conveyed exactly what it needed to convey. Kennen reluctantly turned away and returned his expression to normal. Obey Goda's instructions. Hurry and prepare the dinner table. Come now, there's no time. Don't dawdle. Hurry. Goda grabbed the serving cart from Shannon and steadily pushed it toward the kitchen. Then please allow us to return to the kitchen. After all, Goda-san's temper is very short. Oh. Please excuse me as well. Kumasawa and Shannon left. Only Genji and Kennen remained. Through the window, the darkness of the rainy night could be seen, along with the occasional thunderbolt. I love storms. Genji-sama, did Beatrice-sama really return? I don't know. Shall I inform the master? Okay, the way you're saying return implies that you either saw her before or you really believe that she was here before. That is not necessary. If she truly has returned, she will eventually appear before the master of her own accord. Oh, furthermore, she is a fickle person. It would be pointless to report to the master only to find that she does not appear. I wonder if this means the master's ceremony has already begun. Probably. However, that has nothing to do with furniture like us. We must continue to return the favor we received from the master until our final moments. Yes, this is furniture's duty. The thunder crashed once more. Except for those instants when lightning lit up the sky, nothing could be seen out the window but the darkness of night. Just as humans rule when the sun is up, those that are not human rule when the sun is down. Oh no. The darkness of night that now surrounded Rakenjima was ruled by another master, not the Ushiromiya family. Did this master take pity on Maria when she was alone and being pummeled by the rain in the rose garden, lending her an umbrella? Canon looked at the rose garden's lights, dimly visible beyond the window. The dim lights weren't enough to illuminate the surrounding area. Looking at those lights felt like making eye contact with the witch, and Canon forced himself to avert his gaze. Not a bad line either, actually. If he didn't, it felt like his eyes would be absorbed by that light. Can the weather change how people act? You often hear stories about how things like atmospheric pressure can influence people's moods and physical health, and birds. For some time now, everyone had been struggling to clear the gloomy atmosphere, but any conversation was quickly cut off, and in the end, the dining hall was simply filled by the sound of the rain. Dessert was some kind of chocolate cake accompanied by pear sherbet. Sherbet? Sherbet? It's not sherbet, is it? How do you say that? Sherbet? Isn't it sherbet? Okay, sherbet is another word for it. Some people say sherbet, some people say sherbet. Is it still pronounced sherbet all the time? Bert? Okay. Goda-san enthusiastically explained the recipe as soon as this final dish was presented, but I quickly forgot the details. This pissed him off. The guest of honor grandfather was absent, the weather was horrible, and the identity of the one who'd lent Maria an umbrella remained a mystery. When dinner ended, no one felt even one bit refreshed. It was too late now, but I realized painfully that taste wasn't the only important part of a meal. The whole atmosphere was also critical, and also how it looked. Goda-san, the supposed conductor of this musical piece called Dinner, did his best to enliven the place, dropping little jokes left and right, but apparently not one of them succeeded because he was actually just the meanest motherfucker. Zero Riz. After taking orders for after-dinner coffee, tea, and orange juice, he left for the kitchen. As soon as he disappeared, Uncle Kraus spoke. My. What a waste that the dinner Goda worked so hard to create has met with such a gloomy atmosphere. Yes, absolutely. It just feels like nothing would taste good today. Oh, I'd like to know why you feel that way. Later on, I'll do all I can as your older brother to help cheer you up. Aunt Eva grimaced slightly. I'd already heard she wasn't on good terms with Uncle Kraus, but it was pretty clear now. When I looked around and noticed my father and Aunt Rosa were also grimacing, apparently there was something besides the weather troubling all of them. Both Aunt Eva and my dad aren't looking too happy. You love to see it? Really? I don't think so. I asked Aunt Natsui, who was sitting on my right, but she seemed to be in a bad mood as well. She snapped back as if to say she was absolutely not interested. Well, our adult conversation got a little complicated. It isn't something kids like you need to worry about, Battler-kun. Ha 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 ha. Isn't that right, Natsui-san, Kiri-san? Uncle Hideyoshi laughed as he spoke, but without his usual brightness, so I could vaguely imagine just how complicated their adult conversation had become. On top of that, even Aunt Natsui and Kari-san, the people he had directed his comment to, ignored him as though they hadn't heard anything. You know what? I think it's kind of fucked up. I know why, because it's just sexist. It's fucked up. Hideyoshi was like an equal member of that conversation earlier, where she had to get fucked off and banished out of the room in her own house, and Kari was just told to just like be quiet. Like, goddamn, man. I don't know what kind of conversation they've been having while us kids were away, but it reminded me of how Dad said he had stomach cramps when we arrived at the mansion. The family conference might have been playful. Oh, to the Persona fans in the chat, that wasn't criticism. That was a comment on like how the characters are treating each other. It's actually good writing. It shows conflict that's brewing and that not everyone's getting along. That wasn't me saying that the story is bad because I don't like how a character is being treated. It's actually like I'm engaging with the story. That's what that was. Okay. The family conference might have been a playful reunion to us kids, but it was definitely different for the adults. After Uncle Hideyoshi's comment was ignored, I'm having so much fun. With the other adults, and an awkward silence fell over the room. Kari-san spoke up. We're talking about how the kids' careers would turn out, such as what lies in your future, Battler-kun. Will you just drift on to college? Wouldn't that be a little disheartening as a starting line for the long race of life? Hey, wait a sec, Kari-san, if you start talking about something like that in the middle of a meal, it won't digest well, and we'll all end up getting constipated. Oh no. Wow, that's right. We were talking about Battler-kun and Jessica Chan's careers. You gotta think seriously about the future. Wahaha. Hideyoshi hardly agreed as if they really had been talking about that, but that was probably wrong. How do we have more people here than the Persona 3 stream did yesterday? It's pretty fucking competitive actually. Holy shit! Chat loves it. Okay, this would like this is because of once a week people get to catch up and everything. It's not exhausting. Maybe we should be playing 3 games simultaneously, and we should have like a VN on the weekend and then 2 days a week on the other one, just so people have time to catch up. I don't know. Maybe. Kairi-san had been obviously trying to change the subject. However, if Kairi-san had determined that this was the best course of action for now, then she was probably right. Taking this into account, I cast aside my suspicions as to the cause behind Aunt Eva and Dad's bad moods. At long last, it's Saturday. People are off work. But it's a like somewhat obscure, like 5 times Bible length VN with no gameplay, and I'm not even interacting with chat. Like, come on, like, oh, it's got the Saturday buff. It has so many other debuffs though. It's peak Umineko. At long last, the serving cart returned, filled with coffee and tea. Kumasawa-san and Shannon-chan served it to everyone. Guda-san then explained that this concluded tonight's meal. If only the mood had been a bit more cheery, it might have been the best dinner in my life. Damn. It was a shame this best of dinners couldn't have been had under the best conditions. Just the fucking same line twice. George Oni-chan, is dinner over now? Over? Yes. Where's Tatara? I want to go to Tatara with this dinner. Don't be rude. Stay in your seat and calmly drink up. Ooh. Maria looked like she was really excited by the occasionally crashing thunder. Maybe she wanted to quickly finish eating and run over to the window. She had been fidgeting for a while, waiting for the meal to end. Some people are afraid of thunder, while others find it interesting, and Maria was apparently one of the latter sort. Therefore, when she heard from George and Nikki that dinner was over, a huge smile broke across her face. I never used to be afraid of thunder and lightning, and in a way, I'm still not, for my own sake. But since having kids, I gotta say, there's some protective father instinct cuts in. Or takes over. Whenever there's a storm, I'm just so terrified the lightning bolt is going to come in and hit my kid next to the window or something. I don't know. It's a really big change because I really love storms. When it used to storm, I used to go out on a walk because it was storming, because I like storms so much. But now my brain goes, okay, keep the kids from a window. What if the house gets hit by a lightning bolt? How are you going to stop the fire? Make sure you're ready to get everyone out of the house. You know, just so many protective instincts just kick in now. She then rose from her seat, took out her handbag, which she'd set under her seat, never having left it even when she was eating, and began fishing around inside of it. No one seemed particularly concerned by this behavior. Is she going to get the umbrella out? What's that? Where did you get it? George was the first to notice it. As he spoke, Battler noticed it too. Oh shit! They saw that Maria was now holding a beautiful Western-style envelope. On the front of the envelope, the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was done in gold leaf. Furthermore, the fact that it was sealed with dark red wax made it clear that this wasn't something Maria could have brought as a prank. Maria-chan, what is that? It seemed that Natsui had also noticed the strangeness of the envelope Maria was holding. Her voice sounded too serious for someone admonishing a small child, so the relatives around us finally noticed too. What happened, Natsui Nisan? What is that? Maria, where did you pick that up? That envelope has... Kinzo-san. When Nanjo muttered that, even us kids could understand why everyone seemed to be frozen solid. It really was Kinzo pretending to be Beatrice. Maria confirmed in Smash. the envelope that Maria held was one of the Ushiromiya family head's custom-made envelopes for private use. In other words, it could only mean one thing. This envelope contained a message from Kinzo. Oh, what is an envelope like that doing here? And now that's an interesting thing to come jumping out at us. Just let me have a peek. Know your place, Hideyoshi. No way, I'll read it. I was told to read it to everyone. By who? Uncle Hideyoshi tried to snatch the envelope out of Maria's hands, but she protected it as though hugging it and didn't let go. Protected it as though hugging it? That's a bit weird. Hideyoshi-san, you can't use force against a child. I mean, Rosa can. Maria-chan, where did you get this envelope? Ooh, I got it from Beatrice when she gave me the umbrella. She told me to read it to everyone after the meal was over. I'm the witch's messenger. Ooh. Messenger? The almighty witch of the island sure likes to mess around. Does this mean it was in English? Or quote? Or what? Yeah? Okay. Battler tried to joke about it, but no one laughed. I wonder what's written inside of it, Miria-chan. Gonna read it. Okay, gotta say, I don't think we're approaching a cliff or anything like that, but I gotta say, this has exceeded my expectations for a second stream so far. I was really expecting, after that good scene in the parlor, that it was gonna be like another 6 scenes of bullshit, and then another good scene, and then 6 scenes of bullshit, and then another good scene, and so far, all the scenes have been pretty good. I'm sure there will be more bullshit scenes coming, but I was really expecting to have to pay for that good scene of plot. So I'm pretty happy right now, actually. Maria casually opened the envelope. It was sealed only with wax, so she just had to remove the sealing wax to open it. That sealing wax fell onto the desk. Hideyoshi hastily picked it up and stared fixedly at it. He then set it in the center of the table where Natsui, Kairi, and Nanjo stared at it. Can wax be hard to break? I don't think I've ever had to break a wax seal. Imprinted in the sealing wax was the one-winged eagle, which was the Ushiromiya family crest and also Kinzo's personal crest. Could a child do it easily? This is the family head's personal crest. I know it from the letters I have received from Kinzo-san before. Without a doubt, this is his wax seal. But aren't there several things in this mansion bearing that crest? For example, if there was some kind of stamp for wax seals, couldn't someone other than Kinzo-san have used it? No, Kinzo-san would always use a ring on his finger, his proof of the Ushiromiya family headship, when he sealed the wax. Oh, Beatrice got the ring! This shape and complex design is definitely Kinzo-san's seal. Or, after he climbed down the gutter, he went into the forest, got the ring back, and he just threw it out to throw off the scent of the reader because he just knows he's in a story because he's pretending he's in a Danganronpa game. Oh, this is not necessarily so. Anyone in the family must have received a letter from father at least once. We can't eliminate the possibility that someone used that wax as a model to create a fake seal and pass themselves off as father. It's true, yep. They reverse engineered it. I agree with the Nikki. No matter how much the seal resembles Dad's, we can't prove that it's the real thing, so it doesn't prove this envelope came from him. And this handwriting that looks like our father's handwriting. Someone could have studied my father's handwriting and just did that. Just practice and forged his signature at the end. I absolutely agree. I cannot approve of arbitrarily deciding that this letter came from father based on solely on the wax seal. And now that our dad is standing in the hallway door and he's telling us, I actually did write that and do that seal. That could be someone in an elaborate father costume. We can't conclude that it was actually Kinzo that's talking to us right now and telling us that he wrote this letter. Dr. Nanjo, couldn't you be a bit more couldn't you use a bit more discretion with your vague words? Damn, you are just the worst. I apologize. It was not my place to speak. One after another, all the siblings from Cross on downwards rejected Nando's. What? Rejected Nando's statement, saying that the envelope Maria held wasn't necessarily from Kinzo. They were afraid. They feared from the bottom of their hearts that Kinzo's intentions were written in there, and that it might be some announcement regarding the inheritance that would be decidedly unfavorable to them. Maria, the person who gave you that envelope is the same person who lent you that umbrella, right? I don't know what "oo" means. Is it true? Ooh, yes. Ooh. So in other words, the witch, Beatrice, gave Maria-chan that envelope along with the umbrella? Ooh. Maria nodded forcefully. I agree with my husband. It's a dubious letter handed over by some suspicious person. It isn't even worth reading. There's nothing wrong with just reading it, right? Battler said to Jessica in a small voice, trying to act tough, but Natsui heard him clearly and glared at him with threatening eyes. And then, Beatrice told you to read it after the meal was over, right, Maria? Did Beatrice have a beard? Beardatrice? It's okay, everyone. This envelope didn't come from grandfather, but from Beatrice. Regardless of who actually wrote it, why can't we just hear what's inside before we decide? That's right. Even if father didn't necessarily write it, I'd still like to know what's written inside. Maria-chan, I'm sorry I tried to take it from you by force earlier. I apologize, so will you read it out aloud in front of everyone? Maria, read it. Ooh. As all the relatives stared fiercely at Maria, she spread the letter open with a rustle. Do you think it really did come from Dad? Shut up! She's gonna read it! Impossible. Whenever Father has announced something to us in the past, he would always send Genji if he didn't do it directly, correct? I cannot believe that he would use such a joke-like approach. That's right. Maria, a messenger? That definitely doesn't suit Father's tastes. Rosa, could this be Maria-chan trying to surprise us by putting on some kind of show? Maria isn't really a kid who'd be capable of something so thoughtful. Gonna read it. Ooh. I'm going back to my own world. The words came out of Maria's mouth, but for some reason her voice seemed different than usual. Uh-oh. Everyone's silent. Welcome to Rockinjima, members of the Ushiromiya family. God fucking that. I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family, employed by Kinzo-sama himself. Ha, that's crazy. Shut up! Yeah, quiet, yeah. I have served him for many years in accordance with our contract, but on this day, Kinzo-sama has announced the final suspension of that contract. Therefore, I ask that you acknowledge my resignation from the position of family alchemist from this day forth. How foolish, what nonsense. Shut up! I can't stand to listen to it. And now, there is one part of the contract that must be explained to all present. I, Beatrice, lent Kinzo-sama a vast quantity of gold under certain terms. One of these terms specifies that all the gold is to be returned to me upon the termination of the contract. Furthermore, I am to receive everything of the Ushiromiya family as interest. Ridiculous. It's been ridiculous from the very beginning. So it's basically one of those things, right? Doesn't it sound just like one of those contracts with the devil? The contract has expired, so they've come to collect interest. Shut up! Let her read it! Is she trying to grab some retirement money for her old age or something? What a cheeky witch. Battler-kun, now isn't the time to joke around. Battler made a face as if to ask, if I can't make fun of this, what can I make fun of? Some of the adults' faces were pale, while others looked dazed. After hearing this, you may feel as though Kinzo-sama has been savagely ruthless. However, Kinzo-sama did append a special clause to the contract so that you would have a chance to preserve your wealth and honor. If and only if that special clause is fulfilled, I will lose my rights to the gold and the interest for all eternity. Because without risk, there can be no magic. A special clause? What is it? It's your older brother. Special clause, Beatrice retains the right to collect the gold and accumulated interest upon the termination of the contract. However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time. The collection of the interest will proceed shortly, but if any one of you fulfills the terms of the special clause, I shall return everything, including the portion that has already been collected. Furthermore, as the first step of this collection of Kinzo-sama's debt, I have taken possession of the Ushiromiya family head's ring, which signifies the passage of the Ushiromiya family headship from one individual to another. I ask that you confirm this for yourselves by examining the imprint on the wax seal. Are they trying to claim that's the meaning behind this seal? That father would relinquish his ring is unthinkable. Kraus stared at the sealing wax as if to burn a hole through it. Eva and Rudolph were doing the same over his shoulder. Come to think of it, when we were playing chess, I did have a strange feeling that something was missing from Kinzo-san's finger. Dr. Nanjo! Don't say something so careless just because of a vague memory! We can't prove its authenticity here. Only by asking Father directly can we determine whether he really handed over his ring and whether this letter tells the truth. He's dead! That's right. It's just as Kiri-san says. Do you really think Kinzo-san will tell you? After all, that person's thoughts sometimes surpass the bounds of common sense. No matter what happens, it's still nonsense. In the first place, the illusion of gold itself is one of Father's tricks. I've already heard enough talk of that gold from the rest of you. But this is the witch speaking, right? About how the inheritance and all of the assets will be handed over to the one who finds the gold, right? So maybe Beatrice-sama is Father's legal advisor or in charge of his funds. We can't possibly trust some strange person who entrusts such a suspicious paper to a child. And Nikki, we need you to be frank with us. Is it possible Dad's assets are being managed by someone you don't know? Some mysterious person that we didn't know was on the island who decides to give an umbrella to a child and also a secret letter after finding the ring in the forest and uses the wax seal and does it, and this is how they're communicating with us? Yes. Typical lawyer stuff. No, that's impossible. As the family's head representative, I control all the father's assets. It should be impossible for anyone to do as they please with them without me knowing it. So this must mean there are some assets you don't control, right, Kraus-Nissan? How foolish. Such assets could not possibly exist. So you have been embezzling. Oh, but there is such a thing. An asset of father's that you don't control. There's no way such a thing could exist. No, it does. It's father. No, Beatrice's hidden gold. Okay, I don't know what marching band they're doing upstairs. Sorry about that. Let's keep it simple. In short, Dad is some trusted confidant that Aniki doesn't even know about. Furthermore, this person has always been in charge of watching and managing the gold. Is Maria even done with the letter, or could it be some eccentric rich person who offered him a loan with rules like a devil's contract? Could it be that this confidant called Beatrice is trying to test which of Kinzo's children is most worthy to be financed by her gold? Kairi's question was one that all the siblings wanted answered. Upon reflection, they realized that Kinzo's strange epitaph had hung in the wall beneath the witch's portrait for quite some time, and while it had long been whispered that whoever solved the puzzle would receive everything, no one had ever clearly stated it. It was just something that everyone had hoped might be true. And right here, right now, the thing they'd hoped for had been clearly stated in Beatrice's letter. It clearly specified that everything of the Ushiro Miya family would be given to the one who found the gold. Kinzo-sama had already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. The rules apply. Oh, she's not done. The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph. If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest. I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. Beatrice the Golden. No, she's more auburn. Father, I know you can hear me. Please respond. The door to Kinzo's study was being violently, harshly beaten against over and over again like a percussion instrument. The yells coming from the other side belonged to Kraus, Rudolph, and sometimes Eva. It was the siblings who were trying to intrude upon Kinzo's study to question him about the truth behind that mysterious letter. Kinzo was eating. Oh, he's not dead! An elegant tablecloth was set over the desk, and the fabulous dinner that had adorned the table in the dining hall was reproduced here. No, it was pizza. Kinzo continued his meal in silence. Shannon, taking away an empty plate, looked uncomfortably between the door being pounded on and Kinzo's face. Everyone is calling for you. But what should I do? Leave them. God and my meals both hold silence as a virtue. Should I silence them? There's no need. It does not even reach my ears. Kinzo enjoyed his food, apparently indifferent. Man, the servants are more family to him than his actual family. Why is that? Is it because you knew the witch would take them away one day, so you made your own family that was not subject to the witch's rules, maybe? Genji quietly lowered his head and took a single step back. As he did, Kanon, who stood in reserve like a shadow behind and to the side of Genji, opened his mouth. Maria-sama apparently received a letter from Beatrice-sama, so I imagine they want to test its authenticity. Has she started already then? Come, Beatrice. I have no shortage of coins to be wagered. Shall we enjoy this night to the fullest? I don't think I'll lose. Your smile will be mine for all eternity. If I could see it one more time, I wouldn't regret losing my wealth, my honor, or even my life. Just go to the Steam page. Well then, the roulette has begun to spin. Which pocket will the ball fall into? Noir? Rouge? Oh, Rouge or House takes it all. Come, you may begin, Beatrice. I'll show you the power of miracles once more. Alright, that was a good scene. Thoughts so far? I really miss Persona 3. This story is making me think too much. I have too many questions, and it's giving me answers. I'd rather just shrug and say who cares and just go into Tartarus. I want to go to Tatar! The strange letter that the witch had entrusted to Maria wiped all memories of dinner from our minds. Maria was repeatedly barraged with questions by Aunt Rosa and the other parents, and became increasingly ill-tempered when they refused to believe her. If we kids tried to butt in, they'd probably ignore us. Our parents were all stirred up, firing back and forth about the gold and the distribution of the assets, and completely forgetting that we were even there. I'd already guessed they'd been talking like this in the shadows, but I hadn't thought they'd be so blunt. It gave all of us kids a considerable shock, like an electric shock. From what we could overhear, all the parents wanted more money as soon as possible, back and forth about grandfather's inheritance, back and forth about the distribution of the gold if it was found, about advance payments in cash. It was so despicable I could hardly bear to watch, even though one of them was my father. And speaking of cash, thank you to Fentyrus for the resub. Tacos Dabira for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Toxin14, also for the resub. Mama, I didn't mean to make you cry. Thank you, Lieb13 for the resub. Dark Sleeve also for the resub. Hack McMac for the resub. Goda's time in the spotlight completely overshadowed by a child's umbrella, Lamayo. I know, right? Thank you, La Magica. Oh, nice. I was promised crying cat girls. Where are they hiding? Oh, that'll be later. That'll be later. Thank you for the resub. Thank you, Mean Bean Egg for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Cameron D6 for the resub. One day evolve into a Cameron D20. Thank you, Jig Chew for the resub. A giant chug jug from Jackie Ohio. And Yuri was taken for gifting a sub to Biturichu. Thank you very much. Okay. We have 20 minutes until break, and I need to pee, so I really want my break. If I feel up to it when we get to break, I will continue for another hour, and we'll go to 5, but it's probably going to be not this scene, but the scene after we will end, I think. I think we'll do that, okay? I feel like I have some reading stamina. I'm not making as many mistakes as I was a bit earlier, but we'll see. If I start to wilt, then we'll stop. About advance payments, okay, there we go. It looked like Jessica felt the same way. We left our seats without being asked to and went to hang out somewhere well away from our parents. You know what? We just got to a scene break, and there's no way we're getting to the end of the scene in 20 minutes. So let's take our break a little early, and then we'll just go for 2 more scenes. I think that's what we should do. Anyway, so let's just take it a little early right now, so we don't have to interrupt in the middle of a scene. So I'll be right back. Like 4 or 5 minutes. I'm gonna go pee and get some water. You loving this, Mouse? Mouse, you loving this? Look, everyone in chat liking this VN. God damn it, you hate. Alright, I'm back. Oh. Damn, man. Almost a 100% enjoying it on the poll. I guess that makes sense, because if you're not enjoying it, you would have left. But still, you don't really see polls that big. Unless you're comparing the Navigator characters in the Persona games. Okay, continue. We left our seats without being asked to and went to hang out somewhere well away from our parents. I get it. Now I totally see why grandfather hates coming down for meals. I'm so disillusioned with our parents right now. All that about money and the inheritance. I mean, he probably made them this way, Jessica. How can they act like that right out in the open? Well, I'm already completely disillusioned with my old bastard. There's no way I could think of any worse of him. By the way, what are these boobs? That's exactly the same for me. Still, that freaking shocked me. Shocked me to the core. Jessica looked down at the floor, irritated. She was always talking about how bad her parents were, but maybe she hadn't really felt that way deep inside. The depths of Jessica's shock made that clear. You're all minors being supported by parents, so you might not understand, but getting money is neither simple nor a pretty thing. I won't try to force you to understand right now, but since you're still kids... But even so, I want you to realize that your parents are just doing their best in their own way. Aw, George! Come on! Oh great, George Niki's gotten all mature. George Nisan, I know you're working hard as a full-fledged member of society, but does that mean you turn into a shameless, greedy vulture like our parents whenever you start talking about money and assets? If it were only for my own benefit, then no, I wouldn't want to do that. However, when your family and your employees, your subordinates, and their families are all counting on you, there are some times when you must fight. I hate that kind of fight. That back and forth about grandfather's inheritance just makes me want to puke. Okay, so you're not completely wrong. You do have a lot of responsibility. I get it. But at the same time, like, that's not really how the parents are acting here, man. But we don't see how they got to the situation. That's true. Jessica pretended to spit violently. That harsh reaction made the depths of her pain very clear. Let's stop talking about this. All this about grandfather's hidden gold, property, inheritance is our parents' problem, not ours. I agree. At the very least, I think children have a duty to be considerate and stay out of their parents' way when they're talking together. Sounds pretty boring. Everyone knows the phrase, adults are filthy. I don't, but we had now seen that for ourselves, and that really did give us a considerable shock. George and Nikki was now pretty much an adult, and I'd already been disillusioned with my dad, so the shock wasn't that big for us. George was now filthy, but Jessica seemed to be taking it hard. Apparently she received a bigger blow than I thought. She always talks badly about her parents, but it looks like she hadn't changed at all on the inside. Even now, she's still a pure-hearted, delicate person who can't doubt others. I'm sure she respected her parents as much as anyone else does. And then her parents started raging about going, money, money, inheritance, my money. Therefore, right in front of all the other parents and the children, it's no surprise she received a shock from hearing that. Jessica-chan, please don't start hating your mother and father. I won't ask you to understand them, but at least don't hate them. I get it, just leave me alone for a bit. 6 years ago, I would have kept taunting Jessica even after she got all dejected, but I guess I really have grown over the last 6 years. I realize it'd be better to leave Jessica alone right now. Jessica suddenly looked away, sulkily, and left the parlor. She probably wanted to be alone for a while. I could do nothing but wordlessly watch her back as she left. Come to think of it, I wonder where Maria-chan went. Oh, she's missing again! She's probably pouting in front of the portrait. Maria truly looked up to witches. Literally, she's so short, and she'd expected that coming in direct contact with Beatrice and receive... And she'd expected that coming in direct contact with Beatrice and receiving the letter as proof... Okay, would surprise everyone and make them happy. Okay, that's why it didn't make sense. It's fine. However, the adults had doubted its authenticity, thoroughly bombarding Maria with questions and refusing to accept her story. Even for me, it wasn't hard to imagine how much that must have hurt Maria. We couldn't speak to Maria or Jessica. In the end, George and Nikki and I just abandoned ourselves to the sound of the falling rain in the dark night. I wonder what's happening with that typhoon. Maybe there's something about it on the news. George and Nikki started walking over to the corner of the parlor where the television was. He hadn't called me over, and I really couldn't have cared less where the typhoon was on the sea now. So without going over to the television, I loitered around the window. Loitered. The wind hasn't picked up that much here, but I wonder if it's horrible over the sea. I did hear about a severe storm warning on the weather report. Ah, Kari-san. I take it those big talks between the adults are going smoothly, yeah? She seemed to catch the sarcasm. Kari-san shrugged. I wonder if that stomach ache of the discussion will continue all night. It's not going to be fun. Well then, please enjoy playing vultures to grandfather's property as much as you'd like. I feel sick. I'll agree with you on that. If I could just slip away like you, I'd do it. Unfortunately, I can't. Even if I'm not allowed to speak. So you just like Rudolph? You don't feel like you belong here. You really do. Everyone else does. You feel like the odd one out. Again, you feel like more of like you belong more with Battler, George, and Jessica, to be honest. Like, maybe you're just someone that's in between or something. I don't know. We spouses have it pretty rough too. Kari-san took a deep breath, smiling bitterly. That's right. They probably wouldn't let Kari-san speak since she only married into the family. Still, as Dad's partner, she's had no choice but to stay by his side and support him. She's probably had to bear the full brunt of this mental pressure much more than me. I wasn't going to apologize, but realizing that I'd spoken too harshly, I cut the sarcasm for the time being. So how does it look? Are they still stuck on the topic of the mysterious witch Vitorici? More or less. Those four siblings are always piling up secret agreements when they come together to discuss the division of grandfather's inheritance. They're saying that some unknown fifth person has appeared and is trying to make things even more complicated, and there's no way that'll make for a peaceful conversation. Just when you think they're snarling at each other, they'll set up a common front. Natsuhi Nisan's not the only one getting headaches. On the one hand, they all want a larger portion than the other siblings, so they're all rivals. But on the other hand, they don't want 1 yen to be snatched up by anyone other than the siblings, so they're all allies. I hadn't been told the details, but the siblings were apparently discussing how to protect their shares under various situations, setting up ceasefire agreements and rules to prevent anyone from getting an unfair advantage, even preparing to resort to legal action if absolutely necessary. Oh no, not legal action. That they would go this far to preserve their shares was so beyond disgusting that you just had to acknowledge their resilience. I mean, George would like it though. I'm surprised George isn't in there. Tap George in. So basically, Beatrice is like an assassin sent by grandfather. He probably wanted to scare the hell out of his children for talking about the inheritance without him. Ehehe. Who is this Beatrice, I wonder? If everything she claims is true, then she's a mystery figure that no one knew about until today, and she also knows about grandfather's hidden gold. Do you know about the witch story? Probably. On top of that, she was even entrusted with the head's ring. She must truly have been trusted by him. Well, obviously, I don't think she's a witch riding around on a broom. I do, but there's no doubt she's a mysterious person who's earned the right to be called a witch. If only Maria-chan would go into more detail about that. Everyone's been smothering her, even though she's just a little girl. They really scared her, and some things they might have asked now can't be asked. I wonder if those people have ever even read The North Wind and the Sun. Aesop fable? North Wind and the Sun. The North Wind and the Sun had a quarrel about which was the stronger. While they were disputing with much heat and bluster, a traveler passed along the road wrapped in a cloak. Oh, I think I've read this. What we do know is that Maria received a letter from a person who took the name Beatrice. She sure is shy for a mystery person, entrusting Maria with a letter and hiding away even now when she could have just appeared and talked to us directly. Ha ha. Hey Battler-kun, do you really think a person called Beatrice actually exists? Who knows? Doesn't it really seem like a false name? Like she's grandfather's representative, so she was given permission to take the name of the witch from his illusions? Oh my god, that would be so fantastic! Just a huge fuck with them for the whole weekend, pretending to be a witch. The whole house rigged with like animatronics and like all the snap of fingers, secret switches and shit. That's not what I meant. Right now, there's a total of 18 people here on Rockinjima. Do you think there's a 19th person? Watch out for them. 18 people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, so there's only 18, so that's it. Everyone here is on the page. Okay. Interesting. Are there really a full 18 people on this island right now? Wondering about that, I began counting on my fingers, and it really did come out to that many. Shit. Do I think that a 19th person exists? Big Danganronpa vibes right now. Oh man, this took some big cues from Danganronpa. What exactly do you mean? Say the line, chat! Just what I said. The person who lent Maria that umbrella supposedly wasn't one of us 18. So isn't it natural to assume that a 19th person exists and that this person lent Maria the umbrella? Well, yeah, it sure looks that way. Do you guys want the music up a little bit? Music sound effect? Let's put it by 1 and see if we want to put it higher, okay? It went up by 1. At the very least, she must have been on the island when it started raining, and ever since that time, the weather has grown progressively worse, so taking a boat out would be pretty much impossible. In that case, that person must still be on the island, hiding from the rain somewhere. Who drives the boat? Or was that Gouda, or did the boat person go back to the mainland afterwards with said boat? And without any of us spotting her. True, we've all been randomly prowling all over the mansion and the guest house, but no one has bumped into a 19th person. But this island is huge. There might be other places to take shelter from the rain other than the mansion and the guest house. At about this time, I began to realize what direction Kairi-san's suspicions were taking us in. Kairi-san was denying that a 19th person existed. Beatrice was one of us 18. In other words, she thought someone we knew well was tricking us with a wig. If Beatrice is who she claims, she would surely be the most honored of guests, the most honored of confidence trusted by Grandfather. There's no way Grandfather wouldn't give that kind of person a warm reception. She would surely have been ushered into the mansion. However, we haven't seen anyone like that. Wait a sec, isn't this line of reasoning a bit too hasty? Sure, no one spotted this person, but that doesn't mean that you can deny the possibility that a 19th person exists, right? Maybe, for some reason, they landed on the island stealthily and have been hiding ever since. And it was procure on site for the whole operation. It's what they call a devil's proof. It's easy to prove that something exists. If this Beatrice appears in front of us all and says hi, then it's settled. But it's impossible to prove that there's no 19th person. Yes, Battler-kun, your way of reasoning isn't bad. In our current situation, there isn't enough information to either accept or deny that a 19th person exists, but if you spin the chessboard around and think that way, we can deny the existence of a 19th person with near certainty. Spin the chessboard around was one of Kairi-san's favorite phrases. Mine was, what are these boobs? I've been influenced by those words and used them myself from time to time. Yeah, you two really get along. That's nice. When you get stuck by trying to find a move in chess or shogi, then by spinning the board around and looking at everything from your opponent's standpoint, you can often see a strategy that'll give you the upper hand. It means turning things around and putting yourself in your opponent's shoes. You see? Let's say that a 19th person called Beatrice actually exists. That person must have managed, without being seen by anyone, to stealthily arrive on this island and remain hidden ever since. Maybe they had some reason, okay? In that case, why did they go to all the trouble of appearing before Maria and handing her the letter? It really was a contradiction. Maybe they were here before we got here, though. If they had some reason for hiding themselves, then they should have stayed hidden the whole time. But even so, they had appeared openly in front of Maria. Then... Wait, Maria said it herself. She said the witch made her a messenger. Maybe that's because Maria was the youngest and looked the most obedient. Why would they need a messenger? If they just wanted a letter delivered to the family conference, they could have mailed it. If they mailed it to each of the 4 siblings, no one would be able to ignore it. There was no need for this person to carry it themselves and secretly deliver it by hand. Yeah, but then it wouldn't have the drama. It wouldn't have the spice. She wants to set everyone on edge. The game is afoot. Yeah, that does sound pretty weird. In the first place, if Beatrice existed and wanted to make her presence known to everyone, then she could have just openly presented herself to all of us. Despite that, she chose the vague method of appearing through a little girl called Maria-chan and only gave us a vague impression of who she was. Contradiction. Let's go a little deeper, shall we? Kairi's smart. Okay, hold on. Is she though? Or is everyone in this story got the 999 disease where they're just like walking different parts of Wikipedia, and if they all join forces, they're all of Wikipedia together? She appeared in front of Maria trying to give us the impression that a 19th person existed, and yet she still hasn't appeared before us and is hiding somewhere at this very moment. Think about those contradictions. You've got to keep these things in mind when you spin the chessboard around. In short, if a person wants to leave us with the impression that Beatrice exists as a 19th person, what might their goal be? If this person wanted to hide, then they wouldn't have made their presence known, and if they wanted to show themselves, they wouldn't have used the roundabout approach of entrusting someone with a letter, which means it's simple. Beatrice is one of the 18 people. This is a rock-solid conclusion. Because, like, maybe I'm wrong to think there's going to be supernatural stuff in this, but it seems like it's leading there, especially with Kinzo. But maybe Kinzo is just nuts. But this is a rock-solid conclusion if you don't immediately think that there's, like the witch can teleport. Or something, you know what I mean? Like, maybe she can't. I don't know. This is very reasonable. All right, it's simple. Beatrice is one of the 18 people. That's why they want to create the illusion that there are more than 18 people. The 19th person was revealed so spectacularly. If someone were to profit from this, it wouldn't be some 19th person in hiding, it'd be one of the original 18 people. Of course, this reasoning is full of holes. Of course, even the opposite could be completely true. You know what? If you put a wig on, if you turn over even a few of the premises, it'll simply fall apart. But I'm almost completely certain it's correct. This is starting to feel pretty creepy. Someone lent Maria the umbrella and handed her the letter. Supposedly, none of the 18 did this, and yet Beatrice was hidden among those 18. Was this person planning, hiding their true form and pretending to be Beatrice? I suspect it might have been Maria-chan play acting, but the contents of the message were extremely complicated, and it's hard to imagine Maria-chan writing that herself. However, I can't deny the possibility that Maria-chan is working together with someone. But wait a sec, Maria's a 9-year-old kid, right? What could she possibly be planning, and with whom? And what about her straightforward, overly honest, obedient nature? Yes, I understand what kind of person Maria-chan is. Maybe Rosa went in, put the wig on, went back out, said, you know, Mommy wants to play a game with you, actually. Here's an umbrella. Say I'm Beatrice. Here's a letter. And then went to sleep. And then took shot put ball out. Yes, I also understand what kind of person Maria-chan is, but that's exactly why I think it's possible. That girl's a dreamer who can't help but look up to and blindly accept the existence of witches. So if a person appeared in front of her and claimed to be the witch Beatrice, Maria-chan would happily swallow it up, I think. So you're saying that if someone disguised themselves by wearing that fancy dress from the portrait, tricking Maria wouldn't be that hard? Honestly, I think if someone just held the painting out in front of them and just did a voice that you know, Maria might go along with it. Of course, with that reasoning, all of us women would become the primary suspects. Anyway, who did Maria-chan encounter? Learning the details of that question would be the best key to solving this riddle. But this key has been firmly locked away inside Maria-chan's heart. Everyone denied the existence of the witch without listening to her, barraging her too much with questions about who Beatrice actually was. Okay, who knows that Maria likes the witches, though? Actually, I was going to say that it would have to be Shannon, because Shannon was there when we were having that conversation, but Maria's been here before, so she's probably liked the witches in the past visits, too, so any of them could know that, actually. Everyone denied the existence of the witch without listening to her, barraging her too much with questions about who Beatrice actually was. You read this already. She probably won't open her heart to the adults now. In the dim hall in front of the portrait of Beatrice, Maria was sobbing. No one believes I met Beatrice. Ooh. Even though I showed them the letter Beatrice gave, they still don't believe. Hit kick. Are you getting sick? Aw. Anyway, Maria-chan's holding the key. The key? The key to whether Beatrice is one of the 18 people or a 19th person. Maria's stubborn, right? When that girl gets angry, it's pretty hard to make her feel better. Battler-kun, I think a kid like you would be better at cheering her up than an adult like me. After she's feeling better, try asking. I know you don't care about all this back and forth about the inheritance, but don't you find this Western Mansion mystery situation exciting? Hell yeah! Who in the world is this person who gave Maria-chan the letter? It makes your intellectual curiosity ache. You're actually pretty tough considering you're still excited after being dragged through that endless money talk. Adults can be pretty amazing. I shrugged exasperatedly, but I did notice something. Kairi knows how dejected I was after overhearing our parents' turbulent discussion and was probably trying to clear the air. At the very least, I'd recovered enough to voice my complaints. She wasn't my real mother, so I've never felt like calling her mom. But it did make me think she's a real adult. Hey brats, so this is where you were. Kairi, you really took your time fixing your makeup, didn't you? I think I'll make a habit of going out to touch up my makeup too. By the way, what are these boobs? Oh, that's where I got it from. I'm sorry. A woman's makeup takes a long time. So, how's this discussion been without me? I'm sure everything was all peaceful and harmonious. Kairi-san poked the weak spot under my arm with her elbow. We decided to take a break to cool our heads a little. It looks like we'll be at it all night. Makes me want to cry. His way of talking hadn't changed, but he couldn't completely hide his fatigue. I couldn't say I was sympathetic, but he looked pitiful compared to his normal, energetic self. Still, that rain's just awful. I really don't want to go back to the guest house. It looks like Natsui-san set things up so we could spend the night here in the mansion. What'll we do? We don't need to decide until you're done, right? If you run so low on energy that you can't return to our room, then we can take them up on their offer. Okay, this seems like it's just prime for someone to die tonight. Everyone's in the mansion. There's not going to be like, well, you know, we can eliminate 5 suspects immediately because who could get into the mansion without it raining or whatever. It seems like set up perfectly. Conditions could not be more perfect for someone to die tonight. You're right. We can think about it later. What about you, Battler? If I stayed, I'd just get in the way. I'll be nice and go back over there. Oh ho! I see. Will you go back so soon? I don't know. It'd be lonely to head back myself. I'll gather all the kids and we'll head out. Okay, you go do that. Also, Battler, you won't be going to sleep that easily tonight, right? Yeah, I'll probably be up talking with the cousins. Sounds like we'll be up all night. Is there a problem with that? I see. If you're still awake when the adults' discussion is over, I want to have a little talk as a family. A what? That doesn't sound like you. Apparently Kairi-san was thinking the same thing. What are you talking about? She asked him in a small voice. It looked like Kairi-san didn't have a clue what that meant either. I also want to talk to you about it, Kairi. I'll tell you later, so don't ask how. And then he died. Please. I don't know anyone who neglects the concept of family as much as this old bastard. And now he's saying we're going to have a talk as a family? Both Kairi-san and I couldn't help but get wide-eyed. Look, don't look so terrified. I'm the one who should be terrified. After all, at that point he swallowed his words for an instant, even though putting on airs of importance wasn't much like my dad. You're freaking me out, Dad. Everyone in our family's gathered here now, right? Don't make a big deal out of it and spit it out. Tonight, I will probably be killed. There was a huge crash of thunder. Right before Rudolph died, he told me, I think I might die. It must have been really close. I hope he's fucking with us. Dad's expression, brightly illuminated by the lightning, was burned into my eyes. Dad's face, which always looked so sure of itself, and which always wore a taunting expression, was strangely frail in a way I couldn't really explain. It was so worn out that he looked like a different person. What? What are you talking about? That doesn't sound like you. Giggle. I agree. What happened? You look so timid all of a sudden. It's not like you. I'm gonna go fix my makeup too. Don't follow me. Dad turned away weakly. After that, only Kairi and I were left, still wide-eyed. What did he say? Tonight he'll be killed? You don't think that mysterious letter scared him, do you? He's been watching too many serial murder movies. Kairi-san didn't answer my light-hearted words and continued to stare at my dad's disappearing back. Battler-kun, when you told Rudolph-san to spill the beans right away, he left without telling us anything, and then muffled from the other room. Who are you? Wait, what are these boobs? Get stabbed to death. Oh no! And then later on, 4 hours later. Wait, hold on. Think back to when the murder happened, Kyrie. What? We heard him say, "What are these boobs? The killer must have been a woman." Oh my god, you're right. That really narrows it down. The breakthrough we needed, even though he said he had something to say to both of us, he didn't answer you. Why? Spin the chessboard around. What do you see? Sorry, that was dumb. Well, what he said he wanted to talk, but then couldn't. That's a contradiction. What can you see, son, by looking from Dad's perspective? Giggle. Yes, I can see something. He wants to talk about something. However, he doesn't have the courage to bring it up. He actually means chase after me, talk to me, and ask me about it yourself. By saying don't follow me, he actually means the opposite. He actually means follow me and force me to answer. Seriously, what a spoiled brat. I thought we had to go cheer Maria up. Wow, can you really call that reasoning? That's ridiculous. Can great private and police detectives seduce the emotions and feelings between men and women? They can't, right? Figuring out the feelings of the opposite sex is even more advanced art than exposing the tricks in different crime cases. What is your profession? Rudolph's second wife, she had already worked alongside him for some time before the death of his first wife, at which time she openly took the position of his wife. Oh, okay. She has served as Rudolph's right hand in several shady pieces of business, guiding them to success. She is quick thinking and well trusted by her husband. All right. Definitely had an affair. If you ask me, romance novels have much deeper mysteries than masterpiece mystery novels. Okay, just lost like 20 whole points. We're down to 80. I see. Is that how it is? I'll stand alongside that spoiled brat. He normally loves to bluff, but tonight he's completely tired out from that heated discussion. He probably wants someone to lean on at that moment. And responding to that need is the role of his partner. Ha. Sounds passionate. Then I'll leave that old bastard in your hands. Yes, leave it to me. I called out to Kairi-san's departing back. What? Huh? What? I want to say thanks. Thanks to you, my gloomy mood has cleared up a lot. That's good. Communication is important. After answering with a wink, Kairi-san followed after Dad. Ooh. Does no one else see it? Is it just me? I feel like they're a better pair than Kairi and the Dad, man. I feel like they have more chemistry than Rudolph and Kairi. Does anyone else see it? It's just me, really? Just me? God damn it, I feel like they get along better. Like, I'm not shipping. I'm just saying they have chemistry. Stepmother, exactly. I have the popular vote on my side. Exactly. Natsui could be found in a dimly lit hallway. Now and then the thunder would crash, but this had no effect on Natsui's expression. She looked completely worn out. The discussion that had just taken place between the relatives in the dining hall was repeating itself inside Natsui's mind. Joseph, I'm not talking anything to do with sex or anything like that. I'm just talking about like how they get along. Like I feel like they talk better. But we haven't really seen Kairi and Rudolph talk privately ever, actually, right? The discussion had just taken... So maybe it's... I need something else to judge. But he's going to be dead soon, so we're never going to see it. The discussion that had just taken place between the relatives in the dining hall was repeating itself inside Natsui's mind. I hate the whole I hate my step-parent trope, too. So it's good to see it subverted. Although, I guess with... how shit's going in popular media now, maybe it's not much of a subversion anymore. Beatrice had proclaimed that in addition to the gold, all of the inheritance and property of the Uchiromiya family would be given to the person who could solve the riddle. In other words, she planned to undermine the absolute guarantee that Kraus, as the oldest brother, had to succeed the family head. Originally, the other siblings had absolutely no chance to inherit the headship. To them, this proposal by Beatrice was extremely desirable. It was obvious that they would accept it. There was no need to play some clumsy detective game. Natsui knew that this so-called 19th person, Beatrice, couldn't exist. Naturally, Beatrice was nothing more than a fictional character used to pass a message that Kinzo had written himself. As proof, Kinzo had remained stubbornly neutral as to that letter's authenticity. He was completely ignoring these reckless claims that he shouldn't be able to ignore, that he had given up the head's ring. In short, Kinzo had wordlessly admitted that the letter held his own message. Most likely, one of the servants had given Maria the letter. Kinzo had probably worked out an elaborate plan where the dress from the portrait would be prepared, and someone, probably Shannon, would be made to wear it and deliver the letter and umbrella. By doing that, he could make it seem like the witch from the portrait actually existed. And then, hearing about it, Beatrice would get really angry that someone was an imposter and would show it for real. No, if anything, that alone was proof that Kinzo was behind all this. In that case, it was the same as Kinzo trying to butt in on the siblings' private discussion. Just leave the room, Lamayo! But then Kinzo, by announcing that he'd give everything to the person who solved the riddle, could weaken Krause's overwhelming advantage. Now it was certain. Kinzo had eavesdropped on the siblings' discussion in the parlor earlier that day, so he had known how Krause had staved off the attack by the other three, and to make the scales of the battle go back into balance, he had sent out this strange letter, which benefited Krause's rivals. He was trying to push this crazy theory so that Rosa, who had a weak position among the siblings because of her age, would join with Ava and Rudolph. Then, with a 3-1 advantage, they'd be able to overwhelm Krause yet again and make their ridiculous theories get accepted by force. And by doing that, he gave them the power to resettle what had once been a nearly decided conflict. They had now started repeatedly pressing Krause to pay them a large amount of money. Using the condition that all of the siblings would guarantee Krause's position as the successor, talk about advance payments was being brought up again despite having been rejected once. Of course, even without the story about the hidden gold, the Ushiromiya family's store of wealth was vast. That store of wealth alone was more than enough. And it said the witch was going to take it all, right, as interest, or at least some of it. I can't remember if it was explicitly all. Maybe it was all. Even if the hidden gold was buried forever along with Kinzo's death, there would be more than enough to satisfy. Therefore, even if they weren't that interested in the gold itself, Kinzo had managed to instill the lifelong fear that, on the off chance that someone found the gold, that person would be granted the headship. And this kind of Achilles heel would definitely be taken advantage of by someone sooner or later. The only person with this fatal weakness was the successor, Krause. The other siblings had found, no, they had been told by Kinzo about something that only Krause could lose, and they had thoroughly taken advantage of that. Okay. Natsui, as Krause's only ally in his painful position and as his wife, wanted to fight alongside him. She kept trying to explain to him that the existence of the gold itself was a farce, and there was no need for him to compromise. Krause had always told Natsuhi, he had told all of the siblings. He always said that the hidden gold was nothing more than an illusion created by Kinzo. Therefore, Natsui had believed it as his wife and had supported her husband on that foundation. But now... Even so, Natsui's words didn't reach Krause. Even though Natsui had fought so hard and had lent all of her strength, he continued to fight by himself and was trying to compromise with the other three siblings. Natsui sadly and weakly wondered why she could not be of use to him, and then started getting angry. It had happened when everyone decided to take a short break to cool their heads. Natsui had flared up against Krause. In rage, he had asked why she could not be useful to him. He had then told her that he wanted to talk about something and invited her into a room that she was not normally allowed to enter. What? That room had been sealed with a heavy-looking padlock, and just looking at it had given her an uncomfortable feeling. Can we see it? There's no need for you to worry about anything said by those three, or even this suspicious person who calls herself Beatrice. After all, the gold is just a ruse created by Father. You are also calling him Father, just like Yoshi did. Interesting. Okay, so it's a family dynamic thing. Okay. Some families do that. When you marry into the family, you can call your spouse's parents, like mom and dad or something. Some people do that. I think it's a little uncomfortable and weird, but some people do it, yeah. No, not even in law. Some people don't even have the in-law thing. When you marry someone, sometimes you will call their parents mom and dad as well. Some people drop the in-law. Yeah. I don't know if it's common, but some people do it. Yeah, I've known some people that have done that, so it's fairly common. Yeah. There's no way something like that could be found. Your position as a successor is a solid fact. What are you afraid of? Krause removed the padlock on the door. He then motioned for Natsui to enter. Enter. He motioned again. Enter. What? You want me to enter? Paimon thinks he wants you to enter. Enter through the door. Yeah, the door. They said enter. What is this? There's something I want you to see. I've never shown you this before. It's the dark room. Natsui timidly opened the door with a dubious expression on her face. It was pitch black. Oh, it's the red room. The red room is from I can't remember what the fucking thing is called. She searched for a switch to turn on the lights, and since this was her first time in the room, she didn't know where it was. Kraus entered behind her, pushing her in, and when he closed the door before turning on the lights, the two were swallowed up by the darkness. Only the sound of Kraus locking the door rang through the dark. What are you doing? The lights. I'm turning them on now. Wait, are we going to see it, or is it going to be, oh my god, I can't believe this, dun dun dun. Just as he said, when Kraus pushed a switch on the wall, a flickering light turned on and lit up the room. That is, Natsui had her breath taken away. The room had no windows, and at a glance it appeared to be empty. In the middle of the room, a small round table had been set, and the lights brightened only that table, as if it were the leading part in a play. That would have been a good image to show, actually, but I understand they're limited by how much art they can have. On top of the table, a red tablecloth of elaborate design had been set out, covered with dust, and on top of that, something about the size of a grown man's arm had been set down. That something took Natsui's breath away. Grown man's arm? You mean like a forearm, right? I don't think you could have... Can you have a gold ingot that's the size of a whole fucking arm? Surely forearm, right? It's a gold ingot of incredible purity. Without this, no one would have believed in the legend of the gold. He knew all along! It was an ingot of solid gold. Even when in the faint light, it sparkled with a noble and dignified glint. This is not a proper ingot. I don't even know whether it was cast inside or outside the country. What do you mean, proper? It took a high level of skill to make the purest of solid gold ingots. I love this word. It's so fun to say. You kind of taste the word in your mouth when you say it. I think I've said that before about that word, actually. In order to verify that purity, it was standard to have the original foundry and the name of the bank that guaranteed it imprinted on the gold. However, this ingot did not have that kind of seal. Alright, that's fine. This mysterious... Oh, sorry, it's not fine. That's what he meant with proper. This mysterious gold bar had come from an unknown foundry. Look here. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a bar of gold. Natsui, following Kraus's words, timidly approached the ingot. Right here. Kraus pointed at the surface of the ingot.
Ingot.
Okay. It's not ingot, it's ingot. Natsuhi concentrated on that section. Right there was the thin imprint of the one-winged eagle crest. Natsui's breath was taken away once again. That's right. This is the legendary ingot that Father said he received from the witch that the president of the Marisu witnessed and was allowed to select at random to take back with him. That gained the trust of the fixers in the business world. Okay, could be a prop though? Could be just fucking with you maybe? Did we get it tested independently? I have to use all possible means to find it. I found it before the other siblings could. How could, then... The legend of Father's gold is, it actually exists. The gold that Ushiromiya Kinzo received from Beatrice actually exists. Impossible. So it really does exist. How long have you known? Natsui was shocked. Kraus had always said that Kinzo's gold was just a fabrication, so she had to believe it as his wife. However, the reality was different. Since he held definite proof, he had been more certain than any of the other siblings that the legend of the gold was true. How much was one of the ingots worth? I can't remember. How many were there? There's no way that ingot is worth 750 million yen, right? That ingot isn't enough to have the 10% advance. It can't be. I don't think so anyway, no. Maybe it is actually. I don't know. How many ingots would you need to make 10 tons? It said it was the length of an arm too, so who knows how fucking like big that is. It doesn't look the length of an arm to me. Legend of the gold was true. Because of this, Kraus was deeply frightened at the possibility that someone other than himself would find the gold he failed to find, costing him everything. But to Natsuhi, this truth was more than enough to split open her heart. She had thought that as Kraus's wife, she should be as close as... Yeah, exactly! That she should be as close as confident, which is why she had selflessly supported him. And yet, he had hid this fact from her until today. Why? Ask him. Have I been so undeserving of your trust? That has never been my intention. There was simply no need to tell you. You never asked. Is that all a wife means to you? Calm down. Becoming passionate easily is one of your bad habits. You're the one who's making me like that, aren't you? I've been supporting you as a wife ever since I married into this family. For your sake, I threw away the family I was born into, and I've been offering up my heart and my body to serve you. And in return, this is what I get? How could you... Kraus grimaced, looking annoyed. His expression effectively communicated how much he disliked this part. This fucking... Okay, let's trace together with the mouse all of what we could cut out of this screen, okay? So we're going to start here, and we're going to go all down here, over here, up here, up here, up here, left. We're not done. Up here, down, up here, boom, period. Done. It doesn't look like I will be of any use to you anymore. That's fine. I can resolve the troubles with the siblings by myself. I don't need your help. This is fucked up, man. That's wrong. This is the Ushiramiya family's problem. It's true that I am not permitted to wear the family's crest on my body, but I am still your wife. Even so, are you saying I'm not capable of helping you? Are you? I especially wouldn't want to risk you getting involved. I mean, well, he's showing you now. It would probably make your headaches even worse than they are now. Take a rest for today. The siblings will deal with the siblings' problems. It has nothing to do with you. That is all. Natsui fucking sucks. You think so? I think she's one of the best characters so far. I really understand where she's coming from. I probably feel for Natsui more than any other character in the story right now, actually. A dull headache tormented Natsui. No matter what medicine she took, no matter what scent she burned, it wouldn't heal. In fact, simply wandering alone through the dark corridors and listening to the sound of rain seemed to be a better cure. I may be Natsui, but I was never that Natsui. Sorry, I may be Natsui, but I was never Ushiramiya Natsui. I have been despised and treated as a borrowed womb and insulted when I couldn't even fill that role. Even so, I have tried to properly perform my duties as a wife, but now even my husband has rejected me. I've done my best raising my daughter, as if it were the last job left to me. However, I've had no release for my anger and sadness, and they've caused me to subconsciously strain that relationship too. Because I've been excessively strict in Jessica's education, she dislikes me thoroughly. She despises me for having no interest in anything but grades. There is no longer anything I can do for the Ushiramiya family. No. That's no good. Despite it all, I must help my husband and beat back the schemes of the other greedy siblings. You also have a daughter! The family head won't be around much longer. Eventually, Kraus will succeed the head, and the next successor will be Jessica. Strictly speaking, the man who enters the family by marrying Jessica will become the next head, but it all comes to the same thing. I have to make Jessica an excellent successor whom everyone will accept as worthy to take over the Ushiramiya family. Just obsessed with the family. In the days to come, that greedy Ushiramiya Eva will probably be plotting to find some fault with the main family, and if all goes as she plans, Jessica will be dragged down from the succession, with George set up in her place. It is regrettable, but George is a man, and even more, has matured as a person. Compared to Jessica, who is right in the middle of her rebellious period and whose grades are slightly below average, it can be seen at a glance who is more fit to succeed the head. So in order to secure Jessica's position, I need to turn her into an excellent person. After doing that, I want to find her an excellent husband worthy of the excellent person she will have become. A wonderful man who will truly accept Jessica and stay with her through all of life's joys and sorrows, and also someone who I can control, because he would technically be the head of the family. Should have got a tutor if you want her grades to go up. She's on this island by herself. Was Natsuhi trying to entrust her daughter with fulfilling some desire of her own? Natsuhi thought back to the days when she'd had no choice but to marry into the Ushiramiya family because of that unavoidable fate. She had tried to block that from her memory. She had consciously forgotten it, and had actively attended to the life she had been given as Ushiramiya Natsui. And in doing so, she had built up a new life. But just now, felt like all of that had been casually rejected. How should I think as I live my life? I do not know. Natsui helplessly rested her head against the glass of the window. The glass, which was cool thanks to the raindrops beating against it, felt somehow refreshing, even though it should have been emotionless. Right then, it seemed to be the only thing that could understand Natsui. At that point, even if someone had appeared, Natsui didn't intend to pay any attention to them, but she did pay attention, because it was her beloved daughter. Okay, that was kind of weirdly written. Oh, it's you, Mom. What the heck are you doing in a place like this? Thought you were a ghost. Just like always, her words were rough and not at all like a girl's. Instinctively, words of rebuke rose to Natsui's throat. However, their strength gave out and they didn't escape her lips. Jessica, forgive me, but my headache is awful. Please leave me be. I see. Jessica was seeing her mother in a position of feebleness for the first time, so she was considerably disconcerted. Until now, she'd been filled with contempt for all of the parents, including her mother, but now those feelings had been completely swept away. Her mother's utterly exhausted face had wiped them all out. In its place, the words George had told her floated back in her mind. Our parents are doing their best in their own way, and because their families are counting on them, they can't afford to keep everything pleasant, and have a heavy responsibility to fight. Maybe her mother had been standing around in this dimly lit hallway because no one had tried to understand that in her. Jessica hated her mother, so she had no intention of speaking kindly to Natsui just because she was looking a bit frail. Why'd you hate your mother so much? She's always criticizing you? So when she attempted to speak kindly to her mother anyway, she had to clench her fists and gather up the words from deep in her heart. It sounds like you've really got your hands full with that meeting thing. It has nothing to do with you. Please go somewhere else. Is your headache bad? Should I go get some medicine? You don't have to trouble yourself. Please leave me alone. Natsui wasn't being cold. She just wanted her daughter to go far away so she wouldn't have to bump against Natsui's own short temper. But there was no chance that Jessica would realize this. Oh, okay. Jessica hung her head, looking sad. Seeing that expression, Natsui recognized the kindness that Jessica was trying to muster. She gave her head a small shake to drive away her own unkind feelings. Then I'll leave. I'll be with the other cousins, so I don't get in the way of the adults. See you later. Wait there. She called Jessica, who was trying to leave, and look lonely, to a stop. What? Okay, writer X took over for this part, I guess. Thank you for being so considerate. It isn't good of me to go to sleep and leave you alone. How about a hug? Don't talk like that. You'll bring bad luck. I've made you worried, but I'm okay now. I will go. If I let my daughter see me this feeble any longer, I'll only make her feel more easy. With that thought in her mind, Natsui left Jessica with words of gratitude and made to depart. This time, Jessica called out to her mother's back. Everyone's calling out to each other's backs in this story so far. Natsui stopped and turned around, asking what business Jessica had with her. But Jessica herself didn't know why she'd stopped her mother, and for a while she smiled wryly, muttering to herself as she hesitated over what to say. She was poking around in her pocket when her hand touched something, and she took it out. Hey Mom. I was given a charm today. What was it, a charm against magic? I'm pretty sure that you were supposed to hang it from your doorknob, I think. I forget. There's no point in me having it, so I'll let you take it. It was a scorpion charm that Maria had given her on the beach, and that's the only reason why Natsui will survive the night. Although she'd heard of its various effects from Maria, Jessica's mind had gone blank, and she was just barely able to say even that much. Jessica, thinking that her mother probably wouldn't accept it anyway, immediately drew back her hand as she had stuck out, grasping the charm. So when Natsui came back to take it, she was extremely shocked, like electricity. What is this? Some kind of prized toy? Well, I think it's something like that. I guess you wouldn't really expect a charm that looks like a toy to do anything, but her mother took the charm from her, from where she grasped it in her hand. Thank you. I'll take good care of it. Sometime soon, in exchange, why don't I give you a charm that was important to me when I was a child? Oh, she's into this bullshit. Okay. It's not like that's what I gave it. It's not like that's why I gave it to you. But well, if you really say so. Aw, they're bonding. Then I will rest for now. My headache is awful. Try not to stay up too late. Sure. Maybe Natsuhi needs to get off the gluten. put the charm in her pocket and turned away. She then disappeared into the dark hall. And nothing called out to her back. It seems the weather will be like this all day tomorrow after all. Dang. Aw, fucking George is in the scene. Dang, this makes the good weather we had earlier feel like a lie. It's a lie! Nehehe. George and Nikki and I were killing time in front of the parlor television. And by killing time, I mean we had just killed someone. The shop... Okay, I got nothing. I'm getting tired. Alright, never mind. Let's just... Undo. At that point, Jessica returned. Her face was still blank, but it looked like she'd calmed down a little since we'd last seen her. Is Maria still in front of the portrait? Nope. She just came back and she's sleeping over there on the sofa. It's getting pretty late for her after all. Man, Rosa is just the worst mom. Looking at the clock, I saw it was a little past 10 p.m. Even if we were planning to stay up all night, it was about time to head back to our room. Well, my mom did have a room prepared for us in the mansion. What'll we do? I'd rather head back to the guest house. Going by what we saw of our parents, I think it'd be better if we weren't in the mansion. I agree. Feels like they're telling us kids to mind our own business and stay out of their way. Let's be good little boys and girls and do that. As we were talking about this, Aunt Rosa came into the parlor. She was looking all over restlessly, probably trying to find Maria. Aunt Rosa, if you're looking for Maria, she's over there on your sofa. Thank you. My, she's out cold. We must move her to a bed. If you like, I'll carry her over to a bed. Thanks, that would be wonderful. Are you all heading back to the guest house? Or are you going to stay in the room Natsuhi Nissan had prepared here? We were just talking about that. We just decided to head over to the guest house. I see. Then could I ask you to take Maria with you? I'd feel much more reassured if she stays with all you cousins. Behind those words, she seemed to be concealing some regret that the adults, herself included, had deeply hurt Maria's feelings. You're not coming over? Leave it to us, Aunt Rosa. Might need to break out the Red Bull. Did I read something wrong? Sorry if I misread something. Leave it to us, Aunt Rosa. After all, we do have an expert at comforting Maria with us. Are you talking about me? No, me. I couldn't do it. Are you talking about me? I couldn't do it myself. We'll need everyone together. That's right. Battler, weren't you the one who hit it off with Maria when you were messing around earlier? As we said this, Aunt Rosa smiled, looking truly happy. Thank you, everyone. It looks like our meeting will last until very late. So while I'm sorry to burden you like this, I'll be counting on you all to take care of Maria. Hey Maria, are you sound asleep? We're going back to the guest house. Maria muttered something indistinct, rolled over, and fell back asleep. It looked like she was sleeping deeply. She's really out cold. I hate to wake her. Right, I'll carry her. I don't know, George. 9-year-olds can be pretty heavy. You might want to let the 5'11" Chad take care of this. Maria's body was much lighter than it looked. Oh, never mind. I lifted her up and put her on George and Nikki's back. It was raining hard outside, and Nikki couldn't hold an umbrella and carry Maria at the same time. Okay, she's asleep and she's on your back? What? It looked like Aunt Rosa would come with us as far as the guest house to help out. However, when she heard Uncle Krause's voice call out to her, she had no choice but to return. Now it's a problem. I have to go back now. Piggyback? You can't piggyback someone who's asleep, chat. They have to, like... It takes two to piggyback. They have to wrap their arms around your neck. Unless he's like hunched over the whole entire time, maybe? I don't know. Is everyone returning to the guest house? After we left the hall on the way to the entrance, the door to the servant room opened and Shannon-chan stepped out. It has grown very dark, so allow me to guide you. That would be great, Shannon-chan. George-kun is going to carry Maria there. Could you hold an umbrella for him? Yes, certainly. Shannon-chan brought umbrellas for each of us and a flashlight to guide the way. As we opened the front door, the downpour was quite terrific. It looked like we wouldn't have any spare time to take a pleasant walk and enjoy the nighttime rose garden. And Nikki, is she too heavy? Want me to carry her? I'm 5'11", by the way. It's okay. I can at least carry Maria-chan. I'm truly grateful. Please take care of Maria. Sure, you got it. Then I guess this is goodnight, Aunt Rosa. Then I will see them over there and return here. Yes, please. Aunt Rosa watched us leave. And then she said to our backs, Maria, I'm sorry for everything. Rose's mumbling voice didn't reach the person in question, nor any of the kids, but disappeared beneath the sound of the rain. Ooh. After cutting through the rainy rose garden, we arrived at the guest house. If only I had applied for the position of Maria carrier, then I would have gotten a chance to have Shannon Chan's huge boobs running all over my arm. Oh, that's not why I did it. It's a misunderstanding. I thought that if I didn't walk like this, George-sama would get all wet. Come on, quit babbling and go in. After being urged on by Jessica, we folded up our umbrellas and went into the guest house. Has anyone gotten their clothes wet? I can bring some towels if you want. You don't need to worry about us that much. Thanks, Shannon Chan. Ah, that's right. We were planning to play cards or something. Would you care to join us for a bit? Huh? Who had the night shift on today's schedule? I believe we had a special schedule during the family conference. Also, I think a few alterations have been made, so I will go and check. Night shift? Wait, if you have to go all the way back to the dimension to find out, don't force yourself. Oh, that's alright. I can find out from the servant room in the guest house. Please excuse me for a short while. Suspicious? Shannon Chan gave a quick bow and went into the guest house servant room. The rest of us headed for the cousin's room and decided to put Maria to bed for the time being. Maria was sleeping very deeply, and there was absolutely no sign of her eyes opening. For now, we'd get some soft drinks out of the room's refrigerator and drink those while playing cards or something. Coke Zero? Oh, Kennen-kun? And you're here too, Genji-sama. What has happened with tonight's shift? Kraus-sama has given an order. He made some sizable changes to the shift schedule. Indeed. Goda-san now has the night shift at the mansion. Shannon and Cannon have the night shift in the guest house. Kumasawa-san and I have been ordered to sleep in the guest house. Just now, a phone call came saying that once you arrive, you are also to remain here for the rest of the night. Wow, conditions could not be more perfect for a murder. Oh, who could it be? But there were people in the guest house and people in the mansion, and there's no way someone would be able to go to the mansion and back again. But wait, what if they had an umbrella? Oh no, all the umbrellas were slashed in the night. Oh no, that certainly is a sizable change. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion have been completely reversed, haven't they? Why? Originally, Shannon and Cannon had been assigned the night shift in the mansion. Yeah, I know. While the night shift had been in the guest house, where all of the relatives were staying, had been assigned to Goda, who had an abundance of experience in entertaining. Kumasawa should have been sleeping at the guest house, while Genji should have been sleeping in the mansion. However, it seemed that Kraus had suddenly ordered that the schedule be modified. Man, the plot's so nice they said it twice. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion had all been reversed, and Genji was spending the night at the guest house. It's probably because of Beatrice-sama's letter. Yeah, that's the letter that caused them to change all the shifts in the mansion in the guest house. I was sleeping over there before, but now I'm sleeping here. Everything's all turned around. Why probably? Okay, I'm dropping the joke. After such a mysterious letter appeared, it was only natural that Kraus-sama would suspect. We served directly under the master, so Kraus-sama tried his best he could to keep us far away from the family conference. And Sai slaps the table. You're still dry, Waffler. You must have met with the Golden Witch Beatrice. Oh, Waffler, Battler, and Waffles together. Nice. Genji, Shannon, and Cannon were all permitted to wear the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, as the servants who served directly under Kinzo. Ah, that's why. Okay. Of course, since they were working for the Ushiromiya family, they had to obey anyone's orders, but their only boss was Kinzo. Alright, that seems kind of weird, that they get to do that, but someone who's literally married to one of them can't? Since only Kinzo held the right to employ them, even Kraus could not have them dismissed of his own accord. Because of this, Kraus and the others often viewed these servants as Kinzo's underlings and shunned them. Oh, what the fuck is Kraus planning then? That he dismissed... Man, do you have to go check with Kinzo? Well, he didn't get them dismissed. He's just moved them to... Like, I guess that's within his power. Huh. In fact, Kinzo seldom let anyone other than them enter his study. This sudden shift change was probably a clear expression of the sense of mistrust that had caused. Considering the time Kinzo had left to live, this would definitely be the last family conference before the problem of the inheritance came up. On top of that, the mysterious... I don't know, he's looking pretty good to me. On top of that, the mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had also dropped out of the blue. Kraus definitely wanted to keep Kinzo's loyal subjects away from the table. Okay, yeah, alright. Here's me thinking that I was smart picking up on something, but no, the story's going to tell me. Okay, away from the table is such a delicate and important discussion. Alright. If you excuse me, I will go rest. If anything happens, call me immediately. Our guest tonight is a special case after all. Yes, certainly, Genji-sama. Genji nodded back, went behind the screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after a day's worth of tension. Gonna go get his workout in. The ones who just returned now, were they the children? Yes. The other relatives are having a conference in the mansion. It looked like it would drag on for quite some time. Then we've got it easy. It's already this late and there's this weather. The rest of the relatives will probably spend the night in their rooms in the mansion. Yes, probably. I'm only saying this because Genji-sama isn't around, but I'm a little happy I was sent to the guest house, I guess. Oh? Why's that? Because you can stay away from Madam and Eva-san, those bullies? Or do you have another reason? George! It's not as though I have. Another reason? I see. Then let's do our best together with our night shift. I'm counting on you, Nissan. Just now I was asked to go to the children's room and play with them. Shannon hung her head apologetically, gazing at Kennen uncertainly. Kennen didn't try to meet her eyes and spoke curtly as he sighed. It looked like he didn't plan on indulging his sister. You can't. You were assigned to the night shift. Besides which, it isn't necessary for furniture like us to respond to an invitation to play. You understand, right? Yes, I do understand. Well, what if they need a table to play cards on? Shannon's shoulders drooped slightly. She had already expected that Cannon, a stickler for rules, would say something like that, but she still seemed a little discouraged. As Cannon flipped through a logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon. That means the children will be waiting for you. You'll have to apologize and tell them you have the night shift and won't be able to stay with them. Go ahead, go and come back. Why don't you come play too, Cannon? Huh, yes. I'll go apologize and come back. Shannon hurriedly stood from her seat before her brother's mood could change and flew out of the servant room after giving a quick bow. What if they insisted? Spooky safe. As he watched her go, Cannon took a single deep breath. Genji's voice came from beyond the screen. Cannon, I will be here so you can go too, Genji-sama. Shannon was the only one called. It's not as though I was invited. That's only because you were not there at the time. If you had been, you would have been invited as well. Genji is wise. It is good to play as a child from time to time. No, such a thing is not necessary for me. Human children may have a need to play, but we are furniture. Is that so? Nissan is also furniture. Even if she pretends to be a person, it will only hurt her later. I understand that, so I try not to get too close to people, that's all. Genji did not say anything after that. After a while, he stood up and used a pot of hot water to make powdered cocoa, serving some to Cannon as well. And Sai slaps to Shannon, what are these boobs? That's a good joke. That is a good joke. Ah, well done. Well done. Is that for real? For real? I had a clue. If you do not understand the joke, it is because usually Sai slaps the table, and the joke was that Shannon was gonna be their table. So instead of Sai slapping the table, she's slapping Shannon, who's being the table, and then says, "What are these boobs?" There you go. Very good. Dumbass, you're too loud. Just in case you didn't get it, you'll wake Maria up. Battler was so surprised that he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere. His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell back into a deep sleep. Jessica gave him a jab, and he lowered his voice. Thank you for Umineko explaining it. Do you want me to explain it even more? Do you need some more explanation? Still, seriously, now that you mention it, they really did have that kind of atmosphere, didn't they? Ha, now I see. So George Nikki is... George couldn't be seen anywhere in the room. A short while ago, when Shannon came into the room, George suddenly said he'd forgotten something in the mansion and needed to go back to get it. Oh, no! Shannon said she would guide him, just like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them departed together. Well, there's actually been signs of it for a while now. You know, questions about hobbies and favorite things. I always thought it was a bit much for a passing interest, and look what's happened now. Come to think of it, I get the feeling George and Nikki's always been overly nice to Shannon-chan. Now I get it. Is Mouse here? Yes. When is a good time to stop? Oh, it's autoplaying. When is a good time to stop? Oh, new background. Now? Stop now? Like literally right now? Or stop at the end of the scene? Literally right now? Okay. Weather report. Weather report. Weather report. Doot, doot, doot. No? I'm sorry, I can't read for more than 5 hours. I'm gonna lose my mind. Like, I won't be able to follow it even that well too. You don't want me to read more than 5 hours. Like, go and see the end of the last stream if you want to see what it looks like when I'm... Why did I skip over that one again? If I read more than 5 hours, like, my eyes are gonna start bleeding or whatever. Like, is what I would say if it wasn't one trip. Oh no, I'm kidding. All right. Okay, so that was Umineko stream 2. Pretty successful, I gotta say. I think the story's picked up quite well. I'm enjoying it much more than the first stream. I don't think there was a part today that I was overly bored. There were definitely some scenes that were slightly slow, and there were definitely some lines that could be cut, but not as much as it was in the first one. I'm curious how much of the first stream is actually going to be properly important, and if they could have, I don't know, started on the boat trip to the island or something. If they didn't need to start in the airport, I don't know, they could have combined some of those scenes. Like, is Battler being afraid of being on a vehicle really that important? I don't know, we'll see. Skip Persona next week for more of this. I don't know if I'm ready to make that call just yet, but we'll see. Okay, maybe we'll have 2 a week instead of 1 a week, but if we are having 2 a week, I think I will split it up, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, but before I go, thank you to... Who's the last person I said thank you to? Definitely Mean Bean Egg. Cameron 6? Yeah, D6. Jingchu, yes. Yuri was taken. Thank you to Moist Us Apparatus. Hopefully I'm saying that right. For the new sub, welcome. That was about an hour ago. Sorry, we weren't saying thank you to Bits and Subs for most of the stream today because we just wanted to keep reading. Thank you for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you, Fuzzy80 for the new sub as well. Welcome. Is there a raid, by the way? Do we have a raid queued? Because if not, I'm going to end the stream at the end of subs. We don't have to raid every single time, but if there is someone that we could raid. If Greg is live, that would be great. Thank you, Jahions, for the resub. I just hit the microphone, sorry. Do you think Rachel Amber is somewhere on this island? I've heard she's a social chameleon, and they probably thought she was a part of the family. She could pull off being a witch, for sure. For sure. Krakonis the Dude just continued the sub from a gift. Thank you very much. Thank you, NX Nix then Rodriguez? Or is it Nathan? It's an X. Nathan Rodriguez, I think. I think I'm saying that name wrong. Is it spelt differently than usual? Is that why it's tripping me up a little bit? Not sure. Welcome. Thank you for the new sub. Thank you, Avarisi, for gifting a sub to Umineko Lover. Yeah, loves Umineko. Thank you, Avarisi. Thank you, Jackie Ohio, for the bits. This 100 bit cheer that I spent 100 bits on costs 100 bits. Avarisi cheered 100 bits. Okay, that's a really funny message, but I can't say it. +2 Avarisi. +2. God damn. Oh, man. Thank you, Pincerata, for the bits. We need guest star Greg Chun to voice Battler because he is perfect for making pervy jokes actually land. That's very true. That's very true. Limited edition. Thank you, Pincerata, for another 200 bits. Glad you're enjoying the story so far. I genuinely think episode 1 has the least cliff, so I think you'll be hooked for the time being. Oh, does it get worse after this? Oh, no. I hope not. I hope not. Thank you, Con5654, for the gift subs. Thank you very much for the 5 gift subs, Con. And also, thank you for 5 gift subs from a Pepsi addict as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, North Star 104 for the resub also. Why would they say that? Porno mag. Paste it? You want me to paste Avarici's joke in chat? Okay, hold on. Let me say it. All right, here you go. This was Avarici's message. You cannot cheer your own channel. All right, so I copy and pasted it. All right. There you go. So owned? So owned? Thank you for the setup, Avarici. Thank you very much. All right. Anyway, was there a raid that someone decided or no? It's not a big deal if you don't have one. Joe, you're going to reap what you sowed on Tuesday? Oh, do you think so? What power does the Persona fans have over me? What can they make me do? Play more Persona? This game seems genuinely intelligently written when it's not about boobs, right? It is pretty well written, but it did need an editor or, I don't know, a better translator. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell. There are a lot of superfluous lines that I would just completely cut if I was editing this. And I don't particularly think I'm that strong of an editor, to be honest. Read my gifts up first, Joe. Oh, it just came in. Thank you, Mouse, for gifting a sub to Furniture with an underscore. Oh, no. Furniture's here. With a smile? Oh, I meant plot? Yeah, well, it remains to be seen how the plot goes. But so far, I feel like there's already been some setup and payoff moments. I just wish the setup was a little faster is all. Like the setup for the rose coming back and that's how she ends up out in the garden. That's good. Instead of it, like another game, maybe even, another story that we've had on the stream would have just made that character suddenly just want to stay out in the rose garden. And I would be sitting here going, okay, why the hell are they just making this character sit out in the rose garden? Like, clearly this is just setting something up for later. And then chat would go, well, it doesn't matter. How do you want them to move the plot forward? And then I would be like, well, yeah, by having them like have a reason that's established earlier in the story. And then, you know, they can make it make sense. Like, I don't know exactly how they would do it, chat, but there are ways to do this. Well, I think that would add unnecessary clutter. Well, it'd be that sort of discussion. It'd be like, well, yeah, as you can see in the story, it was maybe unnecessarily long. Maybe there's more setup in that we don't know yet, but, you know, you can do it, right? Raid Shenpai? She's great. Okay, we can raid Shenpai. I don't know who Shenpai is, but if you think it's fine. I trust chat to give me raid suggestions until the day that it doesn't work out properly and we accidentally raid someone that doesn't like being raided, and then I might have to like close the raid store forever. So please do not abuse the power of raiding, okay? Apparently a lot of people like Shenpai, so we'll raid Shenpai and hope that it's okay. All right? Here we go. Raid Shenpai. Is that the right person? Show up with some joms, please. Can you resolve the bet, please? What's the bet? Oh, apparently it's resolved. It's a 1. Thank you, a toasty waffle for the new sub as well. Thank you very much, a toasty waffle. Get out of here, waffles boy. This is a pancake's house. Creature report. What was it? 1 or 2? Oh. Okay. All right. Well, that's blocked my raid message now. Okay, here we are. All right. See you on Tuesday, everybody. I'm gonna take 2 days off. Gonna catch up on DMs. I'm gonna do some more VOD work. I've been getting the chats downloaded because I can't use my old method anymore. So yeah, I'll see you later. Thank you very much for making this a successful stream. It was pretty good. I had a good time today. Wasn't too bad on the reading fatigue either. See you later. And as always, for anyone who stuck around and was a part of the ride, I'll see you again as well. Have a good weekend.